Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome here. Welcome to the Progressive Governance Summit 2024. Welcome at the representation of Baden-Württemberg. Welcome to all of you who watch us online and live stream. This is the 25th conference already. In this series. My name is Maria Skóra, and I will be your host today and tomorrow. And this year's conference is called Progressive Security, Championing Challenge in Times of Uncertainty. And I would like to hand over to Florian Ranf, who is the mastermind behind the program this year, to introduce the conference and for welcoming remarks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Maria, and also obviously a very warm welcome from my side. It's really good to see all of you here. My name is Florian Ranft. I'm the head of progressive governance at das Progressive Zentrum, and this is a day that I've been looking forward to for nearly a year and a half now, since we closed the last conference. And I just want to say a very special and warm welcome, obviously, to all those guests today who have traveled from abroad and far away, and willkommen in Berlin. Welcome in Berlin. So it's PGS time again, 2 days packed of conferences. We got 25 sessions and more than 100 speakers. And as Maria just mentioned, it's an anniversary edition, 25 years. So the Progressive Governance conferences have been around for a while. And one thing that hasn't changed in these 25 years is the initial idea of progressive governance, which is finding common solutions to common problems. And more so, considering the consolidation of right-wing parties in the European elections and the softening of the dividing lines between the far right and the center right, this must come as a wake-up call for progressives. So it's really good that we all gather here together, and that it's not just the Berliners, but also everyone else coming from Europe and North America. At the core of progressive governance stands the notion of building political alliances between social democrats, between Greens, between liberals, and between the left. And we believe that this is a key factor of driving economic, ecological, and social change in our societies. And progressives are shared or have a common understanding in the view that the best years lie ahead of us and not behind. So a necessary condition for both finding common solutions and building alliances is to develop a common understanding of the challenges that are at stake. And that's why we are here today, to listen to each other and to learn from each other. So we feel extremely humbled that on the way to PGS, which has been a few months, you can believe me, we've been working with more than 25 international partner organizations which represent these different shades of progressivism. And I just want to say a very warm thank you to those who have helped us bringing this together once again. And a very warm thank you also to the Landesvertretung Baden-Württemberg, which is hosting us today. It's a great venue, and I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful time. Now to the more serious stuff. So we're coming together, as you all know, just a couple of weeks after the European elections, and an election that threw light and shadow on the progressive parties across Europe. And we learned from our colleague Paul Hilder last night, who will be with us throughout these 2 days, that it was a good night for the populist right, especially the results in Germany and France helped to drive the narrative that it was a success for the far right. The center right had mixed results. The Social Democrats largely held ground across Europe, not so much here in Berlin and Germany. And the Greens and Liberals were suffering all across Europe. But progressives also exceeded expectations in a number of countries, for instance, in the Scandinavian countries, in the Netherlands, but also in Italy. And the issues that concerned voters are kind of telling for the time that we're living in, a time which is dominated by economic uncertainty and new geopolitics, and obviously also international conflicts, and the impact all of this has on our societies. So what concerned voters in these elections were the general state of the economy, the cost of living crisis, immigration, and not surprisingly, security and defense, and stopping extremism. And these issues kind of provide us with a first explanation as to why various parts of the extended progressive family are grappling with something that we might call the epidemic of insecurity. And coming to terms with this and understanding the underlying causes, which are going to be a part of the conversations that we are having, the question that we ask ourselves is, how can the provision of security be linked to progress, and how can we build on this in coming up with good policies, narrative, and strategies for progressives? This is why we have chosen progressive security as this year's theme. And on the way to spelling out the theme and providing a kind of framework, we had the pleasure to work with a lot of very close colleagues, and two of them are here today, who have helped us writing the conference paper, the summit paper. So feel free to download it and scan through it, read it, and digest it. And we have with us Jeremy Cliff and Catherine Kluwer-Ashbrook, who will explain to us what progressive security might mean, and will provide the frame for the discussions at the summit. And I would like to invite you to come to the stage, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Florian. Thank you to the organizers of this summit. And thank you also for the chance to try, at least, and frame some of the conversations that we'll be having over the next 36 hours. And indeed, the chance to work on the summit paper, which, if you haven't already seen, you can find on the summit website. Our starting point is the incontrovertible fact that we live in highly insecure times. Wars rage in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and elsewhere. Our geopolitical order is in flux, and even the future of the transatlantic relationship is in fresh doubt. The climate crisis is accelerating. Last year was the hottest on record by some margin. And then there are the other crises of an interconnected world: out-of-control technology, financial shocks, pandemics, the threat of terrorism. And these are matched in the insecurity, I think, that people feel in their everyday lives. Supply chain shocks and inflation make housing, energy, food less secure. Violence and the fear of violence, as well as social and political polarization, are further causes. And we should also remember that security is also tied up with people's sense of their social standing, their worth and belonging. And there, too, people feel under strain. So you have these global, local, and personal drivers of insecurity that are sometimes said to add up to a polycrisis. And you see that in polling across our societies, and you see it in the results of elections, most recently the European Parliament elections, as Florian has mentioned. I think it's no underestimate to say it's the political challenge of our time. And so I'm very grateful to Das Progressive Zentrum for inviting me to co-author the conference paper with Florian. Particularly as initially I did fear that this might end up being an exercise in nailing down a compromise between progressive values on the one hand and an innately conservative subject, security, on the other. And I'm very glad that what we've been able to produce is something more assertive, more confident, that makes the case that progressives have just as much of a claim to the politics of security as conservatives do, and in many respects more of one. It is for them to claim. Let me also take the opportunity, as I'm mentioning the paper, to thank Catherine and Anke Hassel for their input, as well as that of the wider Scientific Council of DPZ. So thank you for that. Now, let me be clear. What this is not saying is that conservatives are fundamentally incapable of providing security, or that there is no overlap between what we call conservative security on the one side and progressive security on the other. But it is to say that there is a robust, progressive security agenda around which the different parts of the progressive political family can rally in ways that are mutually reinforcing and clearly distinctive. And we give some examples in the paper of progressives both in government and in opposition doing just that. We divide progressive security into three main pillars: security as cooperation, security as cohesion, and security as capacity. And I'm going to briefly talk through those before I hand over to Catherine. Pillar one, security as cooperation. In dangerous times, it's always very tempting as individuals, as parts of a society, or as countries to pull up the drawbridge. So progressives can now remake the case for pragmatic but ambitious cooperation in ways that conservatives, wedded to established structures of wealth and power, and certainly not nativist populists, are incapable of doing. Why is this so important? Well, number one, because the threats to people's security are increasingly international and so require international solutions, but also because we so clearly need a new fusion of the values of multilateralism, human rights, global justice, with the hard-nosed reality that we are in a time that demands hard power and a more steely geopolitics. And the British Labour Party's Shadow Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, has captured this quite well, I think at least, in his refrain, progressive realism. Pillar two, security as cohesion. Polarized, unequal, unequal them and us societies are not just less well equipped to deal with insecurity, they are themselves a cause of it. Ample academic research has shown that more unequal societies are more prone to mental health problems, drug abuse, violence, criminality, and they also have lower social trust, which affects people's subjective sense of their own security. Cohesive societies are more secure in these internal respects, but also in external ones, as better multilateralists, more robust defenders of alliance interests. As the old adage goes, foreign policy begins at home. Pillar three, security as capacity. The last years have been a real education in the folly of putting short-term efficiency above all else. Sure, you can cut your state to the bone, you can establish fragile, just-in-time supply chains, you can outsource your energy needs to autocrats, but when war comes to your neighborhood, your military is not up to it. Your energy is insecure. When the pandemic strikes, you don't have enough hospital beds. When supplies are disrupted, prices surge in ways that cause pain for ordinary people. Now, progressives are leading a reappraisal of the balance between efficiency and resilience, and making the case for more strategic and capable states and markets. So those are those three pillars of progressive security. And in the paper, Florian and I argue that they reinforce each other in all sorts of ways. But if you were just to read one part of the paper, I'd urge you to go to part 3, which is where we talk about the tensions, the challenges, and the questions, because it's meant as the start of a conversation, not the end of one, an impulse and not a manifesto. And that's really the job before all of us here at the Progressive Governance Summit to engage with. Questions such as, what are the benefits of this forceful claim to security on the part of progressives, but also what are the possible drawbacks? What are the root causes of the prevailing sense of insecurity? What have we missed? On cooperation, how do you pursue more ambitious multilateral cooperation and international engagement against a backdrop of anxiety at home? On cohesion, how do you deepen people's sense of belonging and shared interests at a time of such rapid flux demanding such drastic adaptation? And on capacity, how do you build a more capable and strategic state, making the necessary investments in climate and defense without slashing the social safety net? There are many more of these sorts of questions and challenges in the paper. I urge you to take a look. And I just reiterate, it's a blueprint. It's not a blueprint. It's a first draft. So it's our job to flesh it out. And I'm going to hand over to Catherine to begin doing that. So over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, first of all, this is your applause and Florian's applause, because when people ask me why am I up here, it's because we, the scientific committee of the Progressives Zentrum, we were the needling voices in both of their heads for the past couple of weeks. And so I'm here to build a bridge between what we tried to do with the paper and what we're all going to do for the next 2 days. Because as Jeremy has pointed out, all the framing questions he's given you, if you look at the program over the next 2 days, that is what we're trying to test for. And you heard from Florian this idea of learning, this idea of an atrophy of trust, the idea of what happens when you bring different layers and levers of decision-making into a space to begin to challenge the status quo. And I think that is the subtext of the paper. But in the process of getting to the paper, we had a couple of points of challenge, and I wanted to bring those up too, because I think those will help inspire our conversations over the next 2 days. So cooperation, cohesion, capacity. Well, I'm the daughter of a historian, I'm a political scientist, and those three frames, we've been there before. Who pioneered thinking along those three C's in the most vocal way in a moment of time of epochal change? One of the greatest progressives of all time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And if you go back exactly 84 years to FDR's Land speech, which is the seminal speech in which he took the idea of the arsenal of democracy into the idea that safety at home, safety in the sense of the four freedoms, and I'll give you again FDR's ideas of the four freedoms, right? It was freedom of speech, freedom to worship. Now we might think freedom to live plurality, the full plurality of democracy, whatever that may be. Freedom from want and freedom from fear. Does that sound like something that seems resonant to today's desire for our democracies? They have to assure the fact that we have the expanding right of the franchise, the inclusion that our societies promise, but they have to deliver on the things that Jeremy pointed out, which is to say economic prosperity and physical security. And I think we can all agree that to different degrees, our democracies are falling down on that premise and on that promise fundamentally. But FDR also had this idea that, again, to your point about security stopping at the water's edge, that it's not a question of defense, that you are only as secure as your society at home is safe. Because, again, what was happening in 41 and 42? There was massive propaganda undercutting the cohesiveness of American society. There was a threat that was so palpably felt that in order to orchestrate these changes, what did FDR expect of American society? Sustained sacrifice. And so what are the trade-offs that Jeremy has just pointed out? Because certainly there have to be trade-offs in creating resilient democracies that are able to do what we are faced with now, which is to say these sort of set of interconnected problems, but supersized, three-dimensional, right? They are lived because we have undergone failures as joint democratic societies over these past 80 years. We have let ourselves slip away from the three C's. And we have done so to feed national interest, to feed power, to bring impunity, and to bear on our multilateral architecture and our systems. And before I just reflect briefly on that hinge point and where we go from here and where we go from here over the next 2 days and begin that discussion with you from this stage, because that's what Jeremy and I are also here for you to needle us, I want to just share this FDR quote with you. He said in his Land speech, in March 1941, I would ask no one to defend democracy, which in turn would not defend everyone in the nation against want and privation. The strength of this nation shall not be diluted by the failure of the government to protect the economic well-being of its citizens. And that's exactly that cusp moment at which we find ourselves. And what did we do after World War II? We did the 3 Cs. We did cooperation. We built an entire multilateral architecture, including the European Union, with an undergirding of the rule of law that we are now continually falling down on, that we violated over the globalization of greed, the deregulation of our economies. We let ourselves be pulled into something that failed to change the way we operate in that kind of cooperative system, right? We went in seeingly, knowingly. We deregulated our markets. We let the guns and butter scissors open up. We also let the differences between, we let our tax systems not provide equality. We let wealth get entirely out of hand, both in the United States and here, and elsewhere around the democratic world. So we injured the 3 Cs with another C, which is fundamentally complacency. We've become complacent. The short version of it is fat and happy. And we're really unwilling to let go of the idea of fat and happy, right? But we have to. And what part of this summit is designed to do is to remind ourselves that solutions, Florian mentioned the party political environment in which we operate. But you know what? Parties are not where the answers necessarily come from. So long have we failed to listen to our citizens, and John Austin is here, and he'll do a piece on industrial heartlands, where the pain is. We are asking change of our citizens, not at a pace they can handle, but at a pace that is so three-dimensional because we have failed them. We have failed them I was just at a conference where somebody said, oh, well, between demographic change and aging, Merkel chose aging. So here we are. 20 years ago, we talked about demographic change, and here we are. You can put this on the infrastructure system. You can put this on digitalization. We chose not to deal with the medium-term complex problems because they were hard. And because we did not have the kind of infrastructure and the kind of conversations that we need when you have a multiplicity of changes that's effectively three-dimensional, right? The 3 Ds that progressives initially thought would help in dealing with the international surround, defense, diplomacy, development, we effectively cut all 3, and especially those last 2, right? Those are the budget conversations we're having right now just down the street. And then we added to that legitimated dysfunction within our societies. So I give you, what is our work today? Is to get closer to where change can be affected, where trust can be measured, where trust can be restored. We're, again, in radical conversation. So I would add 1 C to the work that we have to do today and beyond these rooms. Radical creativity. Who are the seismographs of the change that we feel among our employees, among our societies, among the shifts, the tectonic shifts internally that, again, make us weak and vulnerable to the outside? The Chinese have a strategy to pick off our cities one by one. Shanghai has 300 people working for the city of Shanghai that is out there doing exploratory work to remake the urban environment of the entire world in the Chinese face. Do we have that? Are our cities confronted with those same challenges? Do they have somebody to call when major disruptive interventions come in, data packages are promised, data gets sent home to Beijing? Do they have someone to call? Is there an interlocution and interface in which cities and businesses that are so close to our people feed this information back so that we can do the kind of strategic policy making on the foreign policy side that would lead to capacity building among the 3 Cs? We do not. So one thing that I give you today, I think we have to have disruptive dialogues and radical honesty. Because in questions of society and pluralism, of openness and togetherness, we need to understand where the fears are, whether they're perceived, and we know that the other disinformation has changed radically the way that we see truth, honesty, and shape our perceptions. So in addition to those couple of C's, radical creativity today, radical honesty, and I think challenge every premise and realize that, again, in order to manifest the kind of change that we need now, based on the failings and the hubris that we allowed to creep into our systems, it's going to take not only a whole of government approach, it's going to take a whole of society approach, and in that sense, all of you are the Übertragsriemen we need in this world. So, thanks very much. We're open to your questions. We have a little bit of time, and then, of course, we're going to start our conversations in earnest. Thoughts, questions? This is the one time where the Harvard rule won't be enforced, where your voice has to go up at the end and it has to be a question. This is also the time for your radical manifesto on disruption.
Not so much a question, more of a comment.
No, yes. This is the one time in my 30 years in this job that I will allow comments happily. I'm always happy to sit with silence. I think it's a really healthy way to do that.
Florian, do you want to come in and say anything more about the idea itself and the paper?
Yeah. Well, I think I just mainly encourage others to come in and comment. I mean, what we discussed previously, and I think what's really interesting is see how this concept of progressive security is already coming alive, kind of politically, not just in the conversations that we're having in stages, but obviously across Europe. And you know, Jeremy, you hinted to it. You find examples in the paper. I mean, we reference quite heavily what's going on in the US with Bidenomics, which is obviously, Catherine talked a lot about FDR, you know, a kind of copy version of it, in a sense, and which tries to bring together the connection between domestic and foreign policy, bringing back jobs, bringing back investment in the industrial heartlands in the US, and trying to provide communities and regions with this sense of security. And obviously, kind of going forwards, I mean, we talk quite a bit in the paper also. Well, it comes quite naturally maybe to have a look at the UK at the moment, what's happening there with where Rachel Reeves, so the Shadow Chancellor, has been pushing for a concept called Securonomics, so connecting these bits of material security, but also with, I think we cite David Lammy in the paper, so the Shadow and Foreign Minister, with bringing forward a kind of realistic, pragmatic, progressive approach when it comes to foreign policy. So really bring these bits together on the paper, and I think it's worth kind of diving into these conversations also with all your different perspectives from different countries. So now we've got a few questions. Maybe we can hand the microphones. This mic's there as well.
Hello, I'm Ryan Wayne from the Tony Blair Institute. First of all, just to say, I thought that was an excellent analysis of the world that we're in, and it feels like the dial is shifting, and if that happens in this room, brilliant. So well done on that front. I was struck by Nigel Farage in the UK recently in a sort of lackadaisical way, sitting in front of a group of people, telling them that the reason why public services are on their knees in the UK, why education is broken, why the NHS is failing, is because of an explosion in population. And it struck me that that is probably, it's not grounded in fact, but that is probably to some voters the most credible reason why the public services are failing. And Jeremy, you said that we need to get answers on what are the root causes of insecurity, and I agree. I've also think we've got to make a distinction too, that the right, both the centre-right and the populist right, including Farage, they are campaigning on the causes. And I don't think we properly put a label around it. We need to do that, but I think we also need to make sure that we are strict on ourselves in terms of campaigning in solutions too. And I think this is where the progressive ecosystem has failed quite poorly, actually, that we don't have answers to these big challenges. We tend to go straight to the talking about the causes, and sometimes we borrow the language of the right and then go quite lazy on what the answers should be. And we mentioned today briefly technology, and we've said that was a threat, but actually we have to lean into the technological revolution, because that is where so many of the solutions to the challenges, yes, that have been caused by that, in part, lie today. I don't think we've yet fully embraced that as our raison d'etre, as the basis centre of what a sort of radical progressive manifesto could be that allows us to campaign in solutions.
Should we take a batch, Florian?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Let's have a couple more.
And one at the back.
Hi, I'm Max from the Federal Chancellery. So maybe not surprisingly, your framing kind of resonates with me. Maybe mainly in, you know, you talked about like an epidemic, and there is some kind of epidemic of pessimism among progressives in Germany at the moment, I would say. There's kind of this idea that we kind of tried reform and there's so much backfire and people don't really want it, so we better stop trying. And that's why I find it really, you know, like revitalizing and energizing that you allude to FDR, and it kind of, we've been in this situation before, it has been done before, and it's kind of, the challenge at hand is as tough as it is at the moment, you know, and I think this is like a very positive frame in a way, and I think it helps us in a way to have the right kind of conversations in the next 2 days. And I really liked your questioning all the premises and radical honesty, because I think also on the side of the progressive, there's some kind of, you know, Lebenslügen, as you would say in Germany, and we have to really look ourselves into the eyes regarding these kind of Lebenslügen. Yeah.
Do we have another?
Yep. Just
yes.
Hi, Deborah Cole from The Guardian. Catherine, I was thinking about what you were saying about, you know, the radical honesty that is going to be necessary if progressives are going to make any progress. I mean, we're heading into a UK election where, you know, Labour can expect a sort of thumping, you know, majority, and we'll have a window to make some ambitious changes to address the enormous problems. And in Germany here, we have, you know, a three-way coalition that there's the perception that it can really only offer the lowest common denominator. And I think going forward with the rise of smaller parties in Germany, you're going to, you know, keep having this fractured system that is going to create, you know, governments with smaller majorities and often three-way, you know, coalitions. That's going to make it very, very difficult here to really address, you know, some of the enormous problems here. So I was wondering if I think, you know, obviously Jeremy, you can also, you know, speak to that contrast as someone who knows Germany well.
Oh, we got one in the way back.
Thank you. Anya Rock, working on just transitions. I was just, you were talking a lot how we're failing citizens and societies, and I was wondering, in the spirit of radical honesty, who do you mean by we? Because I think we tend to make this broad tent, and I think it's important to specify that, and maybe also to refer to positive framing. Do we have some ideas, some leaders, communities, movements that are taking place now that you think are not failing people or are giving them hope? Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank God for an optimistic
question. One more in the
there at
middle,
the
just
end.
before we...
Okay.
Daria Ivleva, working at Delphi on climate topics. And I think what you said resonated with me a lot, because we went sort of from this years of complacency, or when I say we, in this sense, Germany and other European countries maybe, but specifically Germany, went from complacency to crisis directly, right? So I was talking to people maybe 7 years ago, and they didn't want to listen to me when I was talking about climate because everything was fine. And now they don't want to listen to me because nothing is fine.
Right.
So either way, they're not interested. And so my question resonates actually with some of the remarks here. So what are, from your perspective, some of the entry points in terms of narratives and visions and positive things that you can give, or we all can give other people who are not yet convinced? So I'm not only worried about the pessimism a bit among progressives, but I'm also more worried about the pessimism amidst the people who we are trying to convince. And so how do you, if somebody went from complacency to crisis, how do you convince? And maybe you have some examples, because honestly, I have been failing in my conversations with people who are not already sort of on our side in the climate boat, or whatever you want to call it. I'd be really interested if you have some examples.
Okay, you want to start?
Okay, sure. Yes, I'll pick off a couple, and then please come in on whatever you'd like. I mean, to the point about migration, I mean, I did think about including it in my initial presentation, but I decided not to, because it seems to me it is fundamentally a symptom of the underlying causes that I spoke about. But communicating that fact and telling that story of migration as the symptom of an insecure world is a big comms and framing challenge in front of progressives. And I mean, I really don't want to stand up here like some sort of all-seeing oracle. So that's a direction in which you could go. I'll say no more. Another direction in which you could go on the migration front is to look at things like sponsorship-led approaches. So this is something that's been pioneered in a number of countries, most notably Canada, where you work with communities to sponsor groups or individuals that can move and integrate and be welcomed, so that you actually sort of match supply with demand a bit better. So again, not sure if it's the answer, but it might be a good direction. On the point about drawing strength from times of adversity, there I think we can actually learn a lesson from the failures, at least in Europe, to learn the lessons of the Eurozone crisis. Unfortunately, we've had to, in more recent years, learn those lessons later than I think was absolutely necessary. So a good education in learning from crisis and taking the sort of urgency that comes when you have a crisis and using it for good. Deborah, on your question about Germany, I mean, absolutely. And I mean, I would particularly point here to that capacity pillar of progressive security, because Germany has such a low public investment rate. The debt brake is, as we're seeing in the negotiations now, such a limitation for a progressive project in Germany, that kind of making those sort of multifarious coalitions, particularly ones like the federal one dedicated to modernization, work. You need to sort of look at that. I think that's probably enough from me. Catherine, do you want to come in?
Okay, so this is so interesting. The migration, or the demographic point, is such an interesting one, because you so rarely phrase that in an opportunity narrative. I mean, it became crystal clear, obviously, during Brexit. And I remember when I lived in the UK, I rented an apartment with a power shower, and I kept asking myself, what on earth is that? It turns out it's just a normal shower. But it's not one that I have to connect to the faucet first and have to do all sorts of things. And thank God Polish plumbers came over and fixed that problem for me and the rest of the UK. And I say this because, of course, when they left, quote unquote, in terms of Brexit, we didn't tell a story of progress in terms of border opening. And now we're at a phase, because, again, those are sort of opportunities that we missed in terms of people that we can bring into the society, really open questions about how much pluralism and how much difference can we sustain and can we maintain? Because that's really behind it, right? How much difference can we engage with? Because we know that engaging in difference is hard. It's also hard on an intergenerational front. It's hard all across the board. And acknowledging first and foremost that is difficult, right? Instead of saying, in the Heartlands piece, or in our industrial transformation, where we're saying, oh, actually, you worked in the coal mines all your life, you know what? Be different. Right? You were here, and this was your community, and this was all you were used to. Actually, now be different. So we have to, part of the radical creativity part also starts with radical empathy and like sort of getting to the fact where the fear factor is, because of course these narratives will change over time. In the United States, you're now, from one presidential candidate hearing the Christian white narrative. Well, why is part of that, a way that people can claw onto that logic? Because now people are in the Christian white club who never were. The Italians, the Irish, the Catholics. When they arrived in the United States, they weren't white. They were different. Now they're in the club, and because power in demographic terms in the United States, because again, the Republican Party, unless you're manipulating the system and you're creating systemic change, they cannot win the country. Okay? That's what's going on. And that is what the program is behind, or the system, the strategy behind the Trump administration, because of how radically the country is changing. So the minute those kind of differences get obscured so that you're feeding a power narrative, that's when you have a cauldron of trouble. So part of what you need to, and this gets back to this point about who, the narrative thing is not unimportant, right? That's what separates us from monkeys. We need a story here. Who do we want to be? What do we want to be? And those are the chances that you now see in a UK campaign, and where that's been done well in previous American campaigns. It's harder, obviously, to do the minute you have a system that's designed for a multi-party infrastructure. Because then, as we're seeing now, halfway through the administration, everybody's already hedging for the next election. And so nobody's willing to get on board with a totally cohesive narrative because, I don't know, is that going to line up with the next folks I might have to partner with? That's much harder. But that is what, our voters are asking for. Where are we going? We're speculating that Rishi Sunak called the general election because it would fall in the middle of the Euro, and then maybe if, they do well enough, that would give us enough national cohesion. Those things are important. We know that those things are important, right? What are we for? What are we for as a country? What is Germany's role in the world? If you read any of the party manifestos that have come out more recently, totally unclear still. And I think that's kind of where we need to be moving. The question about party is who's the we? It's the party political elites. It's all of us that are part of that structure. And so when we go and try to convince people of seeing it our way, more often than not, we're not doing a good job of listening. We're not doing a good job of asking a lot of open-ended questions to figure out where it really hurts. And only from that point of departure can you build back up. We are all, and me included, so type A that our initial idea is to always go to the solution and then try to, where we perceive as the solution, and try to convince people that we're right. Because that has something to do with our self-image, right? And our capacity, and our role, and our power in society. All of these questions are linked by questions of power, individual and collective. And so this is where, that's what I meant. We need sort of a radical new approach to humility. Part of the reason why Obama, in his election campaign in 2008, brought all those people out to the Siegessäule, because part of the messaging was, I don't have it all figured out, but I have all of you. One big collective enterprise, right? And that's just in how you organize that. All of you have been in grassroots politics. All of you have been in grassroots campaigns. That is harder than anything. Nothing is harder than to work with humans. But I think that's the whole ask and task of this time. And not, again, to proselytize and to give people the wisdom. It is to be closer and to listen more and to listen better. So I would be the last person to give advice on how to convince people of one thing or another. You have to listen better. And we have to admit that we've gotten it wrong. This is something that's extremely different in political cultures. Americans are better at this, Anglo-Saxons are better at this, Germans are terrible at this, right? And so, but think about your interpersonal interactions. When you admit that you've made a mistake, when you admit that you've done things wrong, when you humble yourself, Is that a different conversation right away or what? So I think that's part of what needs to be in that conversation, because the complexity, as Jeremy pointed out, is so rife. Everybody understands it's complex. That's why you saw voter participation in the European election tick up everywhere. People get that something is going on and they want to be a part of it, but they don't know what it means, and so they're freaked out, and so they're much more liable to give their vote to some place that's just going to, pretend to put an end to this, whatever this is. So that's an opportunity. That's a radical opportunity. So, it has to be our work has to be intergenerational. It has to be urban. It has to bring people into the conversation. I spent yesterday with businesses all over North Rhine-Westphalia who are engaged in the United States and who will tell you lots of different stories about what's going on in the US. Are we listening to all these different folks? We are perpetuating Einstein's idea of idiocy is where we keep going on in the same way. Our party structures, we're not breaking them apart, we're not letting other people in, and we expect different results. Well, I hate to tell you, they're not going to come. So it's the time to do the hard work and to get back into the game, or as FDR and others would say, to get back into the arena.
Very well said.
You can stay. Thank you very much for this very energetic introduction. Catherine, Jeremy, Florian, thank you for setting the scene and teasing our taste for some more progressive policies. You can read the paper, and you can read Florian's op-ed in The Guardian that was published yesterday. And we invite you to engage in conversations. But before we continue with the program, I would like to share some practical informations with you, which are as important as the policy dimension of our conversation, of our event. So first point is that, as you can see, we have an ambitious program with different sessions. Some sessions will be taking place here in the main stage. Others will be taking place somewhere else. There will be breakout sessions. The forum is here on the right side, and the boardroom is upstairs. I will be each time announcing which session takes place where. At the end of the session and at the beginning of the sessions, I will be also reminding you about it. So make sure where you're heading and where you want to go. Second, this part of the event is a closed one. We will be, however, opening for the midsummer reception at 7 p.m. to let some more people in, to invite the Berlin crowd. So we also use this opportunity to make some new contacts and mingle with Berlin policy and politics bubble. Third point, social media, of course. Please use the hashtag PGS24. You're free to tweet and post about what we are talking about. There's no Chatham House rule. Spread the progressive word. Housekeeping. Das Progressive Zentrum is committed to creating safe spaces. We want everybody to feel embraced and respected, and please follow this rule. Be kind, agree to disagree, wait for your turn. If you feel uncomfortable or you see unexpected or unaccepted behavior, there is awareness team that can be immediately addressed. And if you have any other questions, you can just reach out to the team of Das Progressive Zentrum, and they will happily answer all your questions. Last but not least, please be punctual, because we would like to keep the schedule for the day. The day is long. Therefore, the more important that we are on time everywhere that we should be. Now we have a break till 11, and we continue with the first session block. And the first session block is the first round of breakout sessions. And here at the main stage, we will be talking about fostering innovation and social progress, the role of AI in strengthening European sovereignty. In the forum, technology question. In the forum, from anxiety to action, empowering the youth in the fight against the climate crisis and for democracy. That's a session co-designed with the Heinrich Böll Foundation. And in the boardroom, it's a session by invitation only, in cooperation with the Bertelsmann Stiftung. And it's Change is in the Air, Shaping EU-UK Relations in the Post-Brexit Era. Very fascinating topics. Make your choice and see you back at 11. Thank you.
friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
And welcome after the break, a very short break, but I hope you still have energy to continue. And just a quick reminder, Forum from Anxiety to Action Empowering the Youth. Boardroom, that's the by invitation only session. Change is in the year shaping the EU-UK relations. And here at the main stage, we will be talking about fostering innovation and social progress, the role of AI in strengthening European sovereignty. And we have an excellent chair, excellent expert to moderate the session. Please welcome Corinna Wissach, who is a journalist focused on digital policy of the EU from Europe Table. Corinna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our Chancellor was very brief, so welcome from me too to Berlin. And I'd like to also welcome my panelists, which is Michael Schönstein, Head of General Digital Policy, Federal Chancellery of Germany. Please come to the stage. He is also, please take the first. He is also co-chair of the OECD AI Expert Group on AI Futures. And he was pointing out that futures is very important. Maybe he can talk about that later on. We have Paula Cipierre. She's Director of Data Ethics and Innovation at Ada Learning. That is a platform for personal growth and organizational development that facilitates collaboration towards a more digital and sustainable future. And previously, she was head of privacy and public policy at Palantir Technologies. Sounds like a very interesting job. And last but not least, I welcome Thomas Ramge. He is a non-fiction author and keynote speaker and moderator. And his books and lectures describe and reflect the force of change of technology and digitalization in almost every sphere of life. And we have Kim Spartanek. I will introduce her later when you can see her, because she is here virtually and will be with us in a moment. And Thomas, he will start with a new study that he did together with the Progressive Zentrum. So we have some food for our conversation afterwards. So Thomas, the stage is yours.
Hope so. Then I provide some food for thought. Thank you very much for choosing this session, in which I will give you a very, very brief sneak preview on what will be published in our study beginning of July. The question we are addressing in that study is, what would a good future with AI look like? And we've, in the very first session, already heard quite a bit on how important optimistic future narratives are in order to sort of picture something positive in the future that we can work to, that we can aim for. Let me start with basically asking that question in a little reframed way to you. Who of you thinks that artificial intelligence will improve its personal life, let's say, in a time frame of 5 to 10 years? I mean, give and take. We know there are negative aspects, but after all, if you sum it up, will it be more positive? So I would say 2/3, possibly more than half empty the glass, who think it'll be no. After all, the negative aspects will prevail. Yeah, that's few. That's very few. That's, I would say about 10 to 15%. Anyone who doesn't know, say it'll be probably balanced. I don't know. Who will know? Whatever. Future is difficult to predict. You on the safe side? From the standpoint of today, however, this is not how Germany is voting about it. For this study, we've done a quite big poll asking, or survey, asked about 5,000 people. What do you think? we ask in many dimensions, and that was the broadest questions, just as I ask you. And no, I can say that's only the tip of the iceberg. The whole poll we did is entirely negative. Through all demographics, through all educational levels, through all age, through East, West, Germans don't expect much from artificial intelligence, at least not much good of it. And I don't know, Max, in your question in the first session, you introduced the word Lebenslügen, as you would probably like to see that word as being becoming a loan word from German in the English language, a German loan word, just like Zeitgeist or Fahrvergnügen, or possibly Fortschrittspessimismus. I mean, that's what we're experts in, aren't we? So, all the native English, you might import that word made in Germany to the English language. Our study is definitely backing the language, but of course, it's not only about being pessimistic of the future prospects of artificial intelligence, particularly, or technology, advanced technology, data-rich technology, more in general. But even more in general, there is a huge problem we have, possibly not only in Germany, how future narratives can do what they were meant to do. Picture a future that we can aim for and that we can work towards. And, well, that is a very, very well-argued, interesting, original essay. It's just been published 2 weeks ago in Die Zeit, German weekly, from one of possibly right now most renowned, most acclaimed sociologist, Andreas Reckwitz, who basically says, trying to condense it in a nutshell, that long and very well-argued essay, is that the problem about future narratives is that they are not credible anymore. That they don't feel credible because they haven't delivered in the last decade. And in the times of polar crisis, of polarization, and all the huge problems we are facing right now, the security crisis, of course, it's not credible to be optimistic about progress anymore. And Andreas reverses it, or at least reframes it, is by saying that we have to admit, in order to tell credible future narratives, we can only claim that we might be able to defend the progress of the past. That this would be a credible narrative in general. That liberal democracies will at least not regress. It's not what we like to hear. It's an interesting argument. I'm not 100% sure yet to what extent I would agree. But what I'm sure of is that this is not true for technology. How would a good future with ample of AI in application look like? Well, it would be right in many senses, and we can prove it from the data points of the present. We already see that in work and business. If AI systems are well applied, they foster automation, and these smart idiot savants of little AI agents relieve our daily work from routine work that we don't like to do. We know already that, yes, with AI well applied in work and business, we can find one solution towards the huge demographic challenges we have, because they are automation machines, and if we use them well, they will help us against the demographic trap we are in. There's no doubt that AI systems, well trained and well applied, will foster progress in health. They already do. I mean, I would not go anymore to a dermatologist who's not using that camera with the clever AI algorithms in it, testing if that dark dot on my arm might turn into a maligna. No, they're good. We know that if well applied, AI can make the health system more efficient. It can detect fraud in the health systems. It can help doctors to do better diagnosis and to prescribe better therapies. We already know right now that there are smart AI systems that can help students to become better in math. That work well, where you do basically part of the classroom is doing the exercises in that systems, in that gamified AI ed-tech teaching assistants. They progress on the pace they need because the AI always gives them the exercise they need at the right level, nudging them into keep on learning, while the other part of the classroom is doing peer learning in the group with a teacher which has more time for the rest of them. It's very obvious, no doubt about it. We just have to use them the right way. And it is very obvious that in public administration, of course, AI systems can foster progress in the sense to make administration faster, cheaper, more reliable, more accessible, if we apply them well. Well, yeah, we're in Germany, I know. Not sure if applying AI in public administration will be really our strong suit, but, I mean, we're starting from very low level. So in that sense, we can be optimistic. That'll be better. And actually, optimism was nothing new. FDR has been quoted this morning. Who knows that fellow? He's not an expert in public administration of the 1950s. Hey, progressives, that's your philosopher. That's Ernst Bloch. That's the guy who basically said that if we are able to build in our minds a positive and optimistic picture of the future, we'll have something that he called die konstruktive Kraft der konkreten Utopie. The constructive power of a concrete utopia or utopian vision. And, well, I know it's hard to still associate with the term or with the term utopia in these times of public crises, but the fundamentals are still true. And the good thing about technology is, if you look at the present, there is plenty of data. There's plenty of proof that we have lots of causes for rational tech optimism. And that tech optimism and technology and fostering innovation and progress with technology is not naivete. And it's not only about, like Andreas Reckwitz said, only defending the progress of the past and seeing that as a success, as much as I have to admit that in many contexts he might have a point. But for technology, no. The funny thing about progress with technology is it's a progressive narrative that can prove to be and step by step become true. Because funny enough, the proof of concepts are built in. The systems themselves, if they are well designed, give us the data that are a proof point that things are getting better and that not worse, and that there's no still stand, as Andreas is sort of defining as the new goal. there was a single optimistic sort of reply in our larger data set that we had. We also asked our panel, 5,000 people in Germany, do you feel threatened by AI in the sense that AI is eating your work, that they're going to take away your job? So, self-confident, at least. I mean, that is very much aligned with the sort of the study data that we get right now from labor science, that no, for most people, there's no immediate threat that AI will take away their jobs. But when I've seen that answer, being 80% of the people being optimistic, no, that doesn't concern me, as the only optimistic regard or the only optimistic view on artificial intelligence, it sort of sounds a bit like asking car drivers if they consider themselves to be over average good drivers. And I think there always you get 80% of people who are convinced they are. Any statisticians in the room? I'm not, but I think that can't be true. But what I am convinced of is the future with AI will be bright. If intelligent humans use AI in intelligent ways, and progressives should aim to do so even more. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I would like to add that I think there could be a bright future of AI, but only if we find a European way to do it and not follow the other countries who are in the lead right now. I'd like to introduce Kim to the panel, if that's possible. Hi, hello, Kim.
Hey.
Hi, Kim van Sparentak. She is from the Netherlands. She's part of the Greens. She was in the European Parliament in the last mandate and has just been re-elected, so congratulations on that. And she was a co-rapporteur for the AI Act, so she knows every word in all the more 400 plus pages of the AI Act. So that brings me to the point that I forgot at the beginning. We will open the discussion shortly before the end, so you will have the chance to ask questions. So please be prepared and have your questions ready when the time is up. So let's start with our discussion. Paula, giving the negative perception of AI among the public, could you provide a counter-argument on why AI is essential for global competitiveness and maintaining our sovereignty?
Well, it's starting with the big guns here. Well, I mean, I think that before we even reach the conversation about AI, right, there's a lot that needs to be done both on the side of technical infrastructure and the social environment for AI applications to succeed. Maybe anecdotally, a couple of years ago, I wrote a paper about COVID-19 contact tracing applications, right, where the idea was, well, it's a smart idea, like if you were in contact with somebody, right, like obviously like message it out, right, and then like if you know you were in contact with somebody, stay at home, right? Sounds great in theory. However, obviously, if you live in a social system where if you don't go to work, you lose your job, right? The incentives, or like you need to get paid, right? Then the incentive structure is such that you simply cannot afford not to go to work, right? So then the technical system breaks down because the social infrastructure doesn't allow you to actually sort of like align with the technology, so to speak. So actually we need to think probably in the reverse, right? What changes should and can we implement now at a social level, right? And what kind of technical infrastructure do we need such that we can reach this future that Thomas outlined? And I see on the social side, for instance, if you talk about schools, right? Or if you talk about healthcare as well, AI will not work if you don't have a solid data foundation, right? You need representative data, you need a harmonized data infrastructure, you need to be able to test your data for bias, which is also requirements obviously in the AI Act, which is great. But a lot of institutions are not yet there at that point, right? And then if you throw AI into that mix, it's not going to work, or it will be dangerous. So I think we need to do our homework first, right, before we can sort of like throw AI in the mix. Like AI is not a purpose in itself, and we need a data foundation that can support it. And I think even more importantly, we need to think about, and I think this is great, it's actually exciting, it's an opportunity to think about the kind of society we want to live in. If AI can actually fundamentally alleviate a lot of the work burden, right, can we think about a different structure for all of us to work, right? Can we actually focus on more creative tasks? I think I saw a post somewhere by someone who said, like, I don't want AI writing the poetry while I'm at home doing the dishes, right? Is that the future we want, right? And also, if you think about the fact that AI can automate a lot of knowledge work, right? Does that mean, on the other hand, that we will cherish a lot of the physical manual work more? Will we pay caretakers more? Because that's the kind of work that AI cannot replace, right? So I think I endorse the vision. The technology is there. The technology is not the problem. But the technical and social infrastructure needs to be built first such that AI can actually sort of like create that bright future that I think we would all want.
So that brings me to you, Michael, because, well, that's it's the government who has to frame the implementation of AI. We cannot use the enormous potentials of AI, for example, in medicine administration and economy in general, when we don't have the right implementation. So what is going on in the Chancellery preparing the society for AI?
Well, I think when you speak of preparing society, also with view to the guiding questions optimally, I think we need to be a bit careful with that, because societal preferences are evolving, ever evolving. So I would say our view on that is we need to explain, to experiment, and to experience AI in Germany and enable that. What I mean by this is when we look at explaining AI, I think it is very important to us that when artificial intelligence is used, it is transparent that an AI is used, what it can do, what it cannot do. I think that is true, especially in the public administration. That is one of the reasons why you will see that several sectoral guidelines already exist. I myself used to work in the Labor Ministry, where we developed a couple of years ago already guidelines for the application of artificial intelligence in social administration. This is now also being followed up for the overall federal administration. I think this is very important because it sets out clearly that we make always transparent when AI is used, and also we limit very clearly AI to certain decision support tools, guaranteeing human oversight always. I think that's anyway a legal principle we have, but it makes that very clear. And I would also like to say, perhaps also reacting to Thomas, one thing you mentioned, using AI in the public sector. I mean, there are hundreds of AI applications at use today in federal public administration in Germany. And I think that's often a bit overlooked. I invite you all to check out the parliamentary questions we get every year from Anke Domscheit-Berg and the response to that. It's all in there. It's a lengthy list. We're transforming that into a database that's a bit easier to handle. But I think that is important when it comes, anyway, to the explaining part. Experimentation, then, I think, is also important. We need to foster more possibilities to use AI concretely. That's true for businesses. I think the provisions in the AI Act around sandboxing are very promising there. We're working on that. We have started work on that long before the AI Act. We're also running a number of initiatives to enable civil society organizations to experiment with AI, designing, deploying their own AI solutions. I think that is tremendously important as well. And of course, we're trying to create as many experiments as possible within the public sector as well. And through that brings me to my third point. I think we also create more and more experience with AI. I think this is also something we need to look at, and especially looking at the results here. The more concrete applications I think people can interact with that solve a concrete problem in their daily work life, the more we will get a positive connotation with using artificial intelligence. And indeed, what we find is that there's a number of surveys around attitudes to artificial intelligence that also put Germany in comparison with other countries. When we see results like that, my first hunch is always, okay, this seems pessimistic, but is it actually more pessimistic or less pessimistic than elsewhere? And just in the past week, for example, we had the OECD present a comprehensive review of Germany's AI ecosystem in international comparison that stated the positive attitude, the relatively positive attitudes of German workers compared to those in other industrialized countries are a key strength of Germany in the AI space. So, you know, it's important to square results like that, I think, with an international comparison. And I think that as more and more people experience artificial intelligence, more and more of these positive attitudes are going to grow through our population.
Yeah, I'm explaining AI. I think that's a very valid point, and I'm very curious how Chancellor Olaf Scholz will explain how he's using AI. Thomas, what do you think? Michael just said that workers have a positive attitude versus AI. What is your explanation why for the pessimistic results you get in your data? Do you have any idea on that?
First of all, it's an optimistic sign that not all polls seem to to lead to the same results. But actually, also the questions we were asking on work and business were as negative as the other ones. Well, it could. Well, first of all, it could be that if Germany becomes European champion, the poll would have been turned out much better. So you always have that context. You always have a context of a general, rather pessimistic attitude, and then there's a poll popping up on your screens, and then basically all the negative aspects that have been very present in the German debate on AI pop back up in your mind, and then obviously you put your cross there, the negative.
So you don't trust your own data?
No, well, no. Well, I know that polls are contradictory, and Michael was just saying that. In an OECD poll, it hasn't been as bad as not relatively to the others. But no, I think it is very valid data. Well, I mean, if you want a scientific answer on your question, I can't tell. We haven't asked for the reasons why the people were responding so negatively. But if you look at, I mean, the debate that we are having on AI, if you look at the public discussion, how often, I mean, the negative aspects from it'll take away your work to you have all the privacy and data issues within, up to at some point we have an artificial general intelligence which will be malignant and then either kill us or at least use us as pets. Well, that obviously sticks to the minds of people responding.
So, Paula, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, because I mean, I was struck in your survey that workers, right, were not as pessimistic about AI, right, and that might actually be different in other European countries. And I think there's actually something, or perhaps it might be indicative of something that Germany can actually be extremely proud of, namely the system of co-determination, right, where you do also have works councils in boards, right. That's also one of the reasons why actually German factories came through the pandemic much more successfully, because workers' councils were able to have a say with regards to the design of the factory floors and how workers would be able to interact in those settings as well. So maybe one of the reasons is that we have a functioning social security system. But then I think, again, we come to the point of communication, right? These are aspects of our country and our history and our social system, you know, so it's something that the social democrats should rightly be proud of, right? How can we then reconceptualize the strengths that we have in the age of AI, where probably not jobs as such will be replaced, right, but certain aspects of your job will be automated, right? Other areas you may have to also seek further education that should be framed as an opportunity, right? So I think a lot of it is, how do we shape the narrative? How can we make sure that we maintain aspects of our social infrastructure that we can legitimately be proud of without, however, stepping on the same spot, right? Because we also need to evolve. And it's true, of course, that right now, other countries, I think at least at the business level, right, are more successful than Germany, right? And other European countries. At the level of research, Germany is exceptionally strong. But I think translating that into viable business models and now also obviously navigating the new regulatory environment, I think that will be challenging.
And I think it's very important also to educate the people, to take them with on the journey. So Kim, we were talking about Germany all the time. Do we need a European solution to these challenges that we face?
Yeah, I think that would be smarter because we know that there are a few reasons why we are actually not succeeding in having European champions. And one of them is that we don't, put our funding very clearly and make decisions and choosing in what kind of AI we want to Europe to thrive in. So it's very important that we actually, start working together better and really foster the AI industry very clearly. And I think doing that on a European level is the only way, making sure we have enough funding available. If you look at how much money is invested in the United States, how much money is invested in China, that's where we lack. We lack in making sure we have harmonization in the single market. So that's something we should foster. And that's why it also would make a lot of sense to actually, on a European level, make sure we have rules for how you can deal with algorithmic management in the workflow, but also to make sure that we have funding, dedicated funding, to make sure that we have good digital players. And I think one of the things that are often discussed is just like, we also want to have a big digital player, but we have to understand that that actually means that we can set the stage as well. For now, we are known as the continent that knows how to regulate, and I think we are very good at that. I'm very proud of the AI Act. I think it's a very good start in regulating artificial intelligence. But now we also have to see how we can foster our own alternatives that are in line with the ethical ideas that we have on artificial intelligence. And by doing so, we can actually make a standard, but also become more digitally sovereign. Because this is, I think, one of the things that I find it very interesting to hear, the optimism versus pessimism. I think the thing is that people are not good at looking at the future. I mean, I also worked a lot on climate change. We are just not that good at imagining what the future will look like. But we know what's happening right now. We know that there has been scandals with artificial intelligence, and we know what it actually means if, there's a few very big digital corporations deciding everything on the internet, for example. The amount of people that are worried about, their kids being online continuously, the amount of people that are worried about polarization, about the fact that we don't really understand each other anymore, that you don't know what's true anymore in our society. Those are very heavily linked to digitization and thus also to artificial intelligence. And I think by making sure that we have some European alternatives towards a few very big, only profit-focused companies that we have on the other side of the ocean, I think it's very important to make sure that we have trust, and also that we make sure that it will be an optimistic future. Because I found it interesting actually to hear the questions. I think a year ago I was more optimistic on what artificial intelligence could do for everyone in society. But if you see how the progress is going, where also the big players in the AI field are moving towards, they are just going for quick profit again, as they usually do in the digital field. And they're not looking at who can actually, keep up, can make sure that we actually, all benefit from the things that we could benefit from the AI revolution. And I think that is extremely important. And if we don't manage to get to a point where we have European alternatives and make sure that those big corporations are not only, keep stealing all our data and making profit without actually providing tools that we need that could make our societies better, then I also don't see that we have a very optimistic future for everyone.
Can you tell us what are the key elements in the AI Act that lead us to this better future that you just described?
Well, I'm not so sure if the AI Act does that, because it's the only, it's the first regulation we have, right? It's the first Artificial Intelligence Act. It's absolutely crucial we have it, and I think we can be very proud that we have it in Europe. But what the AI Act does, it sets standards on how artificial intelligence is made, making sure it's not biased, making sure that it's safe, and that's why we also have different categories. We have certain things such as biometric mass surveillance, of which we say we don't want that on the market. That goes too far. That's too risky. We have things that are high risk. If you use it in a power plant, if you use it in legal procedures, you have to make sure that you fulfill certain standards. And then we also have, of course, the generative AI, what most people talk about the most. The ChatGPTs, they also have to make sure that it's not biased and that they do extra security checks and impact assessments to see whether they pose a threat. But what the AI Act doesn't do is tell you how to use it. You were talking about transparency. That's a provision in the AI Act. We have to be transparent on the fact that we use it, but not how we use it. That's the debate we need to have right now. We need to have the debate on, are corporations just allowed to use any type of artificial intelligence under the guise of health and safety? Or should we have, indeed, as you were already saying, sorry, I forgot your name, more discussion with employees on whether they actually want their managers to know whether they type fast enough and finish emails in one go. So I think the Artificial Intelligence Act is a very important baseline and make sure that we can trust the systems, but the whole discussion on how we can make sure who benefits, who thrives, that's the next step. And I really hope that we're not all going to be like, oh, we have an AI Act now, everything will be fine, because then I think that positive future is a bit further away than we would like.
Yes, thank you. Michael, you wanted to respond on that?
Mostly yes, and also to the first to the point before. I really agree with what Kim said. I think I would just like to underline that if we talk about, if you like, deficiencies of what we're looking at in frontier AI technologies right now, with view to their social benefits or lack thereof, I think we need to be aware that their roots are in oligopolistic online markets for e-commerce, for social media advertising, and for cloud services. And out of these structures, we see capital and data structures that then combine to produce the type of technologies we're looking at today, specifically foundation models, large language models. That is what I'm referring to most here. Of course, if you are a company that can, through its design of services, direct very carefully how data is generated, how well structured that data arrives at your company, then you have an easier time using large amounts of data than others have. And if on top of that you can extract oligopolistic rents from your business, then clearly you also have funding to do things that are expensive. So obviously, if I were in a position like that, I would say, yes, I would do that too, because it's a logical business decision to say, right, by pursuing AI methods that require a lot of data and a lot of methods, you increase the barriers of entry for competition. So that's quite a logical market development that we're seeing here. If then we're right now talking about, you said you're a bit more pessimistic today than you were a year and a half or two ago. That's around about the time when everybody noticed generative AI's potential, I think. That is not a coincidence. So if we're unhappy with that and we want to change the trajectory of technological development in artificial intelligence, I think we need to look at the market structures that are behind that and address those. So when we say we want a European solution, I would just like to underline that that does not mean we want a European, and now pick and choose any GAFAM company name. We rather want a different market structure altogether for digital. That will also bring about very different types of companies, maybe smaller ones, that produce different types of artificial intelligence. So I think this is just something I wanted to underline and for everyone to keep in mind.
So we don't need European champions. Paula.
I think what a European champion is different maybe from what American or Chinese-based champion looks like. And perhaps a European champion in AI is already here and working in a sector that already exists and already does its job.
Okay, very mysterious. Paula, what's your take on that?
No, so many interesting points. Actually, maybe to say something sort of positive from the innovation point of view about the AI Act as well, right? One thing that I find actually very interesting is that ultimately in the scramble towards December 6th, like one of the framings that was put into the AI Act with regards to general purpose AI models, right, was the kind of distinction between the regular ones and the ones that come with systemic risk. And the way that definition was made, it was based essentially, now like sort of simplifying, right, on the floating operators, how resource intensive those are, right? So actually this in and of itself might spur innovation in Europe as well, right, with regards to more resource-effective AI models that actually don't need this amount of data, right? And we already have this kind of research, for instance, at TU Munich, around Professor Björn Ommer with regards to stable diffusion. There are sort of like open source developments in this as well, right? So this, I think, is actually a really interesting element of the AI Act, spurring innovation towards a more resource-friendly and also like a more data-moderate kind of way. But then at the same time, I also agree with you, Kim, that at the level of funding, right, and sort of like spurring, like really driving the ecosystem ahead, the AI Act does not meet this requirement. And I sometimes think it is interesting to look across the pond as well. If you look at the executive order that President Biden published last fall, right, this, I think, is a really interesting example where there are also elements in the executive order that manage risk, right? But there's also a very clear narrative and stance from the executive in the United States saying this is something we need to do. AI is good. We need to foster the AI innovation ecosystem. We need to spur migration in this field, right? We're going to put a lot of money into this, and we lack this in Europe, and it's a huge problem. And you know, oftentimes we speak about polarization in the US, and rightly so, right? But that's across political parties. And if we look at the German example now, we are, I mean, like, in the US, at least like in the executive branch, you know, Biden published the executive order, all the sort of like departments can follow suit. We don't have that luxury in Germany, right? How can we still, however, sort of create a positive vision of what AI can achieve, create a narrative from the top as well, right? And I miss this somehow in Germany, where we essentially say, you know what, which is what the executive order says, in every single ministry in Germany, every single sort of like government department, you need an excuse not to use AI. Why don't we get this from the chancellery or whoever is in charge, whoever can coordinate this between three parties, right? Where everybody feels, okay, we have a collective purpose, we don't need the bickering. We all have an interest across political parties to pull on one string and drive this forward. And you know what? Maybe it won't even be AI. Maybe it just means that like under the umbrella of AI, we finally create the infrastructure that we actually need to like use AI applications successfully. But there's a sense of common purpose, this kind of moonshot that also brings us out of this sort of negative narrative sort of spiral that we're currently in Germany. Because I think we could do that.
Okay, that's yeah. I'm listening, but yeah, I'm not very optimistic that this is going to happen. But I think transparency is one important point in this to convince people to use AI or not to be afraid of AI. What do you think, Thomas? How we can bring people?
Is transparency the most important aspect? Or could you claim that, yes, we have this AI Act, it's important. It's important that we know that the AIs we are using are compliant with what the AI Act is defining, and transparency is part of it, safety is part of it. But wouldn't it be more important to feel how they help, how they relieve us in many senses, how useful they are? And shouldn't we talk more about that? Instead of always talking about, just as we had with the privacy, the 10 years ongoing debate, and we are so great in regulating privacy issues in Europe, but well, after and not really putting more focus on how can digital technology users, assuming that of course all the technology we are using is compliant with EU regulation. So it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, I totally agree that we need that, that basic regulation, but more as a hygienic factor to then put much more emphasis how we can make technology a progressive force. How we can ensure that the technology that is available, great if it comes from Europe, but if it comes from the US and the US technology is compliant with your EU regulation, fine, we should use that, as we do, of course, anyways. And I mean, coming back to the headline of our discussion here, technology sovereignty, I mean, yes, we often discuss it solely under the perspective it can be only sovereign if it comes from Europe. technology sovereignty can also be defined as making particularly competent use of technology that is produced somewhere else, as long as it is safe and transparent and so forth. And I mean, right now in this discussion, we have sort of, okay, I made that big optimistic claim, but since then we are mainly talking about the problems, the restrictions, regulation. We have not talked about the huge potential in order to make lives better, of which 70% of you are convinced that it will. But it only will if we really make ample use of it. Also in the sense of competitive advantage. We have to make more intelligent use of it than others. If not, it's just a zero-sum game in terms of economic competition and so forth.
So as time advances, I'd like to open the discussion. So if you have any questions, I see one question over there. Please let us know your name, your affiliation, and also to whom you want to put the question at.
Okay, he's holding the microphone. Very comfy. My name is Christian. I'm a philosopher based in a free university in Berlin. My question is, I think we all agree, kind of, that there are a lot of important issues concerning regulation, privacy, transparency, whatever. I mean, that's kind of old wine we had with other technology as well. So we can easily subsume all these questions under like the banner of responsible tech. AI should be responsible tech as other technology was before. And I won't challenge any of Thomas's, optimism about that. A bright future is still open. Depends on our political decisions and so forth. But that's an empirical question, and we see how it goes. 2 years ago, we felt better, this year not. Maybe we need all these transformative stories of how things helped to push it in the right direction. But I would like to invite you to question the optimism concerning AI on a more deeper level, and based on on how AI itself works technically, and given that it briefly works on analyzing data from the past, and then project future steps based on probability. What was the common step based out on these data? Isn't the whole logic of an algorithm or AI kind of in conflict what we think as radical creativity? We've been called to think about radical creativity. Is the future in the same way open if it's all based on a calculus? And all these questions, I think they are a bigger threat than just the question of transparency, even though there are maybe technical limits to transparency as well. But the question of having a technique that tells us probably what to do next based on what we've done in the past is changing our concept of future, of openness, of starting anew. And I think that's for a progressive the bigger threat than the question whether we should have an optimistic way of thinking about we probably can apply certain algorithms in a proper way.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It is a little in the different direction. Paula, can you answer that, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I can give it a try. I think you're right that we need to be mindful, and we need to remain mindful of the limitations of the technology as well. I think there are certain areas in which AI can be helpful, right? But then again, we also need to be able to control what kind of data is the AI, like modeling the worldview after, right? Like, do we have insights into this? Can we control what the AI is pointing at when it's giving us answers? And are the people using the AI aware of its limitations and how it can support them in their work without sort of like naively just being directed by the technology itself? Like, as a thinking aid, it can be extremely successful. Then you need to be able to sort of like assess its limitations as well. And I think, again, in the AI Act, to its credit, there's a large requirement with regards to AI literacy as well, right? It's actually like I've recently heard like a lawyer in Germany describe it as a bombshell requirement that I think a lot of companies haven't realized yet. As soon as the AI goes into effect, you have 6 months, and you need to be able to demonstrate that employees using AI, in brackets, most software systems include AI, right, need to be able to use these technologies in a responsible way. They need to understand the functioning, the limitations, etc. So that could be a massive boost to AI education, right? And also, again, like drawing this distinction between what can the technology help us with and where do humans need to be in charge. And again, I return to a point that I tried to make in the beginning. be it AI or another technology, there are no app-based solutions to social problems. There are no app-based solutions to social problems. So we need like humans guiding the development. Tech can help, right? But it has clear limitations. So we need to distinguish between the two.
So Kim, you wanted to add something to that?
No, I totally agree. I mean, the other day someone came to me and asked me how the AI Act was going to solve homelessness. And these are like issues that are such big societal problems that I think we have to also sort of, show that we don't, get too optimistic on everything it can do. I do have to say I didn't fully agree with what was said just now about that it doesn't matter where the technology comes from. Because I think if you really look at who now owns the cloud infrastructure, where we basically secure all the data that we use for training AI, and indeed the technology can be made elsewhere and then be trained and optimized in Europe, which is of course another way of creating European champions. But if you see that that's basically two big American corporations that own our infrastructure, which is Microsoft and Amazon, and almost everything runs on Azure and the Amazon infrastructure, then I am very worried that, we are never going to be able to keep up, and that we also never going to be able to protect our citizens, because if you have your data stored at an American cloud server, American government can always ask for that data, because that's what they said in their Cloud Act. So if we really want to make sure that, we have European sovereignty, we need European champions. We need European corporations. And I think we cannot be naive on, that they will do that. There's a high chance that, there won't be any progressive politics anymore next year in the United States. And I'm not too convinced that they will be like, oh no, of course, we will keep everything sovereign in Europe. I think we have to be more careful also with the data of our citizens when it comes to, saying that it's okay to not have European big infrastructure, for example, because I think that's absolutely crucial.
Yeah, thank you on that. So many hands. I think please be short, and please have a question. This Mr. in the back, he was the first one, I think.
Thank you. David, Director of Studies and Policy at the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. I actually have two questions. They were not short, but I will try to shorten them up as much as possible.
Please.
The first one, in line, it came to mind when you are trying to somehow give this idea that AI is delivering, it can help on delivering better quality of life. And the feeling is that maybe the same AI will not be available to everybody. So not only for citizens, we'll have maybe AI of quality A and AI of quality 2, but even companies, big multinationals or big companies will have access to a certain type of AI, maybe relying on trillion of data points. So is it the role of the public sector to maybe try to facilitate access of reliable AI, good AI, even to small, medium enterprises or maybe households? Otherwise, we have the good and the bad dermatologist, or the good and the bad self-driven car. So inequality and AI. The other one is instead related to EU regulation on AI. We had the first part on ethics, and the discussion is now on implication for work. At FEPS, we just have published a study, a pool on workers in the Scandinavian countries on their approach to algorithmic management. And 40% of workers are already affected now by algorithmic management, and with a lot of negative repercussions on job insecurity, level of trust, job autonomy, job satisfaction, level of stress. So it's not something about only what will be the impact on the jobs in the future, but it's already impacting the way we work today. And it feels like maybe there's no consensus on regulating the work side, the employment side of artificial intelligence, but does it change anything if we work on algorithmic management. So the way in which we use data, can that be a frame in which maybe we can provide some sort of limitation to the use of data in the space of a worker? Thank you.
Michael, do you want to respond on that?
Well, I mean, directly on the on your second question, I mean, the position that I think our labor minister has also made very clear is that we would be very much, I mean, the labor minister here is in favor of algorithmic management regulation. Other ministers of this coalition are not. But nevertheless, this is a topic that the EU Commission is actively already discussing, of course. But I think this highlights an important point. And I think, Paula, you already alluded to that. Of course, we need to talk about the power structures within which new technologies are introduced at the company level. And you mentioned decision making already. I think this is very important, of course. I would just like to underline the very first legislative project the federal government did that had anything to do with AI explicitly was in 2019, a clarification of precisely the legal framework for co-determination in companies, to clarify that, yes, of course, when AI systems are introduced, the works councils need to agree. And if then, in a context like that, you introduce an algorithmic management system, of course, there are still many, many hurdles to take. This doesn't solve everything, because I think in practicality, in the real world, of course, you need a works council that has the resources and the skills to actually take an informed decision when confronted with that, if they are confronted, and you need to have a works council in the first place. So, of course, those are significant hurdles that I want to recognize, but I would also like to say that we can focus. I think it's definitely an option, and it's not a contradiction at all. It's not mutually exclusive to focus on, you know, some form of regulation of algorithmic management. But we can also take a step back and say, okay, maybe we have a bigger regulatory impact on technologies more general through very, very, well, let's call them old school labor regulations, if we make them effective in the age of AI. And I think that's perhaps also a route to take. To keep in mind, because ultimately new regulations, of course, they'll always require political consensus. So, you know, as long as we can work already, you know, in the hope that something like that might happen, we can already work with what we have and try to upskill and you know, make more effective the regulatory frameworks we already have in place.
Can I maybe add something?
Yes, sure, please.
I worked on the platform work directive, which was, of course, adopted without the support of Germany and France. There we have a very good chapter already on algorithmic management, specifically for platform workers. There's a lot of discussions going on now on the EU level to see if we can have that algorithmic management chapter specifically also expanded to making sure that it is for all workers. And I really do believe that will set in motion even more discussion on how do we want AI. Do we want AI? I think that's a fair question still also to ask. Do we want AI to be deployed everywhere? And then how? And it would be amazing if, you know, we would have more discussion with trade unions, and not only with the top level, but really the people on the ground who have to use artificial intelligence, how they see it, where they are worried about, how we can make sure that, you know, your data is protected, but that you're also not manipulated, and that everyone can benefit from AI at work. So it's going to be super interesting to see to what extent in the coming months also the new European Commission will take on board this idea of making sure that, you know, the new flagship when it comes to social policy after the Platform Workers Directive, I really hope will be the Algorithmic Management Directive.
I'm not sure if the question of will AI be available for everyone and in the same quality? Will we be able to manage that, or could this be a problem? Paula, maybe? You don't know? Okay.
No. I mean, like, I think, yes, this could be a problem. Right? The question is just, what approach do we want to take politically, right? Do we want to basically create something like a right to AI, right? Or like alternatively, you know, like can we invest more, let's say, in like public infrastructure that allows, like public access to AI? I mean, in the defense of the big companies, right? I think there's also a lot of effort there to make that technology widely available. I'm not so concerned about the US companies. I think they're pretty much on top of this effort already, right? But then, I mean, sometimes like when these questions come, like everyone should have a right to AI. I don't have a right to drink champagne every day, right? And it probably shouldn't be a fundamental right. I understand that's a trivial example, but I think we still need to think about, is there a basic right for everybody to have the best of everything? Like maybe it is in the AI case, right? But I think it's just a conversation we need to have, and then how do you structure that? But true, like I think power concentration, that is an issue. And I think like a lot of companies are a lot more concerned now about antitrust than, let's say, data protection or other types of regulation. Antitrust, I think, is where the hot seat will be at.
You wanted to add something, Thomas?
First of all, yes, the antitrust stuff, European ecosystem, of course we need that as well. Towards, is it possible that we have a sort of 2 or 3 class systems of access to AI? Of course it is possible, but is it likely? I mean, the way that digital technology diffuses in general is creating more access for many people to do stuff, because it is a scaling technology that diffuses rapidly and that gets cheap because it is doing repetitive tasks in the digital realm. So, yes, we can ask, will there be probably, I don't know, only few people who can afford the best AI doctor? That is possible. But much more likely is that many, many more people will get better diagnosis for a much cheaper price if we apply AI diagnosis systems in the public health system. And that is what we should focus on.
Okay, thank you. There were 2 more questions here, one here in front. Please wait for the mic.
No problem. Oh, okay. Again, I hold it. My name is Eric Tietz. My question I put forward as a private citizen in that sense. I was one of the people here that were a little bit more pessimistic about the AI approach. It's because there are certain aspects that I don't understand, and I hope I can put my question forward and you make me understand. I don't see, even though with an AI Act, with other points, how we will be able to regulate in execution the AI if we look at the most potent part of AI, black box AI, where we don't understand how it works, how we don't understand how it comes up with solutions. I don't see any way that we can regulate that if the firms that employ the AI in itself don't understand either. So how are we supposed to do that in effect in the end?
Kim, maybe that's a question to you.
Yeah, so the good news is there's not that much black box, like where we totally don't understand what it does AI yet. Of course, that will come. The way we try to make sure that we circumvent that in the AI Act is really looking at the full supply chain. So you start with looking at the data, make sure that it's as the least biased as possible. You cannot debias data. Then you really make sure there's transparency on the prompts that you use. Then, of course, we have the black box moment. And then afterwards, we have to make sure that it's tested a lot, and also that impact assessments are made on where potential risks can be made, and have to make sure that those are avoided. And then also, even if it goes wrong afterwards, there will be possibilities for citizens to get their rights. So this is how we try to regulate it. If there is a black box situation, then we try to make sure that all the parameters around it are at least tested and checked as good as possible. And I think that's the best way to do it. We have been thinking about it for a long time, and I think this is how we do it. But maybe at some point we will learn that these systems can do so much that we also say if it's fully black box, we don't want it. These are just discussions for the future.
Yeah. You want to add something?
Yeah, maybe to briefly add to that, then I think we also need to maybe draw a distinction, and this we have not yet talked about so much on this panel yet, between companies in Europe or operating in Europe, right, who know they're subject to the AI Act, who know there are high fines associated with non-compliance, right, if you deploy these kinds of systems, let's say like in a high-risk area, right. I think there is or will be enough awareness that, it's going to be pretty expensive to do that. It's not worth it, right, from like a cost perspective. However, I think what we should legitimately be concerned about, and this is not something that can be regulated at the European level, but where we need international engagement, right, is the kind of actors who just simply don't care about the AI Act, right? You know, if we think about like AI in elections, the kind of like interferences, right, actors who just simply don't care, you know, about whether or not they'll be regulated by the AI Act, probably they can't be caught, so to speak, by the regulator, right? So how can we, at the international level, create a system of norms, right, that prevent exactly the kind of scenario that you outlined for, and that kind of bring in the actors again, right? I know this is a challenge, a lot of authoritarian sort of like developments, but still, I think it's still worth trying. We have to, right, to reach some kind of an international agreement. And I mean, this conference is about progressive security, right? We have not yet talked on this panel about the role of AI in security, the role of AI in warfare, how Europe is going to shape that debate. It's not covered by the AI Act, of course, because it's a national prerogative, military defense, right? But we have a war in Europe, and software will play a role in war as well. What is the European answer to that?
Maybe, Michael, you have a take on that because you are working on international level, regulating AI also.
I think we're far from something, you know, like a global code on AI, but we do see bits and pieces emerging. I think it's a very formative moment in the space of global AI governance. What I think is very likely going to be a first step is a proliferation of different fora that agree on something like relatively soft, non-binding guidelines for companies, but globally. We see in a small circle of the G7, the Hiroshima process that outlines, broadly outlines some of such guidelines. I think there will be a more global effort to be expected as well. Following on from that, there's different initiatives at the level of the United Nations as well. We see a mix of resolutions started or suggested by individual countries, as well as an overarching initiative, the Global Digital Compact, that also has a very large part on AI. But these are well, I mean, you see in the press every day how difficult it is to get agreement in one country. Multiply that globally, so I think it's going to be slow, and we'll have to live with that period in between. Then, when it comes to the bad actors, yeah, well, I mean, you're not going to regulate bad actors away or into better behavior if there's you know, concrete, you know, whether that's state or non-state actors. Of course, and there clearly we're in a conversation that's more in the classical realm of cybersecurity, of defense. But of course, in times like these, there's very difficult questions from which we probably don't, well, that we need to address as well, around the question of disinformation and influencing, especially in election times, across state borders as well.
But I think I'd like to push back on one point. I think it's too easy to say like, where are there always going to be bad actors, right? I think there's something two things actually we can do. One is like invest more in deterrence, right? You know.
Yeah, but that's what I meant by classical defense.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. But I mean,
right?
Also, you know, not just on the hardware realm, but also on the software realm, right? And then also, I mean, on the international realm, lead by example, right? And I think this is generally like a kind of theme that we need, or like something that we need to endorse in order to shape the narrative around AI in a more positive way, right? Give us positive examples, right? I think like right now, and again, this is a general challenge in the current sort of like conversation, particularly in Germany, in the media ecosystem, everything is extremely negative and unnecessarily so. I think it's blown out of proportion completely at this point, right? But maybe there are small examples from local governments, right? From the industry as well, where, hey, you know what, like this made lives better. This is exciting. This is something we can invest in positively. This is examples we can copy across Europe as well. Like a good friend of mine, Juri Schneller, just wrote a book about agile democracy, outlining exactly these kinds of examples. And I think we need a lot more in the shared debate, right?
That's a very interesting point, because this leads me to the last question that I would like to give to everyone on the panel. Just to tell me a positive example. So, Kim, maybe you want to start with how will AI make your life better? What is the example in your life?
In my personal life, In my personal life, I really use it to make sure I figure out when to cut which plant in my garden. But that I think is something else, because there's a lot of different opinions on that. I think what the most important thing it can do is really making sure that we have fewer boring administrative tasks. I really like the quote that you mentioned, like this whole thing of imagine if AI could do the dishes or clean my house, that would be amazing. But for now, I think, reducing boring administrative tasks, and also making sure that everyone profits from that, and that we can actually, have a 4-day work week. I think that would be my optimistic view on making sure that we can actually achieve, a society in which everyone benefits.
Thank you. So, Michael, you've got 15 seconds because with 1 minute
very
left.
quick. We're deploying AI to save lives on German construction sites, and I find that a really great example of how you can use it in public administration. Every 3 days so far, sadly, we have a deadly accident on German construction sites, we're using an AI system to detect risks, have a very predictive algorithm where high-risk construction sites are, send staff there to advise those companies that are constructing and to improve their health and safety, and it's working.
Interesting. Okay, good. Paula?
Yeah, I mean, healthcare, I think, is a really prominent one, where all of a sudden research is accelerated in ways we could never have imagined, right? Because this is a classic data-driven field, right, where you can actually use AI to gain new insights, and I'm really excited about the potential that it holds.
You, Thomas?
For society, I wish really that we had, for the whole of Europe, a sort of app store with brilliant learning apps, AI-driven, that every student in Europe can delve into and gets sucked into these learning environments just as they get sucked into today at Fortnite or Clash of Clans.
So maybe you're interested what AI does to my life already. It transforms what we were speaking about into text, and you will be able to read that tomorrow in a special newsletter. So thank you very much for the panelists. I think this was a very interesting debate, which is not over yet. We need to talk and lead by example. I think that's important. Thank you very much.
Thank you for great moderation. Thank you to the speakers. And before I let you out of this room, I still have a few announcements. So we will now have a lunch break. It's 12:13, which means Mahlzeit in Germany. So we say bye to the live stream for this time. And please enjoy the snacks we prepared. The food and drinks will be served in a foyer. And then we will be meeting back at 1:15 p.m. To the next session block, and these will be again breakout sessions here at the main stage. Progress or disruption, fostering a value-based transatlantic security architecture, co-designed with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. In forum, so on the right, Europe's economic security beyond competitiveness, pushing for social progress in the single market, co-designed by the Foundation for European Progressive Studies and Friedrich Ebert Stiftung as well. And in the boardroom, so upstairs, from the Midwest to the former East, strategies to empower the regions that matter, co-designed with the Progressive Policy Institute, our guests and friends from Washington, D.C. So think about it, which session you want to join. And now I wish you bon appétit. Let's have lunch.
Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch break. I hope everybody is re-energized, you charged up for the next round of our debates. And now we are continuing with breakout sessions. Just a brief reminder in forum, they will be talking about Europe's economic security beyond competitiveness, the boardroom from the Midwest to the former East. And here we will be discussing at the main stage progress or disruption, fostering a value-based transatlantic security architecture. And I would like to invite the chair of the session, the one and only Anna Sauerbrei, the foreign policy editor at Die Zeit. Anna, come join me on the stage.
Thank you, Maria. Well, thank you, and welcome to this session on the transatlantic order and the values it is based on and how we can keep it up in times of insecurity. I would like to invite up my panelists first before we hear a video message from the German defense minister. And it's a really, really good panel. I'm glad that all of them are here today. And let me go in order of the alphabet, like at the United Nations. It's the most fair international order we have right now, it sometimes seems. Okay. So first is Kathleen Kluver-Ashbrook. She's the executive vice president at the Bertelsmann Foundation in Germany. She's a political scientist who has previously worked with Harvard's Kennedy School, and she's German and American. Pick your seat.
Picked it.
And we will need both of your identities.
Oh, yes. Well, that'll get really confusing real fast. Sorry.
Second is Sandro Gozzi. He's a French member of the European Parliament for Renew Europe and Secretary General of the European Democratic Party. And he's a true European. He started off his career and worked there for many decades in Italian politics. And he's also been in French politics, also for a very long time. So special thanks for being here in Germany today. Third is Tytti Tuppurainen. She's the leader of the Finnish Social Democratic Parliamentary Group in Finland and her party's foreign policy spokesperson. She was also Minister of European Affairs in Finland until last year. And last but not least, going along the alphabet, Aleksandra Wisniewska. She's a member of the Polish Parliament, an independent, and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee there too. And she has previously worked in humanitarian aid, was a professional in many countries around the globe. So before we start our discussion, we have a video message from Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, and we will listen to him now.
Ladies and gentlemen, our world is undergoing profound change. Our rules-based international order is under threat by war, geopolitical competition, and systemic rivalry. At the same time, climate change is impacting our security and our societies. And democracies are facing the rise of authoritarian states and populist parties. In light of all these challenges, it is timely and crucial to discuss how we, as progressives, can protect our peace, freedom, and security. Now is the time for change. It is a time to work closer together and defend our freedom. I therefore welcome the initiative of the Progressive Governance Summit 2024 to contribute to the concept of progressive security and to champion change in times of uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe three aspects to be important when defining progressive security. First, security is about much more than military means. Second, security is relevant to the whole of society. And last but not least, progressive security requires international cooperation. Let me elaborate on all three aspects. First, limiting the concept of security to military means is too short-sighted. Our goal is and always should be to resolve all conflicts peacefully. We aim to prevent our diffuse crises and conflicts as much as possible. We do so by means of diplomacy and good governance, as well as through a comprehensive approach to security. One that includes diplomacy, economic and environmental policies, but also the military. The whole concept of integrated security has the objective of bringing together all issues and instruments that are relevant to addressing the threats and challenges ahead. It means that all actors, the state, society, and the economy, must work more closely together. We need to strengthen the resilience of our state, our economy, and our society. We need to establish a system of integrated defense in addition to strengthening our armed forces. And we can learn from partners and allies like Finland how to implement this aspect of integrated security, especially for the vulnerable interfaces between internal and external security. And I'm convinced that we need some form of military conscription to be resilient and to ensure our military staying power. Only if our armed forces are strong and deterrent will we ultimately be able to prevent things from coming to the worst. The goal must be to prevent an emergency from occurring in the first place, through effective and overall deterrence. Second, security should not be an exclusive domain, but a collective responsibility. Security is relevant to everyone, everyone is responsible for it, and everyone can contribute to it. Deterrence for me, therefore, is a whole-of-society task. Our citizens need to be made aware of the current security challenges, and they need to take them seriously. We need this awareness, and we need the determination to stand up for our values and convictions. And we need the willingness to defend them if necessary. As politicians, we must therefore continue to make clear the importance and value of security, not by scaremongering, but through honest and open communication. Only then will our societies become more resilient. And we have to make hard choices and endure trade-offs when it comes to our budget and the amount of money we have to spend on security. We must always keep in mind, without security, nothing is possible. Third, a progressive approach to security also means securing our peace and freedom together with our European and transatlantic partners, and not alone. Europe must be able to protect its own security and stability in a multipolar world. We all know that America is increasingly directing its resources and attention more and more to the Indo-Pacific. And it is very likely that the presidential elections in November will have an influence on the willingness of the United States to continue to commit themselves to European security. Therefore, we need more integrated defense efforts and more cooperative defense procurement and development in Europe. The key to a stronger European defense is cooperation, of course. That is why we are actively engaging in common defense initiatives, be it through bilateral or multilateral initiatives. We have to increase Europe's contribution to transatlantic burden sharing, and we have to take on more responsibility for the security of our continent. And the formula is very simple: a stronger Europe for a strong transatlantic partnership. We are therefore working hard to strengthen the European pillar within NATO, and we are willing to take responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, progressive security means including every policy field, including our societies, and including our European and transatlantic partners in defense of our freedom. Now I wish you fruitful discussions on the transatlantic security architecture. Thanks a lot and take care.
Right, let's jump into the fruitful discussion. And to you, we will discuss some 45 minutes here in a moderated debate. But then, of course, we will open it to your questions. So keep things in mind and ask us later or comment later on during the discussion if you like. The way I'd like to proceed is to pick up some of the points the defense minister has made and then ask how this relates to the question we are discussing here, the future transatlantic order and the way it is now. So the three terms I stumbled across when I've read this beforehand were integrated security, trade-offs, and of course cooperation, which leads us to our main point. Tuti, let's maybe start with you. Integrated security is a buzzword, and the minister has said it does mean more than just military means. Yeah. My suspicion as a journalist sometimes is it means we better talk about integrated security so we can hide that not everybody is spending enough on military means. How do you view it? How do you view that term? And is it a term that's camouflaging something?
Well, first, I think it was a very pertinent remark by the minister. I like that guy. He's pragmatic, yet very determined, like as we progressives should be in these very, very turbulent times. And I also liked his approach when he spoke about inclusiveness. I think that's a good word, inclusiveness, that we should, and we are able to think about security and also military security with the concept of inclusiveness. Given the Finnish experience, now that we are in NATO, of course, we are relieved, we are very happy to have allies, but also before we became members of NATO, we have had the whole of society approach. Whole of society approach means that the whole society is involved in our national defense. Everybody is trained, everybody is aware, yet Finland is nothing but a military society. And at the same time, we have been investing, heavily on our defense, even before we became members of NATO. Just before we entered, we decided a 10 billion euros purchase of more than 62 F-35s fighter jets. So you can combine these things to be a very modern welfare state, have a whole of society approach and an inclusive politics when it comes to defense. I think in Europe, we have to be aware now that we need to spend more. 2% target, every NATO member needs to achieve that. But we also need to invest in people so that they are aware what we are defending for. Our freedom, our democracy, our well-being, our equality, our individual rights. If they're aware of that, then maybe they are also ready to participate, to be part of this project, which is inclusive and a whole of society collective approach, as Minister rightly said. Yes, I like Pistorius. I hope he keeps on going.
Catherine, as a scientist, you'll put on your scientist hat for a minute. What does this buzzword really mean, and where do you think we stand at really integrating security or thinking it as a whole of society approach?
Well, I think across Europe you have a very different landscape. We talked this morning about the sort of idea that, and this has been around in political science now for decades, this idea of a 3D approach, that defense, diplomacy, development are sort of your outward pillars on which you try to do anticipatory crisis reading. You're doing anticipatory crisis planning on the basis of things that you're learning from your development policy, where you deploy your diplomacy in a sequenced way, and that the defense component is ultimately the backstop, right? If all else fails. The problem with that is that in a lot of European societies, unlike Finland, we've so inculcated the capacity of the American, both the nuclear capacity, but also its conventional forces in Europe, that in some respects we gave the other two primacy, but then also not fully, because we didn't fully invest in the capacities of our diplomacy. We're not strategic enough. We Europeans are excellent at the diagnostics. If you pick any national security, starting with a 2016 global strategy, any national security strategy that was seen, it describes the panoply of problems and challenges beautifully, but it doesn't offer up what you're getting to, because, and the minister got to, which is that necessitates then a series of hard choices. It necessitates a setting of priorities. It necessitates an allocation of resources. It necessitates an idea of, yes, if it's carried by the whole of society, but somebody's still going to have to do it. And where is the locus for that responsibility within sort of the wider nexus of all of that? And as we were discussing this morning, that's just sort of dealing with the kind of traditional, off the border kind of security issues. But we saw, and I wrote down just now when he was speaking, look, the security components affect us all. The disinformation component is one thing that often we don't notice, but we are very aware if our local hospital falls prey to a cyber ransom attack and our grandmother, our elderly people, on the operating table are suddenly no longer cared for, or our communities are fully hijacked. And we've seen an incredible increase, not least because of the actions of Russia and Ukraine, of that happening in communities right across Europe. So in theory, these arguments should make itself, but we have so atrophied our muscles and our understanding that diagnostics are not everything. In fact, they're probably the easiest thing. But that these trade-offs, and those are trade-offs that we should have been making over the past sort of 3 decades, and not to the detriment of social cohesion. I spent a lot of time this morning quoting Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who said exactly all of those things when faced with the scourge of Nazism here in this country and on this continent, that you had to think these things, social cohesion and prosperity together. But those choices always require trade-offs. And what we heard here was an eloquent pronouncement of what the goals are, but we have wasted a lot of time in not bringing those narratives together and sharpening the capacities of our societies to make those trade-offs and carry those burdens. And so now, when we look at the public debate, whether it's on how we resolve or want to see the crisis in Ukraine resolved, or we think about our relationship with a potentially changing United States, or sort of a diktat of the big powers that fall on Europe, we're not ready because we haven't had those kind of public conversations for long enough to truly, at least here in this society and a lot of sort of core European countries, to really ready our populations for these challenges at hand. So it's going to feel very much like a crisis, very much short-termism, and very much like the trade-offs are going to be extremely painful.
Sandro, Catherine has talked about the different priorities in that integrated security approach that we've always seen in the US and Europe, and of course, within Europe, every country has prioritized differently, France very much so, and Germany very much so. Where are we at today when you look at this term? Are we aligning? Are we aligning within Europe, and are we aligning in Europe and with the United States?
Well, I mean, it's certainly we are in a very awkward position as progressive. And we have to say it. We cannot pretend. We are in an awkward position, first of all, because war is not only on TV. And we have to make our citizens understand that war is not something that they can watch only on TV. War is on our continent, and Putin wouldn't stop in Kiev. So this is why Putin must not win in Ukraine. And we have to say it like that. And also, we cannot pretend, as some of our family do around Europe, saying, we got the magic word, we do European defense, so we spend less. Each of us spend less, which is not true. We must be convinced and persuasive that in this era, because this period is there to stay, not only we have to be smarter in our expenditure, but we have to spend more. How we can convince to spend more? Why do we have to spend more? And how we can persuade to spend more? You wanted a little bit the perspective from France. So I mean, I think that we can be persuasive if we insist on an overall concept of security, which is also based on culture, on education, on knowledge. So, I mean, as progressive, we must say, ideally, as an objective, that for each additional euro that we spend on hard security, we spend one euro on education, culture, knowledge. I mean, that is, I think, that's something that is certainly in our DNA, and is also very, very useful, because security is not only tanks from Russia, security is also how to prevent homegrown terrorism because of lack of integration, lack of education, because community within the community, state within state. So, I mean, I think that this is the approach. And also we have to spend more. If you think, if every member state, you are talking about NATO, you are a recent member of NATO, but you are a very, good member of NATO.
Thank you.
But if every country had respect, I think that only France is almost 2% about the big country. I don't know. I admit I don't have the figure about Germany. Certainly not Italy.
It's 2% now this year. 2% this year.
2% this year, Germany. Okay, finally, very good. If everybody...
Fancy math, though.
Sorry, but...
You're very proud.
Oops, I take it back, but still. If everybody had kept his commitment since we decided to have this target, we would have already 140, 150 billion euro more for our security. The point is, what are the trade-offs?
Yeah, what are the trade-offs?
Exactly. And the trade-off is that, I mean, you have to bet a lot on the fact that defense means also developing a defense industry. Developing the defense industry means growth, means jobs. If we do it as Europeans, means more growth and more jobs. And I think that this is the only reasonable and not populistic way. Because you cannot say that you want to spend more on defense. You want to do more to prevent homegrown terrorism and violence. And you want also to increase the social welfare without making a clear choice about the issue of defense industry. I think that defense industry must become one of our objectives. And I think that if we work as European, and this is also why we have pushed so much on common acquisition, on a European common project, that is a way where we can also find resources and we can more persuasive. It is, well, this is my last word, we are playing the Euro Championship in Germany. For us, it's like playing an old championship outside, not at home, as progressive. We can win the championship, but we are not playing in our comfort zone in this issue. And I think that Pistorius gave us very good hint on how we can be comfortable with a challenge, which is a very recently new challenge for us as a priority.
Alexander, I wanted to hear you too on integrated security and the trade-offs it comes with, because I think we all agree that the priorities have shifted and that we now invest more in military aid. The money has to come from somewhere. And I think that Germany is one case where you can observe that it might come from the other parts, from diplomacy, from humanitarian aid. There will probably, in these round of budget negotiations, be cuts to the Ministry of Economic Development. How do you view it? Is that the right thing to do?
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. So, indeed, in my past as a humanitarian aid worker, my perception of armed conflicts have been very different to that of a policymaker. Right now I'm a politician, freshly elected in Poland. And previously, having been deployed to war zones, the main job of a humanitarian aid worker is to try to alleviate the suffering, essentially, of civilians, right? And one thing that I think that we should do as we arm ourselves, and I agree absolutely with all of you, we have to arm ourselves. We have to ramp up our defense spending. We have to take security extremely seriously. This is not something we chose to do, but this is something that the Russian aggression of Ukraine has forced us to do, but we have to do it responsibly. And what I'm thinking is that while we ramp up, and Poland is currently spending 4%, a lot, That's really a lot on the level of the EU. 4% of our budget is going into security. And now, while we do so, I think it's important that we remain true to the values that NATO originally used to stand for, and that, in the times where we also as alliance failed in the past, in particular countries, of our intervention, when perhaps our interventions had led as well to some civilian suffering, we have to very clearly differentiate ourselves from Russia, from different authoritarian regimes, from the dangerous axis that is being formed of Russia, perhaps with Iran, if we see Iranian drones, Shaheeds, fighting in Ukraine, North Korea, China, perhaps, in the future. And by doing that, I think that we have to emphasize the importance that war has rules, And these rules are recognized as IHL, so as the international humanitarian law. And there are some things that we, as NATO alliance, as liberal democracies, some lines that we do not cross, and some things that we do not do. And in order to remain true to our integrity, we have to make sure that, we don't use, for example, we don't use anti-personnel landmines, that we don't target civilians, that we don't target health infrastructure, that we don't target humanitarian aid workers, And I think that's why also when we look at, for example, the Middle East, the situation obviously with Israel and Gaza is so problematic, because Israel is our ally. And because it is our ally and ally of NATO, we want to hold Israel to a far higher standard. Because it is one of the very few democracies in the Middle East, if not the only one, that's why we expect it as well to remain true to the values of democracy, freedom, international humanitarian law. And I think that it is so obvious to us here as we're sitting, I think that the shadow of this tragic war between Russia and the West on the territory of Ukraine is going to spread over the lives of us and our children. But while we remain professional in terms of defense spending, while we create more common European defense policy, while we perhaps create a post of the European Commissioner of Defense, maybe European Rapid Reaction Forces, that we don't forget about these easy trade-offs, and that we remain, that we differentiate ourselves from the authoritarian regimes by really upholding the values and by being the shining light of these values. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to stick with the trade-offs a little more and come back to you, Catherine, to look across the Atlantic, because the challenge to progressives to have progressive aims, which traditionally we view rather in education, in bringing forward society, in creating more just and equal societies, and the military are something that the US are facing too. Maybe not because they have a great tradition of military spending and still the greatest military budget in the world. But of course, there are voices there in this campaign particularly, and Donald Trump too is giving that a voice, who say, well, why do we spend so much on Ukraine? Why can't we spend it in our country? How dangerous is that also, this trade-off to the transatlantic relationship?
Well, it's very dangerous on a number of effects. Actually, watching this piece where the German defense minister calls for conscription is really interesting, because just yesterday, Congress debated conscription in the United States, which, arguably, as wearing my American hat, my American passport, having been born in an American military community here in Germany, being surrounded by nothing but American Air Force and Army servicemen all my life, or all of my, until I left. You think that there's a very strong military ethos, but the fact, even in terms of enlisting, in the greatest, finest fighting force in the world, the United States is having problems. The United States is having problems in terms of its retention in the force, and also in what used to be a fundamental part of American fabric. All of you who have been around in the United States on Veterans Day, when so many veterans wear their uniform, and the American way is to thank for service, because of course the highest form of public service in the American context is to lay down your life for American values, whether they're justified or whether they are narratively bound into the administration of the day. Those are things that are also in an American context, at least, being hyper-politicized. In a way to serve, in some respects, European objectives, because once Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, changed his tune on Ukraine and allowed the vote for the $60 billion aid package for Ukraine onto the House floor, he again linked it to American boots on the ground, and he linked it to thoughts of his own son potentially having to serve to protect European security. So the trade-offs are unfair because, in part, at least in the discourse and the way they're being had, because they don't reflect reality. So let's take the $60 billion package. 80% of those are dollars that are spent where? In the United States of America. Where is that money spent? In Republican states. Why is that money spent in Republican states? Because the most capable munitions factories, defense factories, and places where defense providers are building factories are fundamentally in red states. So all of those tax benefits, all of those surround benefits, those community benefits are going to be into American communities. Now, then comes the debate on whether or not these systems that are being built are actually the systems that the United States is going to need going forward. And then you have the Elbridge Colbys of this world and others who say, well, no, we need these same things in Asia Pacific. So remember the other fallacy here, not the same weapons systems, not the same dynamics, but the challenge for United States defense apparatus is, of course, you have to be focused on the kind of defense architecture that will support you in Asia Pacific. Those threats remain very real. And though I deeply disagree with the line of argumentation that those are the trade-offs we are facing, there are other trade-offs that will have to be faced. However, this gets me directly into and I managed this morning not to say the word Donald Trump, so I'm congratulating myself on the inside. And now I'm going to break my internal rules. You have, and I think this is the fundamental difference to note, you have a political party in the United States that is acting on the blank face of, or on the stark face of security challenges that are global, but are very much rooted in a values-based set of partnerships. Now, you can say what you want about the lattice work of alliances. I'm very critical of what the Biden administration has done because it hasn't fully reinforced a multilateral architecture that has guaranteed our wider integrated security. So I mean the UN, the World Trade Organization, all the organizations that are imperiled in part because the United States over decades, administrations apart, hasn't invested in the sustainability of these institutions. But this administration has gone out and built an interest-led lattice work, which means it's also fragile, that will, of Asia-Pacific partners, of partners like India with the Quad, defense partnerships, but technology partnerships that have taken very much this idea of integrated security to heart. With Australia, with New Zealand, and in some respects, Europe has done the same thing. We have a free trade agreement now with Japan that influences how we also can think about our defense spending. But on the other side, you have a political party who is, the American expression would be hell-bent for leather, to take a system apart because the system cannot guarantee its own political survival. And in so doing, will push fundamentally against principles that we just heard here. If you read the 920-page manifest for leadership that Project 2025 has put out, and you listen to any campaign speech, China is very clearly the enemy, not worth speaking to anymore. So think about the kind of robust diplomacy that the United States and China have had alone over the last year and a half after COVID, since that was allowed, and the kind of diplomacy Robert Habeck is on his way to China that Europe is continually having with China. Because whether you acknowledge that it's a systemic rival or it's a fundamental business interest of yours, you have to be in conversation with China. The only way to understand China's long-term plan is to be present in that conversation. You have an administration that wants to take the system apart, that wants to gut the way that bureaucracy is run, that wants to gut principal control functions on the functionality of democracy, and that will begin to throw money around in a way that is no longer accountable to the American people, because the whole trade-offs dynamic is all embedded in the way that we make democratic choices. And so those are some fundamental breaking points when it comes to what could you imagine or see depending on the different administrations. So you will have an incredible volatility, not only in the personage of Donald Trump in the White House, which we have seen. I don't think he's going to leave NATO. We can talk about all that later. But a volatility such that it's a retribution-driven, contradictory, not, by the way, interest-driven strategy for the United States. It will be based solely on the interests of Donald Trump. And that makes, and embedded in the design to pick a functional system apart, that makes that moment so inherently dangerous. So in a way, my short answer to what you're asking me is, in this moment in time, when you look at the United States and you play out these scenarios, it's like it's fruit and vegetable, or like categories that are so far apart that those are not logic. What Biden has tried to do is to connect foreign policy for the middle class with an incredible sort of economic floor, which is unusual for the American society, that really rivals the kind of social spending that we saw under FDR. Because it is that holistic understanding of security. Now, do Americans understand whether or not that this is going on? No, they do not. Okay? They have vastly different perceptions of the health of their economy. They have vastly different perceptions of the rate of unemployment. They have vastly different perceptions on the future of the American dream that have nothing whatsoever to do with the real numbers and sort of the real redistribution of wealth. And that, again, is a fundamental consequence of 20 years of governance failures in the United States. It has nothing to do with Biden or Trump. It's 20 years of congressional political system failures, which ultimately led to, rating agency Fitch downgrading the creditworthiness of the United States. So there, all these things do come together in this sort of cauldron of unhappiness. But again, I would give to you that what we would face under a Trump administration, because there are the systemic, sort of the system-destroying aspects to it, it would make any security situation where you have to face a number of trade-offs over here that much more difficult, that much more urgent, and fundamentally our populations here are not ready for the kind of shock to the system that might mean.
Tuti, I'd like to pick up those two narratives that Catherine has described that we have in the United States. One is we have to make trade-offs, so let's find a new trade-off between America and Europe and let the Europeans pay for everything that happens here. And the other is to say, there is not really a trade-off, and Sandro has said that let's just grow ourselves out of the problem. We are spending a lot on military aid, on the defense industry. It's growing, we are creating new jobs. So which one how do you see that in Europe? And how do you see Sandro's approach of let's grow out of it? Is that something that's going to work for us too? Will we have a Biden approach here to deal with the new military needs?
Well, I love America. I was even married on 4th of July. But unfortunately, we cannot rely on America anymore. It is no longer the passion of freedom. I think that America, first, that's the new reality that we have to get used to. I'd loved Biden to win, and I hope, and I still think he wins, the center holds. But whatever administration there is in the White House, they will expect more from Europe. So we have to be able to build more on our own security and defense industries and everything that it takes in order to be more responsible for our own security in this continent. It is not against the United States. They are, for God's sake, not jealous of Europe becoming more strong. They expect that from us. But we in Europe, we cannot forever on believe that the United States comes back and saves us. It might come back and save us, but what happens if not? Let's be honest, who are we facing here in Europe? We are facing a fascist Russia, dictator Vladimir Putin in Moscow. That is the war that is ongoing in Ukraine. That is not a war that is happening when I have time for that, when I have that in my calendar. It's going on now. And Russia doesn't want peace. We progressives, of course, we want peace. But Russia doesn't want peace. If there's a peace where Ukraine doesn't win, the war will continue. The war will continue, and we will all be involved in that war. Whether we will end up in a position like Belarus, or we will be some kind of proxies of Russia, or in the spheres of interest of Russia, that will be the result out of the situation, out of the peace
where Ukraine doesn't win. So our #1 priority now is to make sure that Russia is defeated in Ukraine and that Ukraine wins the war. That is what we progressives need to do. And I know, especially here in Germany, many are afraid what happens if Russia loses the war. I am also afraid what happens, but especially my fear is that if Ukraine loses the war, then there will be a constant war. And actually, we progressives, my message to you, my message to our political family is that if somebody should hope that Russia really is defeated, because whenever Russia has lost a war, something good has come out of it. I draw a lesson from history. In 1856, Russia lost the Crimean War, and the slavery stopped. Slaves were freed. And some, early signs of capitalism, if I may, they started to grow in Russia. When Russia was defeated by Japan in Russo-Japanese War in 1905, Duma was established in Russia. So democracy started to develop in Russia. And finally, when Russia lost the Afghanistan war, perestroika took place. So maybe if Russia is defeated again, something good out of that might happen. And especially us living on the front line, being a Randstad in Finland, we hope to have a peaceful state, a country that we can have good neighborly relations. We don't want to have war. We don't want to have, an iron curtain, a closed border from now on forever. We want to have a neighbor that is also democratic, because these values that we represent, they are not any Western domain. They are not US values. They are not European values. They are universal values, enshrined in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. They belong to Russians as well. But first, we need to defeat Russia, and that takes place on the Ukrainian battlefield.
Amen. Of course, I agree, but still we have to pay for that.
Yes.
And how do we pay for that? And how does that fit in with other progressive aims?
We will have to do that together. Let's take the defense industries. We spend a lot in European defense industries, and defense, it's 350 billion euros. But we have two separated defense industries. We need to consolidate that. It doesn't pay to have 16 different tanks. We could have 1 or 2 European standards, and it doesn't need, further investment. It's just the consolidation. Of course, we need to put money on that. And here we have to confront the conservatives who only look at the fiscal stability. We want to have real stability. Now it's the time for investment in defense industries, but also social investments, because we have to keep the people on board. That's why social democracy is the answer. We need to also invest in people's well-being, housing, education, childcare, and so on. They are not opposite domains.
Yeah, but still there are the fiscal rules, and 2 of the countries that are your home or that you have been in politics and have just received letters from the European Commission saying, well, we're back to fiscal rules, and please consolidate your households. So how's that going to work? You said we have to spend, for every euro we put in defense, we have to spend another one on education, also for what Tuti mentioned, resilience. But still, the money only goes so far if we stick with those fiscal rules.
Now, I start from what you said, because I totally agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
The time when we could rely on Russia for energy, rely on China to make car and other things there, and rely on US for security is over. Over. Huh? Okay? Are we fully and really aware of this? Maybe, I hope so, because this is the reality. So the reality is that we have to become more autonomous as Europeans to provide our security. And the reality is that for our security, that means that we have to diversify the way we get our energy. We have also to try to increase the production in the European continent, so to repatriate a part of the production which has gone elsewhere in the world, and that we have to not only in the first round I said we spend more, and now I say we must spend better. So we have to develop common military project at European level, and because the figures are totally on the other side. I mean, the figures condemn what we have done so far, because each year the US spend more than 700 billion euro for defense. China spend each year 270 billion euro for defense. We spend 240 billion euro altogether, we Europeans, and with the increase of Finland, of Germany, of other countries, we will spend more than China yearly for defense. But can we say that we are as effective, and Russia is less than 100 billion per year, 92, 93 billion per year. Can we say that we Europeans are not, I don't say more, but as effective in military terms as the Chinese or the Russia? If there are anybody in this room who think that we are? You. Okay, very good. But you are in a, probably, it's not true, probably a minority can always be right, but I can signal that you are on your own in this room. So, I mean, think about your way of analyzing military efficiency. But you might be right, and we might be all wrong. So it is clear that we have to develop a strategy to integrate our defense in Europe. It is true, it is clear that we cannot continue to have to produce with standards which do not allow, which gives an headache to the Ukrainians because they receive weapons from different European countries, and these weapons are not, as you say, interoperable, and they cannot use them. Yes. Because we have produced them through different standards, so we cannot put them together. This is why we push for European defense. And this is why we push also on an approach to European defense that is also based on how to get new financial resources. Mm-hmm. We have proposed during the electoral campaign a 100 billion euro plan to develop the European defense, to develop the defense industry, not reinventing the wheel, but using what has worked. Next Generation EU, the European Recovery Plan has worked, is working. Is working. We say that it must be temporary and exceptional. Okay, by 2026, the recovery plan will be over. But the method that we have used to issue Eurobond, to go on the market, to find the liquidity necessary to finance our growth, to finance against the negative consequences of COVID. Can we use this method to develop and to find new resources, to develop a new common European approach to both defense and defense industry? I think yes. I think we can. And I think we must. And I think that we have also smart in funding their own resources from a progressive perspective. From a progressive perspective means put back on the table a serious approach to financial transaction tax, to a digital levy on the multinational company, continue on the approach of the European carbon tax at the external border of the Union, which is a way also to ensure green justice and ensure competitiveness to our enterprises compared to the enterprises which do export to our market, but they do not respect the same green rules. This is the approach. And is it possible? Yes, it is possible. It is compatible with a revised stability pact, which is not the smartest thing that we could do in the last years. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And even if in a reform, which I think it is a relatively, not very exciting reform as we did of the Stability and Growth Pact, even in that reform, there are some positive development because the fact that we evaluate differently the expenditure for the digital transition, the green transition, and defense, I think that is something that we must fully exploit.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine,
and I just wanted to note that, you know, how much we've left on the table for a considerable amount of time. I think it was 2021 when Werner Hoyer of the European Investment Bank said, look, you know, we could use our funds to do R&D that, you know, because everything is dual use now, you know, that could go into looking at dual use technologies that can then also, you know, so this idea that we begin to mesh up our competitiveness goals. This also has, you spoke about banking, which I think is vital, because of course every sort of euro of public money that you might get into this, you know, the rethinking and the rejigging of the recovery funds and a tweaking of the stability and growth mechanisms through that has to be met with private funds. And how do you incentivize private funds is if you begin to think about, you know, ESG guidelines, taxonomy. I mean, this is now then beginning to touch on the values piece, because those ESG guidelines exist for reasons. There's certain taxonomy bits that exist for a reason. But if you're trying to incentivize sort of private funds to come in, also to sort of buffet that and make it in Europe an interesting defense market, right? Because we have incredible companies, to be fair. But then, so that's another sort of place to be looking at how you bring in private investment, how you, part of it is finally getting the capital markets union done so that money can flow freely and investments can flow freely. But then the harder challenge, which we haven't discussed here yet, is, and Tutti mentioned the different weapon systems that we had, and we all remember that, you know, the Borrell speech and the Juncker speech both talking about the weapon systems, and then Borrell going down the list and saying, and how is it that we can't produce a single tablet of paracetamol in this continent? So all those things are also there. For the longest time, when we were thinking about defense investments, we were sort of thinking of a weaponry of the next and proto-next generation. Yes, they all didn't speak to one another, but what we need now on the field of battle is 155 millimeter artillery munition. And you're absolutely right. Anna and I were on a talk show together where another colleague of ours said, sort of listed up how much time it takes on the battlefield, the logistics of figuring out which 155 millimeter shells, because they obviously don't fit every single weapon systems that is now in play. The logistics of getting shells around Ukraine is mind-boggling. So we're also suddenly have to rethink the kind of weapons we invest in, because for the longest time, we didn't think we were going to be engaged in conventional warfare anymore. Now we have to do conventional warfare and drones and sort of cyber industry. And so that creates a whole different set of complexity. But then when you get to the Letta plan and the Draghi plans, it offers up new opportunities around competitiveness. But then here comes a point about progressives. We are going to have to lower the taboo when it comes, you know, because war in the European contract was a dirty thing we left behind, right? It's something we don't talk about. But the truth is, it's, you know, happened on this European continent over and over again. Kosovo, I mean, you know, at our very border, in our very hearts. And we have wasted an enormous amount of time at bringing our publics along to make that kind of investment, that kind of expenditure, also that kind of innovation funding and research funding attractive. And that is a narrative that fundamentally progressives have to now, like, step up to, because that's a different kind of story. And that's a story we have failed to tell over 40 plus years.
I still want to be the spoiler here and stick with the question of where does the money come from for a minute. So you've laid out all great ideas, integrated security, spend the money better. We take the principle of the recovery fund and apply it in Europe and so forth. But we might have a shock moment in November where we need a lot of money very quickly, because Donald Trump comes into office and says, well, those hundreds of billions the US has been spending on Ukraine, they're gone. And by the way, I'm withdrawing my troops from Europe. So is Europe up to this moment, Tutti?
We must be. We must be. And Ukraine has been buying us time. It's more than 2 years ago that the large war started. It actually started already in Crimea. But we've spent more than 2 years, and we've had some results. We have been, you know, been able to support Ukraine in a way that no one could you know, assume before. Not the least, you know, Putin, who was so surprised that European Union could help Ukraine in that manner as it has, and Finland and Sweden has joined NATO and so on. But yes, it's a very, very good question, tricky question. We cannot trust, you know,
Trump. Who says that we can trust Trump? I don't think so. If he says that he can do what the hell he wants, then we have to be prepared. And how many days are we still waiting for? The war is ongoing now. I mean, Germans are considering whether to send Taurus. I think it's high time to send Taurus missiles for Ukraine. It took us a long time to give Ukraine the permission to strike deep in Russia, you know, inside the Russian borders. Now that permit is given, and it's good. But yes, I think it's high time to act and give the advantage, the edge for Ukraine it needs, because it is fighting our war. It is our war on the European continent. And it could still end well. I mean, the United States is worthy of investing from our side. I want the continental relationship to grow stronger. And if there's a will in the United States side, then we should build an ever more stronger alliance of freedom and democracy friends, giving the intentions in the Pacific area. France is very active in the South Pacific, is present there. Japan and Korea, they have reconciliated their relations, and we could build a sort of center of gravity of democracies to defend our democracies and our freedom and our free societies. But the time is running, and I'm afraid that it might take us too long. And a lot of counts on us progressive. If we take this war seriously, if we take our responsibilities seriously, we will act accordingly. It is our values that are at stake. It is Russia that is representing exactly opposite values that we have. And this is also a message that we have to pass to the so-called global south. That what Russia is giving them, it is autocracy, it is not democracy. It is protectionism and kleptocracy. It's not real market economy. It's something that doesn't bring progress in the global south. We have the recipe for progress, and we have to win their hearts as well.
Alexandra, how do you view it? Is there enough European cohesion to deal with a Trump moment? I mean, we've seen a divide between the so-called Eastern European and Western European states before the war. I now see an alignment, but would that alignment hold if Trump came into power and cut the aid?
So, traditionally, Poland and sort of Central and Eastern Europe, comparing to the Western European states, used to be, maybe together with England, with the UK, we used to be sort of champions of the Atlanticism, We like to emphasize sort of the US-Polish relations in the past. We like to, show our gratitude to Woodrow Wilson, who happened, to help us to gain independence after the First World War, to Ronald Reagan, who helped us to bring down communism. However, indeed, Donald Trump presents a challenge. And I chair a transatlantic group on the level of the Polish parliament. We have 90 MPs from a variety of parties. So, I don't mean to say anything that could jeopardize potentially the relations between the Polish parliament and the US administration. We will work with whomever is going to sit in the White House. However, I believe that, what the potential sort of Republican presidency here is posing us sort of three challenges. So one is that indeed of the so-called, what France is currently raising as a strategic autonomy, right? And Europe at present is in no place to be strategically autonomous from the United States. So we must dramatically ramp up their security spending, create a common defense policy, be able to communicate difficult decisions to our societies. On the second hand, the Ukraine question, right? And I believe that here, what Tutti has so beautifully and so eloquently put is that it is extremely frustrating to keep hearing that we will support Ukraine for however long it takes.
It's not a strategy.
It's not a strategy, exactly. Just as Catherine mentioned, it's not a strategy. A strategy has clear goals, and the clarity of the goal, I believe, should be defined as the defeat of Russia on the territory of Ukraine, and pushing Russia and pushing that aggression away from our European borders as far as possible. And we are lucky and we're fortunate, and it's brute luck that Kyiv has managed to push back Russia in the first days of the war. The reason why I decided to return to Poland after 12 years living abroad was actually the Ukraine war. I served in Ukraine for 12 months, and then I returned to Poland because I saw that essentially, the professionalism and the integrity and the democracy of our own government has an enormous role to play here suddenly, and we cannot afford to be incompetent and to be stupid, because the ripple effects of Polish government's stupidity and incompetence back in the day, could endanger the security architecture of entire Europe. And I think that the third challenge that potential Republican presidency is posing is that really of, how do I put it diplomatically, is sorry.
You don't have to.
We're not diplomats here. It's the challenge of integrity of our politicians, policymakers. It's the challenge of not emulating ethically questionable behaviors,
Amen.
And I think that whoever is going to sit in the White House will try to work with them, of course. But, so beautifully in the Odyssey of Hope, Barack Obama has put that one of the challenges that he says as the commander-in-chief of the American army is that on one hand, he obviously has the interest of his own state, of the US. On the other hand, these universal values of pursuit of happiness, of justice, of freedom that are universal, that are global. And we must strive as policymakers and as politicians to hold ourselves to this standard, to understand difficult ethical dilemmas, to hold ourselves to the highest potential standards that we can have. And obviously this presidency might be challenging when it comes to that. But let us have hope, and let us try to hold ourselves on an individual level as well to ethics of responsibility, So we might not be ready, but we absolutely must be. And let's remember that, as Esther again mentioned, Ukraine is currently fighting our war with their own blood, with our weaponry sometimes, but with their own blood. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we have 847th day of the war. And day in, day out, for over 2 years, Ukraine is fighting, waking up to pools of blood of their beloved ones. Every single day with Shahid Iranian drones, with hypersonic missiles. We have no weaponry whatsoever to shoot down, hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles. It's a brutal conflict, and as we sit here, in suits, in a beautiful building in Berlin, what is really happening in Europe is an unspeakable bloodshed. And the reason why I returned is because I feel helpless. And I don't want humanitarian aid workers to serve as a scapegoat or to serve as a distraction from bodies that are ultimately responsible, which are decision makers or policy makers.
Yeah, thank you. Let me put the question to you, and this will be my last question, and then I will open it up. Are we preparing hard enough? Alexandra said we have to push really hard now for the worst case. Do you see that happening?
I see that there are initiatives and signs that we are entering in a war economy mode. In certain sectors, we are. On artillery production, we are. On ammunition production, we are. We have double our capacity of production per month in Europe, and we are going to double again in the next 6-8 months, according to the statistics of the experts. So from this perspective, we are going to war. It's not something that we wish, but the necessary direction, because it's not that something. There is a new cleavage in the also political debate, and it's not easy for us, because you have, on one side, the extreme right, that's saying Ukraine is not our war. This is not our war. Of course, they're saying, if your name is Marine Le Pen or Matteo Salvini, you say because you don't go in war against your financier or your political ally, because Vladimir Putin has been the financier of Marine Le Pen and Matteo Salvini and other extreme right movement, and is the political ally. But the message, it is a message that can catch the attention of the public opinion, is Ukraine is not our war. I had a debate with basically the spokesperson of Putin in France, who is a member of the European Parliament called Thierry Mariani. Look it if you are interested. How is clear that he say, this is not our war. Wrong, this is our war.
Yes.
Because he's attacking us, he's attacking our security, he's attacking our stability, he's attacking our values, he's dismantling the security and cooperation order on which we have based Europe since 1945 and since 1976 with the Helsinki Act. The Helsinki Act, boom, exploded. Okay, so these are what? On the extreme left, they say, but come on, we are for peace. So Zelensky, come on, surrender. Surrender, Zelensky. Because, you know, we got social welfare, we got problem of growth. So what are you talking about? Come on. Go at the table and strike a deal, which means surrender. We are those who must make clear that we are defending our values, our security, by supporting Ukraine and Zelensky. This is the message. And to do so, we have also developing a stronger defense capability and industry defense production capacity. And is it too late? No. Is it late? Yes. Because, come on. I mean, we talk all the time about Donald Trump. And I understand. Because what he said, Donald Trump, when he was president, he came to the first NATO summit in July 2017. 2017. I mean, we didn't like it. I mean, was a rude man, I mean, brutal. But in a much more elegant way, and not with the same goal, of course, our biggest ally and friend, and also personal friend of many here in the room, called Barack Obama, had told us the same things to us Europeans. You have to do more to provide your own security. And we need a much more serious approach on defense from the Europeans, because we need to rebalance the transatlantic partnership. He said the same, because it was our democratic ally who said, on certain issue, we will lead from behind. So, I mean, what I'm saying that there is sometimes in diplomacy and in foreign policy, there are some structural shifts. And this structural shift, it is happening in US, in Washington, before Donald Trump. Absolutely. Before Donald Trump. It is clear that Donald Trump is also doing because he wants the European Union to fail. He wants us, the European project, to fail.
Yeah, I think that's the fundamental point. Because unlike in 2016, when we were told to take him seriously but not literally, we now can take him seriously and literally. And on page 188 of the Manifest for Leadership, it says, we will look for different allies in Europe, and we will take Europe apart.
Absolutely. So, absolutely. But it is not a criticism. Simply, and you know, because you go to the Congress more than me, but every year since I was elected to the European Parliament, I've been in the Congress and the White House twice per year to talk about cybersecurity, digital issue, and security and defense. But it is not a criticism to our American friends. They are right. More than 70 years after the end of the Second World War, we must do more to provide our security. And we have also reached a very good step ahead in a possible European consensus on security. Because this useless debate, European defense is against NATO or pro-NATO, is over. It is clear that the strategic autonomy means to strengthen the European pillar of NATO. And this, it wasn't clear 10 years ago. When 10 years ago, Paris used to talk about European defense, in Rome, in London, and in Berlin, we understood, they are going to put in question the transatlantic alliance. It is over. We have to build on this. It is a very good strategic step ahead. Okay? Right. But I mean, sorry, because I would like...
Because I would like to take at least two questions before we... Okay,
but,
last sentence.
If for the first time since the Fifth Republic, a French president say, hey, the Brits are out of the Union. I got a nuclear shield. And I'm ready to start to discuss how to put the nuclear shield at the service of a new concept of European defense. I would expect a little bit more active debate.
Where's the enthusiasm?
Because it's something that we have asked to the French for decades.
Yes. Right. Yes.
For decades.
Definitely. I'm with you. Too big a debate to start at the very end of the discussion, but thank you for this very engaged last words. We have 5 minutes left, and I'd like to take a couple of questions. You want to argue why Russia, we are winning the war? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Yeah,
coming.
Thank you. So my name is Ernst Hillebrand. I'm from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, which is co-organizing this event. And I, as a humble taxpayer, I have one basic problem with your argumentation. It sounds so damned counterfactual to me. I mean, if I look at the defense spending of NATO, it's 13 times. I did my Googling in the meantime, you know. It's 13 times the defense spending of Russia, 13 times. Why do we need more money? If I look at the figures of troops available, we have double the number of military personnel available at the NATO. Why do we need circumscription? If I look at very serious military indexes like Global Firepower Index, Russia is totally outgunned by the West in military capacities. Why do we need more guns if we already outgunning Russia in a scale that is very, very clear? Now, then the argument you say they might be attacking us. Now, Russia has been attacking a military much weaker enemy in Ukraine. In Global Military Firepower Index, Ukraine ranks 18, Russia ranks second. They didn't come to grips with this enemy. They are still in a difficult situation militarily. Why should they be mad enough to attack an extremely superior military adversary like it is today's NATO? So all of this sounds counterfactual to me, you know? And though I would like to know why I should spend more money of my taxes on military and not on a lot of other things like integration, schools, etc. here in Germany.
Yeah, we are facing a very determined dictatorship, an autocracy which has an imperialism in its backbones. Russia won't stop in Ukraine if it managed to get territory out of another country. If it managed to invade whole of Ukraine, it would definitely go further. And we would only encourage other autocracies in the world, let alone China, but maybe also others, what might North Korea do, and so on. And these countries, Iran, North Korea, and China, are very resolute contributors to Russia at this moment. You are quite right. We are not weak in the West. In contrary, we are actually much more powerful. We have the military, we have the economy, we have the people, we have the value core, but it lacks resolve. We need to be more determined and we need to have more unity in our action. And now the big question mark is the United States. We don't know whether we will still have the United States on board. Europe is certainly not withdrawing itself from the United States, but if the United States decides to withdraw from the transatlantic bond, then we are in big trouble. And we have to be able to talk about nukes. We have to be progressives. We have also, this very difficult topic, we have to be able to somehow engage with. Because Russia is a nuclear power state, and if we are not well equipped when it comes to this, then we don't know what Russia might do. I'm not trying to sell you any scary story, but we know that nukes are only used if there's another one who cannot retaliate. If United States should withdraw, if America first grows, then we have to serious talk about European deterrence, French nukes, UK nukes, and perhaps even a European nuclear deterrent. I'm afraid the word is like that. I'm a social democrat, I'm a feminist, and I love peace. But if you want peace, you have to prepare for war. This is the reality that I'm raising my children to.
But we also have to be honest. I think this speaks to the fact that what all of us have said is we made mistakes. We made mistakes in our defense procurement. What's really expensive is storing old tanks. In fact, a lot of money in the Sonderhaushalt, Sondervermögen, is going to be going to storing old weapons that we have to get rid of and renew. And so this is the point where we actually have to be honest with our taxpayers. What we're paying a lot for is actually getting ourselves ready to be a fighting force, which we don't have. A readily deployable, force that can do conventional tasks, that can do forecasting tasks, that can do, and so we're investing in new kinds of weapon systems that can sort of meet both of those objectives. But a lot of what we're actually paying for, what's in those numbers, is quote unquote storing, taking care. There's some of those monies are pension funds, other things are storage. Some of those we're paying for inefficiencies in the system, and we allowed for inefficiencies of the system because frankly we never thought we were going to have to to use them in the way that we're going to use them. So as we said earlier this morning, wir müssen uns auch ehrlich machen. We have to be honest with our taxpayers, because a lot of what we're doing is we're making up for lost time. And making up for lost time is now expensive, which gets back to this integrated idea of defense. Because if you can do better planning, if you can do better anticipation, then God knows, maybe we can prevent making those mistakes in the future, and conversely, letting us get picked off by other powers who are bigger and try to dictate how we use our monies and our resources in the future. And that means China and the United States.
I'll take one more question, and I hope the answer will be brief because we're heading towards the high-level panel, and we can't be late. In a red jacket.
Thank you so much. My name is Dominika Lasota. I'm a Fridays for Future activist from Poland, and I think it's something that I struggle with in those conversations about security is I think that so many of them focus on reacting to the crisis, to when the danger is actually already happening in front of us, and those are the discussions about military and so on and so forth. But I feel like very, very rarely we actually take a step back and look into why we ended up in this war in the first place. And speaking in the context of the rising far right, in the context of so many people being so disillusioned with our system, our political system, our economic system, I feel like in these discussions and this is my experience as an activist who, from dealing with the climate, we started campaigning against the Russian energy flowing into Europe. Because one of the questions that we were trying to handle at the beginning of the full-scale invasion was, we see all of the solidarity speeches, everything so beautiful, stand with Ukraine, and obviously we stand with Ukraine as much as we can. But then how is it that at the same time there is almost 1 billion euros flowing from the EU to Russia for the energy every single day if we want to solve this crisis? I mean, how then, we speak about the war and how we need to stand up to dictators, but how is it that up until this day, there are so many businesses being dealt with Russia, but also other autocracies around the world. And then it seems like the government, puts the blame onto people. We're talking about conscription. Yeah. Sure, my brother will probably be conscripted soon. But I feel like there is a big sense among, ordinary, especially working class people, that, those wars and so on are dealt in between different elites, in between different businesses for their profits. The ordinary people are being the victims of that system, and that there are not, actually real solutions put in place. Because the trade-offs that you mentioned, I feel like, security should be perceived so much broadly, like doing the just transition, cutting off from the energy from dictators, and democratizing our energy systems, delivering just healthcare, redistributing the wealth, taking the money from those bad guys to the people to make our society stronger, more just. That should be as big of a priority as the military talk, or even more. And I wonder, Alexandra, how do you feel about that?
Do you want to react?
Absolutely, yeah. I think Dominika has made a very fair point, and I think this is something that last night I was thinking about this. I was thinking about how, from one perspective, as a Polish policymaker currently, it is I serve on the National Foreign Affairs Committee, and I serve on the National Defense Committee. And we're looking into modernization of the Polish army, etc. Lots of the tanks and the military equipment being sent to Ukraine actually works to modernize the Polish army. So on one hand, of course, I absolutely emphasize the need to improve our security and defense. But on the other hand, I do also see that it's so easy, ladies and gentlemen, to forget about the global challenges, such as, for example, of course, the global warming, such as, for instance, the fact that, and this is something that we barely speak about, but the rise of AI, and we see drones already fighting each other in Ukraine. As policymakers, we have no idea how to regulate this. The technology advances much faster than the policy processes can catch up with, And these are global issues that are truly disruptive to humanity as to humankind, Far more disruptive than the East and the West and the Occidental and the Oriental worlds. So we have to somehow be able, as policymakers, to counterbalance these immediate existential threats and spendings with, of course, the long-term vision. Dominika has also mentioned the energy issue and the fact that, still Russia finds creative ways to divert the fundings from other countries, from Kazakhstan, from different states, to still keep receiving money. And we, as Poland, we push for harder sanctions, especially for sectoral sanctions on Russia, for transportation, for the military, for energy. And one of the biggest gaps in the sanctions is Belarus, ladies and gentlemen. What Lukashenko is currently is a very useful tool of Vladimir Putin. Poland shares a border with Belarus, and currently, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but Belarus is in an extremely cynical and cruel fashion, undermining the very values that Europe stands for by trying to instrumentalize and weaponize migrants, essentially, and trying to, encourage people to try to cross the borders of Schengen, leading to horrifying scenes on the Polish-Belarusian border that we're trying to push back against, but they create a series of difficult ethical dilemmas. So, of course, we have to balance all these things while at the same time remaining that, we are members of universal humanity. But if I can just also come back for a second to the gentlemen.
I think we have to close.
All right, sorry.
I think we have to close because there's another panel coming up. So very sorry, we could go on a lot, but I will have to hand it back to Maria. Thank you all very much. This was a great discussion, and thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much to the speakers, to the great moderator. It was a really fascinating panel. I almost forgot to blink. So thank you very much for this session. Yes, so back to me. We are about to close the second session of breakout sessions. And now we will have a longer break. And we will reconvene here, meet here at 3 p.m. And we will meet here at 3 p.m., as Anna already mentioned, for the highlight session with Chancellor Scholz, our guest from the London School of Economic, Lea Ypi, and the session will be moderated by Catherine Weidner of The Guardian. And I have another important announcement, a short notice security announcement. Namely, this request came from the security service of the Chancellor. For the next session, no bags, handbags, small bags are allowed in this room. Phones, laptops, fine. Bags, not. Please use the cloakroom, the garderobe downstairs, and please be back here punctually at 3. Should you not make it or not find a place here, the conversation will be live streamed in the foyer and in the forum room. I hope this will be a motivation to make your way punctually to the main stage. See you at 3, and please don't bring any bags with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Super.
friends and fellow progressives. Welcome to Berlin.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being so disciplined and punctual. Welcome to the highlight session of the Progressive Governance Summit 2024. And we are now joined by two very special guests, the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, and Lea Ypi from the London School of Economics. And this session will be chaired by Catherine Weiner, the editor-in-chief of the, I would say, one of the most prominent, if not the most prominent, progressive voices in Europe, The Guardian. And you will be talking about freedom, peace, and progress in Europe. I wish us all an interesting session. I wish you an interesting conversation. Please join me on the stage.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I've been to this summit before. I think it's fantastic, and it's particularly great to be here this year because last year The Guardian launched our new edition in Europe, Guardian Europe, and it is absolutely flying. We've got a huge audience, particularly in Germany, I have to say. And what our readers here tell us is that they knew we did lots of interesting stuff on news and politics and commentary, but they didn't realize there was so much culture and sport, and particularly in the Euros. And so do have a look at our football coverage right up until the inevitable moment when Germany beats England on penalties. I wouldn't make that joke at home.
Or Albania wins everyone.
Or Albania, everyone's favourite underdogs in the tournament. So, yeah. So, Lea, we'd love to, both of us have read your fantastic memoir, Free, and I just thought it was such a wonderful book. I loved your child's eye take on life in Albania under communism. But then I also loved your take on your teenage years after the Hoxha regime had fallen, and your really surprising, in my view, take on the sort of two systems you witnessed as a child and a young adult.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And it's a pleasure and an honor. And I feel a little bit like wannabe Machiavelli talking to wannabe Lorenzo. So.
I'll take it. So you said my world. I think this is on the last page of your book. Actually, you said my world is as far from freedom as the one my parents tried to escape, which stopped me in my tracks. Do you really believe that liberal democracy is as far from freedom as under the Hoxha regime?
Yeah, because I think of freedom as an ideal, and I don't think of it I think of it in a very actually German Kantian way, which is that it's not about measuring what was here and what was here, and it's not about something that you can quantify and you can establish relations between units and think of in this very consequentialist way. I think of it as an ideal that was there during communism and that people were very upset for not having, and that was also there as an ideal in the post-communist years during the transition, and that people were and still are upset for not having. And indeed, most of the book is about the difference between freedom as an ideal and freedom as an ideology, as that which is packaged for us as freedom, but where, in fact, it's something much more complicated, and it's a search.
And the search is still ongoing. Capitalism has a lot to answer for, you seem to conclude.
Well, we wouldn't have a progressive summit if we'd been done with the search, so...
So no way. And tell us what you thought of the book, Herr Scholz. What did you make of it?
First, I loved reading it, and I really asked many to read it. So this is something which impressed me quite a lot. And it's also important acting as a politician, going around in Europe, discussing with the now Prime Minister, President of the country, and seeing the development. But I think it is a question about freedom, yes, and so it's very important to understand the development over there. I surely disagree on the question in what stage we are living. I think it is a democratic world we have in Germany and in the European Union, and obviously there are questions for social progress that is needed, that have to be answered, and activities that are necessary. This is why I'm engaged as a progressive, but this is a part of the discussion in our democracy. And yes, it's a capitalist society.
Did it make you think differently about anything, though? I mean, did it make you see the GDR differently, or what's happened to East Germany since?
No.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not East German, so I don't have to defend the East German position. It's okay. I guess I would say that I perhaps have a slightly different take from the Chancellor on the relationship between capitalism and democracy, and indeed how they both connect to freedom. Because I think of freedom as a universal ideal, and indeed as a cosmopolitan ideal that is for the whole world. And in a world that ours that is integrated, globalized, where, as Kant says, if you have injustice in one part of the world, it's perceived in another with equal strength and effect. It seems to me it's very hard to say that we live in free societies when there are huge areas of the world where there is no freedom, because actually when there is no freedom in one part of the world, if you think of it in this integrated way, then it affects us, and there is no freedom in this part of the world either. And it seems to me you have to be very self-centered as a society to think that we have freedom here and all we need to do is wait for it to be realized in other parts of the world, because I think capitalism threatens freedom. It threatens it in Germany, it threatens it in other parts of the world, and what makes it less threatening here are the movements that fight it and the politics that opposes that entire structure. And so to the extent that we have democracy, and to the extent that there are societies where it's more compatible with freedom and where we think we have more freedom, it's because there have been struggles of the past, of the kind that the Chancellor will know very well, from indeed socialists and social democrats, to overcome these forces that limit us. And that's why I think it's not an either or, it's a political process that is open, and it can't be complete until it's complete for everyone.
So it's not about capitalism per se, it's the type of capitalism.
Actually, no, this is where I would push back. I think it is about capitalism per se, and we think that neoliberalism is indeed the worst evil. But actually, capitalism is a very stretched out historical phenomenon, and a structure that, as I say, has pervasive global effects for everyone, and that goes through periods of boom and bust, where when things go well for capital, they go well for democracy, and when they don't go well for capital, they don't go well for democracy either. And we have just normalized this way of thinking, and therefore now think, well, if it's not neoliberalism, then it's capitalism that we like. But I would urge all the progressives here to actually go back to the social democrats of the origins, and their founding father, Edward Bernstein, who was also a Kantian, incidentally, and who wrote this wonderful book called The Presuppositions of Socialism, where the argument is exactly that capitalism and democracy are not compatible.
Are they?
They are. I disagree. But I would like to, if you allow me, I will say some words on this question. First, we have to understand we are living in a world where the whole world is now capitalist. So this is due to all the former socialist countries, communist countries. China is a capitalist country. Russia is. Two different developments after communism, which we see, but it is now capitalism. I think the only country that is not might be North Korea, but we face very different types of capitalist market-driven economy, and so it is not the question if this is the case. The question is whether we are able to develop democracy, which is important for all of us, and it makes a difference if you are living in a society without fear, to say it with a famous philosopher, as a liberal democracy, and or if you are not living in such circumstances, And the second is that I think there are different models of capitalist market economy possible, and one is the social welfare state, which my party is proposing, and especially the former leaders are really supporting in the development of our society. And I'm saying this as one of the representatives of the second oldest party in Europe. The other one are the Tories, if I see it right. And we worked right from the beginning for democracy, for the right to vote, the right to elect members of parliament, the freedom that is necessary for you personally, and we worked for social welfare as part of the modern economy. And I think this is still a task, aside of all the other questions we are facing. But I would go to one aspect which you mentioned, and this is the question of globalization. I would like to say that globalization is a benefit for world development, and that we have to go away from the views we had on this question in the 70s, or were discussed when there was the discussion about the Global South, saying that this is a risk for them. But the reality is that billions of people entered middle class all over the world, especially in Asia, but not just there, also in the South of America, also in Africa. And there is a good chance that in the world we will see in the midst of this century, with then 10 billion people, will be a world that possibly has a standard of living that is very similar to the one we had, let's say, 1950. This has many consequences. One is about climate change. We will not be able to have an industrial model that is like 1950 or even like today, with all the fossil resources we are going to use. But it also is a question which is important for us in Europe and North of America, because we must have an answer to the question why in the most lucky countries of the world we have right populist movements and unrest. And you see it in Finland. From outside of Finland, people ask, do they have problems? You see it in Sweden. From outside Sweden, the people ask, do they have problems? The same with Norway, with Denmark, with the Netherlands, with Germany, with Austria, with Swiss, with the north of Italy, to be precise. So this area of very rich countries that made it that there is a high employment rate, that people have a chance for a better life, but there is the development of a certain welfare state that is existing, where there is access to schools and a chance for a good education, if you are living in a family of poor people. And that is something we have to understand. And I think it has to do with globalization, because as it is not like in the 70s, 60s, where we're just exploiting resources from these countries, but as it is a world where there is industrialization in these places of the world as well, people are not anymore that sure that nothing could happen to them because of the big distance between us and them. So the success of globalization, I think, is one of the aspects of insecurity, and is exploited by the far right, as we see. And so this is what we have to understand, and that's coming back to the original question, means for me that we should not, that we should really estimate democracy and the freedom of speech and a secure life, that we should not discuss whether we are living in a capitalist world or not, that we should discuss about the model that gives security and hope for the future for all people in the world, yes, but also for those in Europe and the North of America.
Can I answer? My initial question was not whether there is capitalism globally. My question was whether there ought to be capitalism globally. And so we can't go from is to an ought. We have to try and think about what might be the reasons for why there should not be capitalism globally. And it seems to me that globalization, yes, has the benefits that you mentioned, and yes, it has been lifting people from poverty, but it was doing so already in the 18th, 19th century when the so-called commercial society began to expand. Indeed, the Communist Manifesto starts with a whole applause and hymn to the bourgeoisie and to the expansion of capital in other parts of the world and to how it, as Marx says, batters down all the Chinese walls and all the benefits of globalization. The problem is not that it lifts people from poverty. The problem is that in doing so, it creates inequality. And we know that inequality has been rising and that power differentials between the north and the south of the world put pressure then on countries in the north as well, where again, it's not about developing social welfare states here and then hoping that globalization will trickle down and will produce the same effects elsewhere. It's about understanding that what is done here comes at a cost. And there I would disagree with you with the analysis that says, well, we're not in a model like the one from the 70s because we're not exploiting resources, because in a way you are exploiting resources still. There is, for example, brain drain from other parts of the world. There is migrants, there is human labor that does move from the south to the north of the world and does get exploited because it's disenfranchised and doesn't have adequate political representation. And it seems to me that one of the reasons for why it doesn't have that adequate political representation is that social democratic parties in Europe and the world have exactly gone back to this, away from this original project of trying to, through democracy, which is a process, it's not complete anywhere in the world, push back and contain and eventually overcome capitalism, because again, that's not either or, it's a process, to the idea that all we need to do is tame it, but we have to accept that it's there and that it's easier, as someone said, to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. So for me, as I say, the question is not, I mean, all of these things can be true at once, but it does matter what narrative the left has. And it's very, again, as I see it, quite concerning that even left-wing parties with a history like the Social Democratic Party of Germany are unwilling to go back to those origins, and to rethink this big picture of how we reimagine capitalism and how we reimagine the relationship of democratic forces to it.
So we are still working for a better society, to make it clear, and this is also part of our party program, but to be very clear, we should understand where we are living. And I have two disagreements. The first is about, is there no change in the way of globalization we have? I think there is. And I will explain it with an example. So when capitalism, modern industrial capitalism, this one, started in England, one of the first activities was destroying the textile industry in India. Now textile industry is in India and in Bangladesh and some other places. So, and that's a difference which should not be underestimated. It's completely different to what we saw before, because today there is industry going to these countries. We are facing the question of cheap labor for the world market, and this is a question also for the United States and the politics in the United States for Europe, and the question whether we have a chance for having enough jobs in this development society and the economy to come, which I think worked so far well for especially my country and some others, but it's not naturally so. So this is something we have to work for. But the difference between the time before the 70s, I would say, is that this is happening, and this is the rise of Asia, the rise of China, for instance, that a lot of production came there, which is traditionally industrial production, and which has not happened before. So that's a difference, my view. And the second is, we have yet not a better model for economic dynamism and dynamics as the system we have today. And when I was in my youth organization, the Young Socialists, we made decisions on companies that should go under public control. Lists. When you look them today, you have 2 days for laughing, because you won't find a single one, or nearly no single one of those today in the economy. So there are a lot of new companies that came up through the dynamics of the market economy. And I just to name the most famous, like Google or Tesla, or what happened in the last decades. And so I would say it is a mistake to work on the wrong question. And the right question from my perspective is developing a secure perspective for people in a world that is changing, giving them hope that they themselves, people that are similar as they are, will have a good future, and that they don't have to be afraid about the world to come. And this has also to do with social cohesion and the social welfare state as an aspect of a society where it's good to live in. And I think it's worth fighting for.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm just making a more specific proposal here. I don't think we're disagreeing on the goal, and I think your party is right to have changing the world as a principle. But then I think every party has changing the world as a principle, and then there are differences between parties in the way they see society, in the way they articulate political conflict, in the way they diagnose the conflicts that they're witnessing. And it seems to me that if I go back to the terms that you mentioned, so one is security and the other one is the people, both of these are very vague terms that need to be populated, because both of these terms are being appropriated and indeed used with more or less legitimate reasons by all kinds of political parties. And so if we want to distinguish what this project means for democracy in Germany, in Europe, and in the world, we have to have a more specific diagnosis of the problems of globalization, of the principles that help us overcome these problems, and some kind of insight into what future problems there might be. And my concern is that party democracy right now has become a place where it's about the leader, it's about the policy, it's about visions of the better world in very general terms, but where we actually are not given any specific concrete diagnosis of what goes wrong. And when we want to have those specific diagnoses, it's all turned into either geopolitical conflicts or conflicts between cultures or conflicts between religions. And this all essentializes factors that, although they're important, miss out on a really important part of the socialist tradition, which is, well, there are also distributive conflicts and material conflicts. And on that, I don't think the question of inequality can be tackled from within capitalist principles and from within presuppositions of that kind.
So the battles become about culture wars rather than about inequality and money.
As I said, we need a social market economy and social welfare state. We have to look that everyone has the good chance for a safe development in our life, in his life. And this means that we have to have demands on this question. This was the question of minimum wage, which we raised and was part of our campaign. It was the question of respect that we raised, saying that this is about how we look at the people that are working and how are their perspectives. This is something about the pension scheme and the stability it gives to lives, which is a part of the politics we are developing. This is a question of education, of childcare, of health system. So there are a lot of things that we could do for making life better. And we have to give answers to all these aspects which are now creating insecurity and giving a chance for the far right and populist movements to exploit it for their aims. And it was, just to name it, Corona for a long time, which was a big threat for many people's life. We made it through it, but still there is a lot of questions about this time. There is the war of Russia against Ukraine, which is a big aspect of insecurity because it's very near to us, and it's also a war that is breaking all agreements we had in the past, that there should be no change of border by force. And we have other conflicts which everyone sees at TV, and many people are thinking of how this is developing in the Middle East. The question of all the conflicts we see in Africa, people know about it. And this is creating an atmosphere of insecurity where we have to react to. There is the technological development where people don't know what will be the outcome of all these very massive changes we are facing. artificial intelligence, robotics, the question of quantum computing, the question of analytical biology, which is changing a lot of things and will change our life definitely. And there are more questions to be raised. There is also the question of climate change, which asks us to develop a new industrial model that gives us a chance to create growth and wealth without harming the climate. And all these things are happening at the same time. And so it is very important for us to understand how we can give the people a perspective that this will have a good outcome, to say it like this, because this is the basis that they can hope for something, and that they are not hearing to those who are saying it is the foreigners, it is the people from somewhere else, it is people who are having a different lifestyle, and all these questions which are exploited in times of insecurity. So hope and the chance for having a better world is, I think, the main question for the times to come.
Yeah, can I just one very small thing, because I agree with everything here, but what I'm saying is that we don't have, we meaning the left, we can't have an alternative narrative to the right if we reduce the conflicts to geopolitical conflicts and if we reduce the solutions to policy proposals. We need an alternative that says to the worker in Germany, actually, you can have solidarity with a worker in Albania because you are both implicated by European and global structures where injustices are reproduced that don't overlap with national boundaries. And the problem is that when the Social Democrats turned the project of developing these transnational forces and rethinking democracy beyond the nation state to just a project of consolidating the nation state and the welfare states of each individual country, they have basically given in a really important part of their narrative, which is that democracy, that freedom have to be transnational, that there has to be cross-national solidarity. And when I say we need to return to the critique of capitalism, it's not because I like to talk about Marx and teach Marx and think the word is fancy, because I think that critique gives us an analysis of society as society that is also made up by economic conflicts, which, if they are reduced to conflicts between states, gives a really important part of the game away to the right. And this is where I think the left is falling behind, because the narrative is being driven by the right, and we just don't have a convincing alternative that can speak across boundaries, across nations, and it's a vision for change that can be cross-national in that way.
Is this so?
You think that you disagree?
I doubt.
You're proven wrong.
I doubt. So the European Union is, I think, a project which gives a good chance for every country within this framework to prosper, and also those that will attend there, Albania, for instance. And yes, forming this European Union, forming this common market, giving the chance for free movement of labor has consequences, as it had in the past, even within our countries. But this is something which gives many people a good chance for a better life, and which is also giving many countries the chance for growth and development. Who would have expected just in 1990 that we will have this very good development of economy in the Baltic states, in Poland, in Czechia, in Slovakia, in Hungary, in Romania, as we see it today, and Croatia and Slovenia, for instance, and more countries to come. I think there is a good chance that this will happen to all member states. Yes, there are still differences in the wages, this is true, but I think step by step there is a good chance for something where everyone is profiting. What we need in this case is that we have a political debate in the European Union about questions of social cohesion within the Union, which is a question that is raised by the Social Democrats in the European Union. That is a question where we fight for. And for instance, our Spitzenkandidat, Niklas Schmidt, raised this question very often in his campaign, and it's a topic of a topic that is relevant for what S&D is doing in the European Parliament. So I think it is a question that is raised, and we have policies, and we are following to improve the situation for everyone in Europe. This is the same if we look at economic cooperation with Asia, with Africa and the South of America, and giving a good chance for development. Germany is investing a lot for making this happen. But also we are looking for chances for a better development in these countries, which have to do with democracy, which is a basis for these countries for a good development. Rule of law is essential also for the growth of economy. We should not underestimate this aspect. And it's also something where we are very much trying to give good chances for these countries. And if you go around to, for instance, I was in Ghana and Nigeria and discussed with the young people over there, they have an African perspective. Many of the young people there, it is not the case that everyone is thinking of going to Europe or to Germany. When the journalist joining me in this visit asked me, but not everyone wants to go to Germany. I said, where is the problem? There will be some, and this is good for them and for us, for the labor market, but this is not the real problem of brain drain as I see it. It is a question of exchange in the world, which is good for everyone in the end.
Yeah, it's good if it's symmetrical, and if the powers balance is such that you can have exchange that is not from one side to the other only, where you have circulation. So then in that case it is good. But it's only symmetrical if there is a project for power inequality and for overcoming power inequality. And it seems to me that the European Union is a vehicle to that and is really important and needs to be preserved and defended on that front. But it seems to me that the European Union by itself doesn't answer the question. It doesn't, because the European Union can be pulled in many different directions politically. And so even when it comes to the European Union, there needs to be a project that is specifically of the left, which actually addresses the conflicts of the European Union and speaks to this question of social justice in the European Union. I was joking earlier that there's Machiavelli, who want to be Machiavelli speaking to want to be Lorenzo, but there is this wonderful opening in The Prince where Machiavelli writes to Lorenzo and says, look, I'm writing to you this treatise that I'm given, and that's because the princes, the politicians, they see from the hills to the plains, but sometimes they need to also see from the common people, from the plain to the hills. And it seems to me that that's exactly what's actually lacking in the European Union, that there is no insight into the plains. It's all about the hills, and it's all about protecting certain ways in which the European Union has been proceeding, which have been very effective on some levels, but not necessarily on the level of delivering social justice. And it seems to me that the European Union is a political project exactly in that way as well. So just like we fight for social democracy in Germany, we need to have a project for social democracy, I'd say socialism in Europe. And that would mean also a plan on how to promote further integration, how to connect that with enlargement. And the plan can't be one that is just responding to the crises as they emerge. It needs to be a comprehensive one that has a vision for what does, my favorite one, federal socialist Europe look like. But yeah.
A federal socialist Europe, Chancellor.
Heidelberg, we have made a decision in this 1925. My idea is that you have a point discussing democracy in Europe, because we see that there is not a European debate, and this is a risk for any politician that is acting in Europe. There are powerful players, the European Parliament. But it is very difficult for people to follow who is member of the European Parliament and what they are doing there. You know some, if you are very interested in politics, you find it and see it, and you know some of them, I do. But this is not really something which is happening to everyone in the European Union. And then you have this Commission and all these strong, influential bureaucrats over there, and the only one the people could discuss with about the politics that are happening are their national leaders. So they go to Brussels and come back and explain them, I made a good deal because I made it that it was not the wrong decision, just half wrong or half good or whatever. And that's a problem, because if democracy works, it needs a public debate that is following the decision. So we need something of a European debate about European politics. And even in the campaigns, it's a big question. How to make it happen that a question that you as a voter could influence when voting, that the parliament and the politics in Europe will then have going into this direction. We have questions that are relevant for national campaigns. For instance, the minimum wage was on my campaign and the people got it afterwards. They elected me and they got what they elected. But this is very difficult in Europe.
I mean, that was one of the reasons given for the vote for Brexit, the distance of Europe from day-to-day life. I mean,
yeah, but the problem is more the missing political debate. So we are not looking in the newspapers and following a European debate on politics that is not just the leaders are meeting in the European Council or who will be the next Commission president and some other very important decisions we take there, but a debate on questions which are as relevant as the one we are discussing on the national level. And so I think this is what we have to achieve, a European debate on politics with different positions so that people can follow it.
But I think we don't have a European debate on politics because we actually don't have politics. We only have policies. We've lost the politics. And this is the problem. This is also why in Albania, if you ask
politicians, it's something quite difficult to accept. But it's a good sentence.
Well, I mean, because
although we sometimes have too much.
Okay, let me say what I mean, and let me be even more specific. Party politics. That is to say, principled projects for how society should change in the light of the crisis that we face. I don't really see any exchange between principled projects between the European parties. I mean, I see that there is a kind of project that no one likes, which is the far-right one. And I see that it has some kind of narrative about conflict, about culture, about civilizations. And I also see that the progressives just chase that narrative rather than creating their own one. So I don't really see how you can actually change the European debate if you actually don't have a kind of politics that can support Europe as a whole with a vision for Europe that is a principled social democratic vision. So, and if you go, and this, I say this with all concern, because I'm from Albania, and as you know, in Albania we have all these discussions about European enlargement. If you stop any person on the street and you ask, when is the next accession negotiation meeting, they will tell you exactly when the meeting is. If you ask them what is the meeting about, they won't know. And this might happen not just at the levels of asking people on the street, but also at very high levels, unfortunately. So this, and that's because actually no one's really understood what is Europe for? What are we doing here? Why are we here? What is the project? And that, again, is an implication of the loss of politics, which I trace back to the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War and all the patterns that set in motion, and the way in which the, if you want to call it neoliberalism, I call it capitalism in the neoliberal phase, has drained politics out of societies because it's replaced them with parties that have turned into technocratic managerial entities, into leaders that are just driven by questions of charisma and, you know, these sort of completely shallow, unprincipled discussions about what a leader should be and what a party should be. And the whole debate is about nothing. There's no substance to these debates.
Where's the substance?
Let me answer as a technocratic manager. The question is, what do we understand as politics? Is there politics that are going to questions that are more near to what we can reach, or is it only starting when it's far away? So my view is that there is a lot of politics that will change people's life we could discuss about, and which are different between the parties on the national level as also on the European level. And we have to develop these questions and discuss them, and they will be part of our activities. And going on the national level, fighting for a secure pension scheme is not losing politics. It is important. And it's important enough. It's a great question. And if we disagree on the topic whether this is a great question or not, and we disagree, really, because that's a question which is about how the development of life is going for the people. And the same is when we discuss about education, about access to universities. For instance, it is a difference. If you grew up in the United Kingdom, where you have to pay that many fees for attending university, or if you have the chance to grow up in Germany and some other countries where you pay nearly no fees, and where there is also a scheme for supporting your life during studies. And so it is worthwhile fighting for this. And it's a difference whether things are arranged in the one or in the other way. And that's the same when we discussed questions of technological advantages and how we make it happen that they are also successful for our societies. And so, yes, I think there is a lot of politics. They are different between the right and the left, and not the far right and the far left, but the right and left in our societies. And we have to discuss these topics, and we have to fight for enough support for what we propose. But it is not a small question.
No, absolutely not. But what policies are shaped by principles? And so we fight for national pension scheme because there is an alternative project of society that says actually privatization, investments, pensions invested on the financial markets are also another way of thinking about pensions. And there is a principle there of solidarity, of our future society, that does the work that then justifies the policy on the ground. So I'm not saying the policy is not important. I'm saying that you can't take for granted that people understand when you suggest a policy also what the principle is behind it. Whereas what the right is doing right now is exactly to articulate a policy and to also articulate a principle.
So it's the messaging, it's just messaging.
Well, I don't know about messaging, so I'm a political theorist, we don't work with messages.
But what you're saying is that they're not explaining the why.
Yeah, I mean, messaging sounds a bit marketing, like, you know, how do you market it? What is the message? I'm sort of a bit concerned because I think that's also a way of speaking about politics that in itself reveals an interesting phenomenon about the way we actually discuss these questions in contemporary debate, where, you know, we talk about party leaders as company managers, and we talk about party programs as signaling and party platforms. And so all the substance, and that's what goes back to what I was saying earlier, what has capitalism in this stage done to politics and to party democracy. But what I was saying is not, well, you have to have some kind of starry-eyed principle there that you want to realize and then forget about the policy. What I'm saying is that the policy is grounded in a principle, and the principle and the distinction between this principle and that principle needs to be made clear so that people know what they are engaging, who is supporting them, for what reasons. And that's exactly what we're missing, I think, in these debates.
I mean, there's something pulling all this together when you talked about all of these things that are affecting this age of uncertainty with Ukraine and Gaza and the cost of living and climate crisis. And there's a particular issue, isn't there, with young people feeling alienated from mainstream politics and particularly voting for the far right. And I wonder if there's anything in what Leah says that you think could be relevant there.
First, it was wrong to think that if you have, if young people vote and we open it up for people from the age of 16, that they are completely different to their parents and grandparents. So you will have every political...
They can probably take them longer to afford somewhere to live than their grandparents. I mean, they're poorer than their grandparents, aren't they?
No, I think that it is not surprising that we will find every political position between young people you find between older people. So that's what I think is not the difference. We have to work we have to work very hard to give security to people about the future, and we have to tackle all the relevant questions that are important for them. And this is, on the one hand, I'd say, labor rights, it's a social welfare state. I will not come back to it because I mentioned it often enough in our debate. But it's also about security, is there an international order we work for, which is something you can rely on? I think, for instance, it would be very useful if we could establish again something like North-South policy, which was established by Willy Brandt, which was really a big success, and we have to come back to it. We have to develop a policy that is equal-footed with the rising countries of the global South, which have the best rights to be influential in the future. And we have to find a way to explain our people that in the world of 10 billion, the European Union, with its then 400 to 500 million inhabitants, will be relevant. We will have a chance to defend what's important for us: democracy, rule of law, social market economy, just to name them, in this world. But it is not a threat for us that there is an economically and politically successful 400 million nation of Indonesians, or of Indians, or of people from Thailand or the Philippines or from Vietnam or from South Africa or the Nigeria with then 500 million people. To develop a scenario for the future where we can live together in a good way is something which is, I think, progressive policy. We are following it. We have to react to all these strongmen and dictators coming up, and we have to organize security on both fields in developing international and a national order, supporting it, which is relying on the idea of peace, but also making clear that we are strong enough that no one can conquer our territories. This is important for many countries, not just looking to the Baltics, but I named them. They have to get some security from us that we will not let them alone. This is the question of security in our countries. So it is never not a left question to guarantee that you can go on every street without having fears. And it's the same when we discuss the question of economic development. And this must be a question of us, which is not an unimportant aspect of the future life. People have fears if in a world with, I named them, artificial intelligence, for instance.
And do you think these are greater fears for the young? Do you think that's why they've turned to the far right?
I think this is, the young are not supporting the far right. Some of them did when they vote, as the elder did as well. This is my view on this question. So I would say we have to discuss these topics and develop a perspective where things are running into the right direction. So my answer to everyone should be, and I'm working for it, yes, we will have artificial intelligence, it will change our economies, we will have a different way of wealth, we will be able to control it, that we are not ruled by these systems, but in the end, it is creating progress, a better life, and we work for this, and you will have a job.
It's just
the same is with all the other questions.
It's scary times. We don't know how any of these things are going to work out. It does feel like an extremely scary moment.
Yeah, this is the case. We have some chances in Germany that are different to other countries, and I think this is still something we can work with. That's that it worked well in the past. So also in Germany, textile industry mostly moved to cheap labor countries, but the machines were built in Germany. So this economic model worked, and we have now a situation where nearly everyone is employed, and this is a very special moment, which is good for the things to do. For the next 10, 20, 30 years, we will not have unemployment as a big problem. We will have lack of labor as a problem. And this could be the basis for also progressive politics to work with this.
Higher wages, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's more in the direction of where I was trying to go, but that's because it makes the word people more specific by talking, for example, about working people. And so, when we speak generally about we need to give people security, for example, we have to ask, well, who are these people? Because if you are the son of Elon Musk, you're not as concerned by security as if you are someone who is vulnerable in a precarious job challenged by technological development. And that's where I think
But we could tell the son of Elon Musk that he could have a better life in Germany as where he lives, because he has not the need to live in a gated community.
Maybe in a Germany that is run by the SPD rather than the AfD. But
sure, but
I've just got a news line.
I've just got
a news line
here. So Elon Musk is invited.
I also wanted to say something. Well, first about the far right. Because yesterday I was reading this really wonderful sentence by Voltaire about politics, where he says politics is where people without morals rule over people without memory. And actually, that's a better capturing, because I don't agree with that view about politics in general. I believe in principled politics, and I don't think it's too cynical for me. But I think it says something about the politics of the far right, that it is, or of the right of that kind, the kind of resurgence, that it is really the politics of people with no morals that rule over the people with no memory, because a number of these far right resurgence phenomena we have experienced historically, and these parties hark back to those histories. But we also know that the reasons that these far-right parties surge have to do with economic systems, with collapses in markets, that they, for example, in Europe became particularly prominent with an anti-foreigners discourse in the aftermath of the 1929 crisis. And I don't think it's a coincidence that in contemporary Europe, they became particularly prominent after the 2008 financial crisis and the Euro crisis, for which the parties of the center-left have a huge responsibility. And because they were the parties that were driving these changes in the 90s, not yourself, but a number of your colleagues.
I'm 66, don't...
a number of people
guilty.
were in key roles and were really working towards the deregulation of labor markets, the undermining of union rights, and the undermining of welfare states that would have given a cushion to people when a financial crisis like the one that hit Europe exploded. So there was austerity, and then there was the far right. And now we can't say, well, it's just the far right that has come out from who knows where and is appealing with these discussions around foreigners and threats because they're regressive and because they are evil and people believe them for reasons that we don't understand. It seems to me that there is a kind of narrative for which, unless there is a reckoning, also a self-critical reckoning from the parties of the center left of where they went wrong and how they could return to relearn from their mistakes in a way, and therefore also, I think, go forward with a more stronger critique of capitalism. Otherwise, we miss the picture. And I think we come out with a very partial view where, again, we can talk about geopolitical conflicts and the rise of Russia and the authoritarian leaders, but actually Russia's friends are about to come to governments in Europe. So these people will actually be running these societies here. It's not going to be an external threat, it's an internal threat. And unless these things come together in one narrative, it's going to be really hard to just talk about how Europe needs to become stronger and to compare and to stand up to Russia.
My view is that the main question for all of us is hope. If you can hope for a better future, this is essential. And so I won't go back to the 2008-9 and all the things that happened earlier, because I think it is not the real reason why in so many different countries we have the same situation. And something we should understand discussing here where we do it, is that we have an increase of far-right and right populist parties and movements, though the politics were different in every country, more or less, but the situation is always the same. And my view is that this has to do with this uncertainty about the future, which has many reasons. I explained them here in the debate, I will not recall them, but we have to give a vision that works for the people and for everyone, so that it is a vision which is successful even for an unskilled worker working in an Amazon site, that the world is a good place for him. And this is also an aspect which is important for the left, the progressives, that due to though we had a great success in the development of skills and education for many, it is still something where we have to be responsible for, thinking of us as a group, that we do politics for the unskilled worker, the women working in the shop, and also for the managers and engineers and the skilled people in some advertising companies in Berlin, that we are developing a world that fits for all of us. And my view is that what we tried in our campaign in 21 should be the main aspect for progressive politics in the future, and should be developed further, the question of respect. It does not, no one wants to get some money for doing nothing. The people want to be respected and have a place in the world, and that's what we have to work for. I think there is a chance, but we have to do it intensely, because we are living in a time where there are a lot of insecurities and where we see a lot of skepticism about the future. And so reducing uncertainties and developing something you can hope for will be essential for progressive politics.
We do need to wrap up, Chancellor, but since you've brought hope into the room, the word at least, can you, in 2 weeks' time, we think there might be a Labour government in Britain, and I wondered if you had a message or some advice for Keir Starmer.
So I spoke a lot with him. I met him quite often. And I think he's a very good, pragmatic, social democratic politician. And he
almost a technocratic. What was your phrase?
Technocratic manager.
Technocratic manager.
No. And it looks really good for the elections there. And after that long time, it's something as a social democrat I look for.
No advice?
No advice. And if I would give him an advice, I wouldn't do it in this room.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
That was a great session, both serious but with some entertaining elements. Thank you very much. I think we all enjoyed it. Brief information from me. Now we have 15 minutes break, and then you know the drill. We continue with the breakout sessions. Here at the main stage, foreign policy for the middle classes, new industrial policy in times of geo-economic shifts. That's with the Progressive Policy Institute. In the forum on the right, addressing military threats, developing progressive approaches to European security and defense, co-designed with the Green European Foundation, and upstairs in the boardroom, citizen transformation, pathways to equitable and climate-neutral urban living, a session co-designed by das Progressive Zentrum. 15 minutes break. We meet at 4:15. Enjoy, and thank you very much. See you later.
dear friends and fellow progressives. Welcome to Berlin.
Wonderful. Welcome back after the break. And a quick reminder at my end, just to let you know and to make sure that everybody have found their place. On the forum, there is a session on addressing military threats taking place in the boardroom at Cities in Transformation. And if you have not decided to join the other two sessions, that means that you wanted to come here to the session called Foreign Policy for the Middle Classes, New Industrial Policy in Times of Geoeconomic Shifts. It's a session that will be chaired by Claire Ainsley, the director of the project on the center-left renewal at the Progressive Policy Institute in DC, in Washington, DC. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It's great to be here in Berlin. I've spent the last few days here finding out much more about the challenges of government, which Maria didn't say this. I'm also a very ardent supporter of the UK Labour Party, having worked for Keir Starmer, Labour leader, as his policy director for his first 2.5 years. We hold our breath for 2 weeks' time. Where we are hoping for a big turnaround in Labour's fortunes. You will know that we've been out of power for 14 years. Quite a lot has happened in that time. And we're obviously hoping that we can join back the centre-left parties that have started to become successful again, but in troubled waters, we would say. So that's me, and I'm based in the UK here today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our brilliant panel shortly. But first of all, I'm just going to present some headline findings, which haven't been released yet, but they are part of a project that PPI, the Progressive Policy Institute, based in the US, is doing jointly with DPZ. And it's on this crucial area of what are the policy and politics that we need for our, we've called it industrial heartlands, but we know what we mean in our respective countries, but that's actually really at the core of many of our political challenges. But this new industrial policy has come to the fore of our economic policy, but it's not all been plain sailing. There are, in the States, we look across at the States' economic performance, and we envy that economic performance, but it is not translating into support for Biden, as we will hear. So we want to find out a bit more about what our panelists think about that. Have we got the policy right? Is it the politics that aren't? Is it that we are impatient for change? So we're going to talk a bit about the sort of policy and politics there. And of course, in Germany too, we've seen a different overall economic performance, but we've seen regionally some areas where there have been a strong economic performance, but we're seeing support for this populist right, you know, the AfD over here. So we want to unpack some of that. We want to find out more about the solutions. So we are accepting of the premise, if you like, of insecurity. We have some answers. So this is very much about solutions. But we're finding some difficulties when we are in power in terms of implementing those. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what the panelists have to say to help us understand those challenges, but really to be in the space of what, as progressives, we do now. Just talking through these these findings. So I'm not going to give you lots and lots of slides or information, but it's just to give you a bit of a flavour. We asked a kind of representative sample in the US and Germany some kind of crucial questions. And I've got the privilege of introducing these findings, but really it's colleagues at DPZ, Paulina Fraulich and Sandra Ruth, who are responsible really for doing all of the hard work. So my thanks to you both. So our key findings. So we asked about the areas that you would expect, and some of it resonate in the paper that you may have seen. Please don't worry about reading those, because it will be difficult for you to read. Actually, that will too. So I'm just going to give you the headline then, which is, surprise, surprise. We asked, what are your top concerns? And economy and cost of living, far and away in both countries, far and away, are the most critical issues for people. So economy and cost of living come most importantly. So if you look at the sort of that graph towards the end, that's economy and cost of living, followed by migration, higher concern in Germany than in the States, followed by climate change. So a couple of kind of conclusions for us. People do care about climate change. It is in and of itself an issue, but for them, top of mind, when they think of crisis, they're thinking of cost of living. I'm sure you found this in your own work too. We've also found that in Germany and in the States, people are really worried about the economic prospects for their country. So although the headline findings, particularly in the States, are encouraging, people are somewhat or very worried about their economic prospects. So it gives us this backup, if you like, that people have a material basis for their insecurity, and we'll talk a bit more about the non-material basis. Actually, I might not. Can anybody read these? Should I just ditch the slides?
No, it's good.
You can read them. You can read them. Great. Okay. So, but interestingly, we asked a bit more. So we dug a bit more into what are the policies. So what are some of the solutions? And similarly found that in the US and Germany, with quite different, I think, political cultures, preferences, histories, there's quite a lot of support for what you might consider kind of classic centre-left or social democratic responses, so particularly on protection of industry. So there's a lot of support for protection of industry. And if anything, people wanting to see more federal spending, if you like. Now, there's contradictions within all these things, so never ever take any of these poll headlines at first reading, because when you actually get to the, well, how do you pay for it, we come into some more difficulty. But there is, if you like, this dilemma, because we have continuing strong support for some of these quite sort of state-backed, social democrat associated policy, but we're not seeing the parties poll that same support. So we're going to sort of talk about why that is, and it'd be great. We'll have some time for your views too. On climate change, I think frustratingly, I feel often there's a kind of a climate change versus the economy or versus cost of living. Actually, and I've done a lot of polling with working class voters in the UK particularly, but also in the US, voters, they care about climate change. It's not just Green supporters or people for whom that's their top issue. For working class voters too, it does absolutely come into their top concerns, but it doesn't beat economy and cost of living. But I think it's important to note that voters are bothered about climate change. They see it as part of the challenges, and we will see what they think on solutions too. One of the things that we found interesting, may or may not have the graph here, is where we've talked about what are the policies that you want to see to equip your country for the future. So thinking about the future, what's most important to you? One finding that we were quite surprised and perhaps encouraged by was that in both countries, and in the US, Trump and Biden supporters, such strong support for education, science, and innovation. So there was real strong support for policies that would furnish people with a better education, but for science and innovation, these really future-facing policies. More so, there was some support for the green transformation, some support of establishment of new industries, but actually some of the things that we could be leading on and be seen to be leading on were supported. And then finally, we asked about the Transatlantic Partnership. So we've heard quite a lot about globalization, deglobalization, this inward looking. I mean, I'm speaking for the UK, who took ourselves out of the European Union, so I'm here to give nobody any lectures about inward-looking or outward-looking. But some of the encouraging findings we found from the survey were that voters in the US and in Germany perceived each other as shared values and strategic allies. A little bit of the difference between the two. So Germans more likely to see this as a strategic relationship. those in the States more likely to see that as a partnership of shared values. But nonetheless, people in both countries were positive about the relationship between, wanted to see that continue. We are not seeing this kind of universal retreat from the, the world stage. There's been some excitement about. There's definitely wanting that to continue. So strong support. Those two bars at the end are the ones that are about what do you see the relationship as. But crucially, there's quite a significant proportion in the US who didn't know, who didn't want to say what they thought about that question. So there are some questions, I think, there. So finally, just to sort of wrap up our sort of headlines findings. So similarly to the research that you've already had, we're talking about security in a multi-dimensional way. So there is absolutely an economic and material basis for it, but that is not the only insecurity that people are facing. That despite the electoral challenges that our parties are having, the centre-left positions, those that you think of as classically centre-left, do hold to continue to hold some support. And I didn't mention actually that not just that climate change came up as an important issue, but that voters in both countries wanted to see more government action on climate change, not less. So some interesting findings there. And this has come out in every survey, economy and cost of living being the most important concern for voters. So how can we have our solutions to be answers to the challenges they are facing in their everyday lives, rather than perhaps trading off the two between each other? So that's just the kind of starter stimulus that I wanted to share with you. I'm now going to welcome our panel to the stage. We might need to get back up, everybody. So there we go. Perfect. Thank you. We've got a fantastic panel with speakers from Germany and the US I want to welcome. Let me introduce you first, and then I'll ask you to come up. We have Franziska Bradner, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action in Germany. Welcome. Holger Mann, who is member of the German Parliament representing Leipzig. And Brentsia Berry, who is Political Director for the Democratic National Committee. And Tim Ryan, who is Senior Advisor to the PPI Campaign for Working Americans, also known as the former representative for Northeast Ohio in Congress for the last 20 years. So please, welcome to the stage. Do you want to go there? So we're going to do this as a conversation, really. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to just give a little bit of a perspective from their place, anything that they want to say resonates or does not resonate from the findings that they've heard. I've got some questions for you, many questions, but hopefully we will have enough time for audience to bring in your points and questions too. So I'm going to start with Franziska, if I may. To give us your perspective on whether what you've heard so far in the conversations resonate for you and your place, and if you can tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, thank you for all of you being here. I just returned this morning from New York and met some of the colleagues in a room in DC like 2 days ago. So, and we exchanged exactly on these issues. So it's a pleasure to be in this joint space of grappling with the challenges. And yes, it certainly resonates. And I think we haven't, when it comes to how do we translate a geo-economic policy into an industrial policy, or an industrial policy into a geopolitical one, we have joint challenges. I think we haven't really found yet out how we can be protecting our industries without being protectionist. And without becoming nationalist and having that drive going in the wrong direction. I think that is one of the challenges we haven't really come to a good solution. A second one is how can we promote our industries in times of where others would like to cut funds and spending. We have that debate in Germany, but we will also have it in France with the Commission going into the budget. And I think how we can link it to security and making it cheaper will come by time. We see it. It lowers the cost, but it's not always immediate. So the benefits are delayed in time. And that's usually a problem for politics. when you tell them it will become better. But right now, it's not immediately much cheaper. So I think there are these time questions. How do we overcome this? How can we make quicker wins in terms of cost of living? And then the other, which are more conceptual, how can we, what are tools of promotion that are not linked immediately to the budget? And do not go into too deeply detailed regulation, which is then the other side. If you don't have money, you go for regulation, which becomes very burdensome. So what is a good mix in between? And if you do it only via pricing, in the US you don't have it, in Europe we have it, we find that it undermines very quickly the narrative of cost of living, and then you're back into the circle. So I think these are the challenges we face. And the protectionist part is one that I really worry about, because I think that some take our spins and turn them one further, and then you're in a corner you don't want to be in. So this
very interesting, and we could deep dive in. But I'm gonna go to each of the panelists first, and then we can deep into those questions. So I'm going to come to Holger, and then I'll be to Brencia next.
Okay, yeah. So last 3 years we struggled through some crises. The pandemic, also already mentioned, the war of Russia against Ukraine, and the rising energy prices, and after that the high inflation. And so the biggest topic of the people at this time and last vote was, of course, the increasing prices, and especially also in cities as mine, as my hometown Leipzig, which is swirling and growing, and in successor of transition in the last 10 years, was the topic of higher rents for housing. So, and I think the people are a little bit concerned about their future because of rising prices and uncertainty in economic progress. And so we have to take their concerns really have to deal with, and give them hope that the transition, and especially the transition in energy market, they will benefit from. Because, for example, we had a special topic in Germany. It's called the Heizungsgesetz, or law for modernize the heating, where I think the only state in Europe who gives her inhabitants more than 20,000 euro for modernize their heating, but we lost this debate on populists to the populist criticism.
Yeah, well, that has been certainly been a topic that's come up this week in my discussions. So I'd love to come back to environmental policy and how we can make it more related to cost of living. Yeah. Thank you both. Brencia.
Yes. I agree with everything that was said. For us, as you all know, President Biden, Vice President Harris are running for re-election, and we also have several key elections up and down the ticket for Democrats in order for us to maintain the progress that we have made under their leadership. But our challenge is to make sure that we're not being dismissive of our voters who do feel the impacts of the rising costs of living. And while our economy is in a strong position and we are showing incredible progress, it is challenging to say, okay, the president, and with the help of Congressman Ryan, has passed some of the most pivotal legislation of our lifetime, investing in Americans, investing in higher wages, investing in job growth across the board, and your groceries are still expensive. And so making that connection, and also to your point about the longer term impacts when it comes to infrastructure, significant investments that this administration and Democrats have made. And a lot of those projects, shovels won't be in the ground until the next 4 years. So it's our job to continue telling that story about the investments and the real life impacts that voters have seen and will continue to see under Democrats.
Great, thank you. Tim?
I don't have a whole lot to add. I'm in complete agreement around the cost of living and expenses and rent, especially in the United States where that's a huge issue. Interest rates are high. The only thing I would really add is more contextual, and that is that for American workers, whether they're white or black or brown, men or women, manufacturing, retail, they have been traumatized for 40 years. So, you know, this is not a snapshot in time. Why are they insecure right now? It's because even if you have a good job now in places like Ohio that I used to represent, in the industrial belt, Youngstown, between Cleveland and Pittsburgh, even if you have a good job, you're looking over your shoulder because your dad lost his job and it was so traumatic, and you've lost a few jobs. And maybe now you've latched on to a battery plant that's UAW, United Auto Workers, good wages, new contract. Even with all that, you're still looking over your shoulder. So I think as we have these conversations, you can't just say, hey, we did this or we did that or this is our policy. You have to see it in the context of what has the working class gone through in the last 40 or 50 years. And I'm 50 years old, and the steel mills collapsed in Youngstown when I was 6. So my entire adult life, and people who are my age now working in a steel mill still think I'm doing okay, but, and I think it's important for all of us who are either making policy or trying to influence voters to vote one way or the other, need to keep that in mind, because that will give you not the keys to the kingdom, but I think it will unlock your mindset into how best to communicate what people need and what they're going through.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to stick on policy first, and then let's come back to the kind of politics of it. But I want to go to Franziska's point around the point that you touched on, which is really important in terms of protection and versus protectionism. The desire, the impetus from the public is that they want to feel protected. And if we think about our theme of security, when you are fearful, you want to be protected and you feel safe. And there is a good story from the populace, which is we'll keep you safe. We'll keep you safe because we'll keep those people out because they're the problem. And we will, essentially, as Trump instigated, it was that kind of disruption to the global order. Tell us more about your kind of concerns on the kind of policy of what that could do, where that might lead, and what you would want to advocate for as we're thinking about a different form of, as Schultz said, he was pushing us to think about what's the form of capitalism, what's the model of capitalism we want to push for.
Yeah, 2 points. Allow me to say what I find very interesting in the American debate right now, and it's linked to inflation, which is also big here. I mean, in the US, inflation started earlier, already 2021. Here it was a bit later, mainly started to shoot with the Ukraine war. But there are a few things you can do that will raise inflation. And interestingly, I find that Trump is running on inflation, and all the measures he proposes will increase inflation. If you put on a tariff...
Welcome to America.
I know, but I find it incredible that this is not getting through. I'm like, he says he will put tariffs on all of the products. That usually raises inflation. He says we will stop migration, so you will have less offer on the American side, inside the US, to produce those products. So increased demand, lower offer, you will increase inflation, and then you have the third part, he will cut spending, so you even take out money off the system, so you will have, in another part where people cannot afford. So I find it, I was in the US talking to now a lot of people, I'm like, this is so interesting that he's running on inflation, all his measures will be inflationary. And why do we not get this message across when it comes to policy? And it's the same probably in our country, and so that I've been grappling about, and I think we have to find a good answer to that. That's why I think, just to put tariffs, I'm like, they will hurt us. They will make people's lives more expensive. And we can't want that. If you look at those numbers, that cost of living is their #1 priority. but we do not link it up to that protection. You know, how do you protect without raising cost of living? And I think where we probably have to go more is to make this a new trade arena, which is more fair, which is not undercutting salaries or sustainable way of production. And I just got from a meeting, I don't know if any of you is aware, but I find this a fantastic initiative by New Zealand. It was of Jacinda Ardern. She started it and it's 5 years ago, and they finalized the negotiations. It's Switzerland, Iceland, New Zealand, Liechtenstein, and a couple of more small countries. And they have now a new trade deal on environmental goods and eco-labeling, and on phase out of fossil fuels. And I find this fantastic. They did this for 5 years. It's a very detailed trade agreement. And I think, let's make that big. Let's make that a joint progressive trade arrangement where we say, this is exactly how we translate our values, and this is how we recognize our standards, not just of the products, but of production. Because we don't have WTO standards on sustainable production. We have them on the product, but not on the way of producing them. And that is a big difficulty in our capitalist society. We don't have this. So they will present that next week, Monday, by the way. New Zealand is very happy they will present it. So that is where I think I would like us to go, to say, okay, this one hasn't worked because it has undercut middle classes and destroyed our climate. So we have to find new ways. And maybe we can get inspired by the small ones and make it big.
And Holger, I wanted to ask about your perspective on jobs. Like, how do we translate this industrial policy into jobs that work for the people in your district, in your area? Because part of what we're hearing is when the investment can come in, and that's a big part of the policy, is making sure that we get the kind of foreign direct investment that we want, the domestic investment that we want. It's not just state spending. How do we make sure that connects up with the needs in your place and the workforce that you have? Perhaps you could tell us a bit about your place.
Okay, so let's call my place Eastern Germany.
Yes, okay.
For instance, it's okay.
It's a big place.
Yeah, it's a big place. And I think we have to tell the stories of success. For example, in Leipzig now, the most Porsches were built. Nobody knows it, but it is so. Or BMW has doubled his production in the last 3 years to 600,000 vehicles. So that's a part of it, and it's a part of reindustrialization. After the fall of the wall, we had no industrial base, and also now high wages. Now there are people who get high wages and can tell this story of success, but only we have to secure that there a minimum wage so that the people can pay their rent. That it's a part, and we have now a discussion again in Germany about the commission who says on which high the minimum wage should be, between at time a little over 12 euro and now should go over 14 euro. And it's also a part of, because insecurity will throw all or more voters to the populists and their narrow solutions. So, other point, science and science infrastructure. We are very successful in granting and founding scientific institutes, and for example, 2 big centers now in the eastern parts of Germany, and they deal with, for example, with the new chemistry future, so circular industry. Or we have founded 2 agencies, so the so-called SPRINT, the Agency for Disruptive Innovation. Yeah, we both work on it with Franziska. Or the DAITI, that should secure transfer from our really competitive high schools. And this could be nucleus of new success, reindustrialization, and also startups. And after that, I can say we already had some big towns who are competitive also in Germany, but it will take 10, maybe 15 more years to be so successful that everybody get his benefits from it.
Do you think, if we were to ask voters in your place, so Eastern Germany, so it's a big area, what do they think the benefits of those investments are? So many of us have wanted a version of reindustrialization policy for a long time. We're starting to get it. So we're starting to get that. There's always been redevelopment programs, but this is a different form with much, much more impetus. If you went to some of those voters in East Germany and said, what do you think of this new, whether it's the Tesla plant, what have you, what would they be saying to you as a politician? And what do we need to listen to?
If I talk to the workers at BMW, for example, they are proud.
Yes.
And that's because after fall of the war, the most workers lost their jobs, and there was a long period of unemployment, and we also couldn't afford enough jobs for the people there. Qualifications wouldn't demand further. So now there's a new crowd of workers, and we call them the new workers class in East Germany, and we need more of them. But nevertheless, there are many rural regions where aren't these successful big industries. And therefore, in Saxony, we invest through thirds of all funds for structural change in scientific and educational institutions. And on most times, that will benefit the next generation, but it's a way to deal with.
Yes. And I wonder if there's something, as I'm thinking about, Rentia, when it was Biden who said it's not trickle down, was it middle out? Middle out, exactly. Not bottom up, but middle out, which I think spoke to those of us who are policy wonks. Absolutely. We understood that and liked that. But that sense of perhaps we need to be aware that the experience of this reindustrialization might within one place feel like it's trickled down again, whereas actually the trickle needs to hurry up a bit, turn the taps on, or whatever it is to help those benefits, be it not just for the next generation, but so that adult workers and others start to see what the benefits are. We've, many of us have looked, we're inspired in many ways by the Inflation Reduction Act and a package of measures, obviously, that Biden put in, and the sums of spending that are now, certainly not going to be possible in a UK context with the interest rates the way they are. But it made us think, is industrial policy enough? So partly our story is this takes time. We've had 30, 40 years of one story. 2 or 3 years of a new story is too soon, perhaps, to expect. But I'm also thinking, yes, but what else might we need to be doing to make sure that this form of capital really benefits people? Is there a conversation in the States, or should there be, about what are the other levers, or what are the other economic policies we need to do so that the people that you're speaking to, and will be in the run-up to November and beyond, can start to say, yeah, I'm starting to feel the benefit. So what do we need to do beyond reindustrialization?
Well, I think that the points that Congressman Ryan made about trauma and the way that we talk about these investments with working families is key. So for us, what we're trying to focus on is pivoting from, yes, billions and billions of dollars invested, and it is transformational, but what does this mean for you and your families holistically? Whether it's healthcare, capping the cost of insulin at $35 for seniors, and the Republicans have made very clear that they would like to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. So those are all aspects that, like, point blank, we can point to. This will only increase prices. This will only increase the impacts of your family's access to what you need to survive. And how do we make the connection between, yes, we have made these investments into more jobs, higher paying jobs, but making sure that we're showing tangible examples of what those jobs will be, and helping to educate people on connecting with those opportunities. And one of the greatest aspects of this administration and strengths that I see is that a lot of our labor unions will say that President Biden is the most pro-union president that they have worked with. And so that is why he has endorsements from the building trades, from the United Auto Workers, and so just overwhelming support from unions because he is investing in good union-paying jobs. And so it's also working through the messengers. When we are partnering with our union partners, they are very much like, we're going to do member-to-member outreach because we can speak to our workers and their issues in ways that you all can support, but we know our members. They want to hear about pensions. They want to hear about wages. They want to hear about the issues that are impacting them. So to me, that is also a tactic and strategy that we are really leaning on is the messengers that work daily with our various, like our coalition, which is big and diverse. And there are leaders in that coalition that have the authority and are able to make that connection directly in communities that sometimes this big government entity, the billions of dollars, that the economic talks might not make that direct connection. And so just amplifying those voices.
Yeah, indeed. Tim, on that topic, you talked about like the way a family would feel, how a working class person feels, like there's the material, but there's also the psychologically. But people's places and communities are part of that story. What could we do better as a centre-left to connect up our big ideas with the experience that people have in their place? And is there a future politics for us which is much more connected to people's place? Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, I think just to build on what was just said, I think the union piece is really key because you got to remember in America it's 5 states that are going to decide the election, sad as that may be, and 3 of them are industrial states with strong unions. And the unions have been educating their members on, do you support this issue, reindustrialization, infrastructure, CHIPS Act, the things that we were able to accomplish and President Biden and Vice President Harris were able to accomplish. And they educate them on that. And then 3-4 months before the election, okay, which of these 2 candidates supported these issues that support us? So it's a good strategy to communicate. So I think that's good. I personally believe that on one issue point, I think we have to talk about energy and in a very realistic way. There have been projections of the energy demand in the United States. The increase is now projected to double because of data centers, because of AI and the amount of energy used for AI, and because of the reindustrialization. So I think we need to have a real pragmatic and honest conversation around things like natural gas that has America led the world in carbon reduction from 2005 to 19 because our natural gas displaced coal. And so we have the ability to do that around the world and solve a major problem here in Europe. That's an issue piece. From a broader messaging piece, I think, and I've thought about this for months and months and months now, we have to become, Democrats in the US and Social Democrats here, whomever, the party of reform. We have to be seen. There's no trust between the average voter and leaders, politicians. The trust is eroded. And unless you're in the Donald Trump cult, which you're a blind faith. But for most people, there's no trust. And so how do you reestablish that trust? You become the party of reform. You become the party of, after 40 years, we're finally reshoring chip manufacturing from Asia to Columbus, Ohio. After all these years, we finally took on the drug companies and got insulin to $35. for Medicare recipients, and we want to do it for everybody. You look at the Affordable Care Act that President Obama did. That was a major reform, but we don't talk about it like that. Sometimes as Democrats, you know, we're out having cocktails, we lament that we talk about the 10-point policy plan, which is bullshit. Like, nobody knows what those policy plans are. Like, we need a major reset of the party. And I think us becoming the party of reform, us taking on the big pharma, us, you know, taking on the global economy and trying to reshore, understanding the complexities of you know, making sure that we're not shutting ourselves off to the world. Those are the making sure we're taking care of workers, making sure we're saving pensions. If you wrap that, I think, in a broader reform agenda, now you're the party, the scrappy Democratic Party that people used to remember, full of workers, full of immigrants, full of minority groups. That's the Bobby Kennedy coalition that didn't last very long because of his campaign. But Bobby Kennedy could go to the black area of Indianapolis, or he could go to the white rural area of Indiana, and he would receive the same support. And when you watched his train go from, you know, down the East Coast, there were black folks on one side and white folks on the other side. That's the Democratic coalition. But he was a reformer. You know, we have to be able to, and you struck a chord here, I'm getting a little fired up.
I like it.
But
Yes.
we have to, and I think we have to have this conversation too. It's so binary in the United States. So the Republicans will say, we're going to cut. We're going to cut Medicare, we're going to cut this, we're going to cut spending for that. And Democrats, we say, well, don't cut this and don't cut that. But I think where the space is, where the juice is in the middle for us to really pull people in, is to say, we know we're spending a lot of money on this, and we know a lot of it doesn't get the results that we want. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars on education, but yet we have a huge skills gap, right? We have a lot of people that we need educated, but we talk more about college and student loans than we do about apprenticeships and getting people into the skilled trades. We spend 2.5 times more than any other industrialized country on healthcare, and we get the worst results.
Yes.
You know, we spend tons of money on all kinds of different things, and we have deaths of despair that are up, overdoses are up, addictions up, fentanyl's up, suicides are up. We're doing something really wrong. We're spending the money. So I just don't want Democrats to get caught in this trap of, like the one polling question, should we spend more money on?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, maybe, but I think we would have a lot more credibility going to voters if we said, here's our reforms. Here's what we want to do. We're going to focus on prevention. We recognize how the big industrial food companies have poisoned our people, poisoned our kids, you know, selling them junk, fake food. We're going to take them on, and we're going to reform that system because our kids deserve to be healthy, and if they're not healthy, they can't be educated. And, you know, we're not just going to throw money at problems, although we may need to spend more here or there, because we also have deficits that we have to worry about. But the reform mantle, I think, in my heart, that if we can grab that mantle, and whether it's here or in Europe, grab that mantle of reform, because you're going to connect with people on that emotional, traumatized level.
Yeah.
If you're traumatized, you don't want someone just telling you your 10-point policy plan. You want to find out, and Trump says they're screwing you, and they're like, okay, I'm traumatized, I'm going to go after who Trump says is screwing me. Or we can say, they're screwing you, but we're the reform party. He's all talk, and he didn't do anything when he was in, and we're the reform. If we become the reform party, you know, like a Teddy Roosevelt progressive back in the day, I think the Democrats can have a long runway with having a lot of success in our political system back home.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and well, thank you. If you're selling that, I'm buying. And I think part of what you touched on there, and we've spoken about this, is the kind of the emotion that we need to connect with as well, that actually industrial policy is really important, and we all think it's important. We wouldn't have flown over here or been part of this if we didn't think it mattered and was part of the solution. But what problem is it the solution to? It's a means to a particular end. And I think what you're describing there, Tim, is kind of what that what that kind of mobilizing vehicle could be, which makes me wonder about where great climate policy fits in, not just good climate policy, but great climate policy. So how do we engage and mobilize great policies on the environment? Because it matters hugely. It's part of the insecurity people feel. We know that. But we could probably all have another panel on the ways we think it's communicated about, which make people actually more frightened and less likely to feel like it can be part of the reformist program. Perhaps if I can, I'm a bit mean, but I was going to start with Holger and perhaps go to Franziska on given your experiences here on kind of the heating policy in particular, how can we make great environmental policies the answers to people's problems? Could it be part of this reform agenda?
Yes is the answer.
Yeah.
No.
Which way is yes, basically, is what I'm looking for.
I already mentioned that I think that we must to communicate our successes and what the benefits the voters get from transition of the energy production. For example, the Conservative in Germany now aim for nuclear power plants again. In my home country, in Saxony, and last year, first time, we produced more than the half of the electricity from renewable. And the prices at time are at the same level before the Ukraine war. So we got success, but we don't communicate that as much as we need it, I think. And that would be the question, especially because there are these concerns about inflation. If the people believe us that our reform agenda we already had in the traffic light coalition in Germany, that it will be successful. I don't think that I get another opinion in Germany. Maybe it's because of the German Angst, the famous one. But I don't think that our reform agenda or communication now can be, we need more reforms. The last vote says the people are a little bit tired of more reforms and more transition, and we have to communicate what we already done, and after that, because of what we will go further.
Thank you. Franziska.
I very much agree with Holger's last point. I think we have been communicating, we will reform, we will change, and people are like, no, thank you. And we have been communicating in order to be secure and to be in as good place as we were in the past, we need to change. And people are like, we don't believe you. So I think, the mistake was that everybody sort of knows that you can't continue like this with the climate, and there are tides, and there's, so sort of, it's not going the right direction. But I think the message to tell them, okay, then we will reform, they're like, So I think what we rather have to communicate is there will be change, and we will guarantee you security in this process of change. And I think that for us is, at least in Germany, I don't know how it's in the US, it's the message is rather, there will be change inevitably, but we will make sure you're safe. And bringing that to the question of energy, it was very interesting because I think at one point we managed as a coalition to communicate that fossil prices can be very volatile. Like we felt it back home very heavily. And that if you have the energy here, you're less dependent on outside volatility and make it cheaper for your own citizens. And right now we have in Germany this debate where the conservatives are going back to the fossil car and they love the fossil car. And at the same time you have this war in the Middle East and you have no idea how it will continue. And people are telling them, it's so much better to be dependent on this petrol, oil coming from the Middle East, which is such a good place to be dependent on. And I think, we need to tell more the story. Like, if you want to be dependent on this, okay, this is the conservative way. We create your car driving on the energy we have. It will be cheap and stable. And I think that's sort of more the communication, saying this is a stable, cheap way of your mobility. You can go for the fossil one. Good luck. And I think we need to find more examples of that where we create that security and also in the transformation. And I agree with you on the better spending. I really agree with you on that one, because if we're only focusing on more spending, we will also be lost at one point, because you have to focus on how you make it more effective and more efficient. And I think there we are often not good enough yet. I think what the Inflation Reduction Act has done very well, we rarely talk about it in Germany at least, I don't know how it's in the US, is how you linked it to training and skills. I think that was very smart. And we in Germany have a tendency to have a funding for technology X, funding for technology Y, and then we have funding for training, and then we have funding for yet another purpose. So for every single purpose, we have a spending program, which is very bureaucratic because it has a very narrow objective. Instead of saying, there's a bunch of money, take it to modernize new technologies and also train people. So I think we have to get much better at that. And this is I'm looking at your budget. And we have a very silo budget negotiations, which often doesn't really help. You have those who are doing the training part, the others are doing the energy part. And I think the Inflation Reduction Act really managed to bring those issues together. And that's what I wish we could learn from a bit from the US for our better spending on how to make this possible. And a good note, maybe, because you were mentioning the energy needs of our data centers. I met, we have a German chips manufacturer, Infineon, and they're now working with DOE and DOD in the US because they have the most energy efficient chips. And these are success stories, and we have been pushing them in Germany. You have to be energy efficient, etc. And now they get the very good contracts, because if you send them out in a weapon system or in space, they need to be energy efficient. So I think we really also need to communicate on these transatlantic, where you make your country safer because you have energy efficient chips from Germany.
Very good. Very good. I like
Great plug.
From Germany.
Yes.
I'm going to ask our audience now if you've got any questions that you would like to ask the panel. You can, if you want a specific member of the panel particularly to answer them, please say so. Otherwise, I will just use my loaf, as we would say it in Britain. So just about 3 rows from the back. I don't know. Yes, we have mics coming. So if you just wait for the mics. And if you could introduce who you are. Introduce who you are, that would be wonderful.
My name is Colleen Doherty. I currently work at the NOAC Metro Finance Lab at Drexel University, so do a lot with federal spending and from Erie, Pennsylvania. So happy to see a Youngstown person up there. I feel like in this panel, you've talked a lot about the industrial policy in times of geopolitical or geoeconomic shifts, but I want to understand your grasp on foreign policy for the middle class and what that means. As we know, Jake Sullivan in the US wrote a very interesting piece about it, and the last panelist who spoke talked a little bit about what we can learn from one another, but that's a big part of what I'm trying to understand is what we can learn without idea stealing, et cetera. So I would just love all of you to talk a little bit about foreign policy for the middle class, because that's a very specific term that I feel like in the US we don't think about a lot.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a couple of, perhaps let's take a couple of contributions and questions at this time. Yes, can we go to this person here, and then we'll come to this person here.
Hi, my name is Berta. I work for the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. And my question would be, so I don't think we can hope for an economic trickle-down effect any soon, and especially Eastern innovative hubs. So what can we give the people so that they feel that they directly profit from this transition already now, or even in the US, maybe you have good examples. You talked about healthcare a little bit, but I don't know if they actually make the cognitive connection between transition and healthcare.
Thank you. And sorry, there was a question, in the middle there, and then we'll come back for another round after.
Hi, my name is Anton. I work for Miller & Meyer Consulting, a public affairs consultancy in Berlin. We were talking about the issue that people need to sort of understand more the successes we are making in tackling climate change, right? Or in also transitioning to renewables. And there was once this idea that the Greens push a lot, which is called the Klimageld, the lump sum redistribution of carbon tax revenue. And I was just generally interested in how you, maybe Ms. Brandner, but maybe also Mr. Mann, think about this instrument as an instrument to bringing maybe more public acceptance to this shift, and also if you think that this is still feasible within the current legislative period.
Sorry, could you just explain the policy word that you used?
The Klimageld. It's like it's sort of like a lump sum redistribution of. Explain, not name. Yeah, sorry. It's sort of like so you incur carbon tax revenue,
right?
And then you just sort of like make a lump sum redistribution of that tax revenue per capita equally to all people in Germany.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just policy translations rather than language translations. Great. Well, perhaps we come to that first question first, and perhaps I'll come to Benicia first, because it was a phrase that was used first by, as the speaker said, by Jake Sullivan, this foreign policy for middle classes, which my understanding is, as Franziska said, it's kind of this idea that we can. This is part of this industrial policy, is part of how we can have a different type of foreign policy in a very uncertain world. We have our version of it in the UK, but I would love to hear your thoughts on how you think that develops now.
I think that it's really important, and folks have said it on this panel, that we find the balance of really fighting back against the nationalism that Trump and the Republicans are sticking to.
Yeah.
And we have to give real examples of, and I'll go back to climate as an example, and my same ethos applies here of connecting it to people and families. It's something that I feel like we can and should be doing, even on the political side. I know that the administration has all these programs, but when I was talking to Secretary Granholm directly, it's the first time that I realized, oh, I could get tax credits for energy efficient appliances. And I am the political director for the Democratic Party. So how do we make those connections with middle class people, with working people on, what we are doing collectively, right? And the amazing examples from what's being done here and some of the redistribution, but we really have to break it down to how it impacts people in order for people to not be nervous about, to you all's point about change, feeling like something might be taken from them or things might become more expensive for them, but demonstrating how we can work together with our allies to not just be innovative and move everything forward for the US, but how it will also help us lower costs for working people is, to me, the connection that we have to make.
Indeed. Franziska, and you touched on this same point, really, which is that actually many of the measures that Trump would introduce, whether he talks about them in foreign policy or economic policy, would actually be inflationary, that we have much more disruption of our stable supplies, which is like these are two completely interconnected things. You just touched on it, but would you like to see more if we moved into a different era of security?
When we talk about the foreign policy middle classes, I think when we talk about security and link it to our own, but we also need to link it to the middle classes in Chile or in South Africa, because otherwise we will not be secure in this world if we do not manage to make that a joint project. And I think that shifting, because if you just say, for me, there's always a difference when you say America first or Germany first, or if you say America first and single, or Germany first and single. And that going from America first to America first and single is very easy if you do not push against it and say, okay, we love the US, but we know there are other places out there. And I think the question is, how can we make many countries of the Global South part of this endeavor. We haven't really grappled how to do it, because this would require our companies to invest in these countries much more. Like the Chinese are doing it all the time. They have a bunch of state funding behind it. So we would need to get our companies to invest there, which is usually more expensive because they don't have forced labor. So who will pay the price difference? How do we make this a fair competition? So I think this is really, as I said, we are working on some of the ways, but I think we really haven't really gotten yet the good answer to that. And then if you say, on the Klimageld, if you allow me to answer,
yes,
because
please.
that was, I think, directed to us. You know, I think it is very interesting because, of course, we have, in the middle of the crisis, taken away a levy that was taxed or like is on EEG-Umlage, so the renewable energy, how do you say Umlage? EEG-Umlage, help me, somebody help me. So it's basically, it was a redistribution of cost of the renewables to the consumers of energy, okay? So that one we have scrapped, and it's about 6-7 billion that we have been alleviating from citizens. It's a lot of money. If you go out any German and ask them, have you felt that this was done? They will tell you no. No, no, no. Even though it was a lot of money to our federal budget. And if you want to make that equivalence in a Klimageld, in order for people to really feel it and for it to be significant, the CO2 price level needs to be quite high. So that is the downturn on, so how much higher can you go on CO2 pricing so that the Klimageld makes sense without people starting first to scream because they will feel the price immediately, and then at the end of the year they get the check and part of the money back. You know, I really think we have to think this through on how it works well. The Austrians have done now a way which I find is quite smart because they have, like in Germany or the US, the renewable energy burden is more on the countryside than in the cities. And like wind farms, solar plants, they're usually in the countryside, not so much in New York. I haven't seen so many panels on the roofs. But they need the energy. So what Austria did is that they have this redistribution between city and countryside. So you have a climate profit that goes to the countryside, which has been hugely popular, because then you can say, my green agenda is an agenda for the rural areas. So these are, I think, some avenues we're trying to think through how to make this not just per capita all the same, and then it's so little and it doesn't have an impact, but really to see who do we really need to benefit from this? How do we need to make sure we don't lose our countryside? How do we need to, how can we ensure rural areas are behind the climate agenda? So, for me, it's not a yes or no. The question is how, what kind of CO2 price levels do you need? And I think we are not yet at a perfect result. I know there are many smart people working on this right now. And we are working as Greens on it, not me as a ministry, but like as the Greens. But I think, yes, we have to really think it through, and it has to work, because otherwise it might backfire a lot.
I'm conscious that we also had a question on there not being the trickle down, and how do we get to grips with that. But I'm just going to ask for any other questions from the audience first, then I'll ask you each to come back on the questions that you would like to, and any final closing comments. Could we just have the mic to gentleman third row back, and then yes, to this person at the front here, please. Yes, thank you, and then to this person here.
Hi, I'm Greta Woltenberg. I'm active in the climate and social justice movement and civil society. And what I always try to ask politicians about all of these topics, basically, that we are talking about here and today, is what do you need out of society to be able to maybe, invent and apply new and better and more progressive policies? Like what would give you the support needed?
Great question. And yeah, just the third row back.
Thanks a lot.
I'm Johannes Jung. I'm a head of department in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Labor and Tourism of the state of Baden-Württemberg. 2 questions. Claire, you showed us in the early beginning of the session some slides with questions and answers on the topic how to protect home industry. Thinking about this issue, I come to the conclusion, as usual, yes, we will protect our home industry, at least in Baden-Württemberg, which is one of the advanced regions and the most globalized regions. We will protect it by strengthening competitiveness, innovation, international cooperation and things like that. That leads me to the question to Franziska Brandner. What about the tech and trade format of European Union and the US and IRA? What about the future of this format in this year and next year, probably? And second question, we are mentioning the middle class. The upper class will take care of itself, but what about the lower class?
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask us to do final responses, to keep them to a minute, I'm afraid, because we will need to wrap up shortly. If I can come to Holger first, and also to perhaps address this question on the trickle-down.
Okay, trickle-down and lower class. I also already mentioned lower wages have to rise, at a minimum wage have to rise. The state has to communicate and also to demonstrate that in times of changing, he's a partner for security. So let's stop shit-talking about the German Bürgergeld. So it's not good for this transition we have to face with. In Eastern Germany, I have also to say more public institutions. There's still a lack of, and of course, representation. If that are not the successes of the people who were born there, they won't go with us for this transition. And last question to the environment movement. I wish that there's more optimistic approach on that part of the way we already gone, because especially in Friday's movement, they say everything's disastrous, we are on doom mode, and we already take more than 50% of renewable energy. That's something we could communicate with proud, but we don't do it. So, and we need more optimistic approach on this.
Thank you, and under a minute as well, Franziska.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking, it's so German, you know, the glass is never half full. But about your question on the tech innovation and how I got back from the US, I was there mainly for the so-called ICE talks. They haven't taken place in 5 years because these are the innovation tech talks between Germany and the US, and they were sort of stopped when the EU and the US started to do their on that level. And now we said, let's start the ICE talks again, also Germany, the US, and maybe use that to kickstart for Biden too. Hopefully then an arrangement or agreement on resilient and sustainable supply chains and tech standards. And I think that would be the most efficient we could do. We, for that, have to be a bit less restrictive in our interpretation of WTO law, because as you know, mutual regional trade agreements have to be substantially all trade. So we would have to include agriculture. But as soon as you include agriculture, you will not have a trade deal with the EU for decades to come. So we will have to be, on our European side, I think we have to convince the Commission to go into such an area, to say, let's do it for the clean tech, for the supply chains, let's do this, let's create an area. And we can launch to other partners in the world. And on the American side, you also have to, you know, do your part of the work of saying we are ready to get this through house. But I think that would be immediately worthwhile for our companies on both sides of the Atlantic.
Thank you. Brent, your final thoughts.
Well, I'll just, I guess, I wanted to say, I used to work for Senator Warren before coming to work at the DNC, and I know it's out of context here in the US, but definitely along the lines of what Congressman Ryan was talking about in terms of progressive policies, reformists, and being really strong on that. And I think it's both and in terms of how we make those connections. And what we saw too was a lot of people who are Trump supporters also supported Senator Sanders, right? And so that's where what Congressman Ryan really, it connects the dots on people are really tired of the status quo and they want to see change. And I think it's both and that we tell the story of what we've already done in a way that connects with people while making sure that we're very clear about when it comes to the support we need for progressive policies, that it is the oil companies that are increasing the costs of gas and making sure that people understand what impacts corporate greed has on inflation and their costs of living and gas prices. These executives and the people, people are making a ton of money, and it is impacting the middle class, the people that are living in poverty, and we have to be very clear about what that is. It is not our it's not our trade policies and being unified and working with our allies. It is corporate greed that is causing the prices to increase, and Trump and Republicans will only further that agenda.
Thank you. Tim, final minute to you.
Yeah, I want to take just a half a step back when you talk about security and say that we are a divided country. We're even divided within our own parties. So it's not Democrat, Republican. Within the parties, we've got a lot of division. And I think we need, in America, again, there's always these differences, but a national service project, like a big Peace Corps for America, whatever you want to call it. We need people in urban areas and people in rural areas and Democrats and Republicans from around our country to come together around a project that has nothing to do with them or their egos or their political parties, to do something good for somebody else and start kicking in that idea. We had it through the World War II generation, the greatest generation in America, because they fought together. They went through a depression together. Their memories were seared that they were stronger together. And the spiritual reality is we're all interconnected. You know, it's a biological reality. Like, we are connected. And if we're so far from that right now, where we think, you know, my win has to be your loss, you know, or your win has to be my loss. And we will fix none of this if we don't fix that kind of reconnect to each other as human beings, that we all have the same concerns about our kids, about the environment, about the planet, about our status in life. And we have to get back to that. And I think everything, be the last thing I say, politics is downstream from culture. And we've got to get into the culture. And the culture has to be a culture of togetherness, of fellowship, of concern and care for each other. And we're allowed to disagree. You don't have to hate each other. Because I have this position on how we both agree on climate, and I say we go this way, and you say we go that way. Or we both agree on solving poverty, and my idea is this, and your idea is that. We don't have to hate each other for that, you know? I used this joke in my last campaign. I'd said, you know, people think they got to agree with the president 100% of the time. And they think they have to agree with their senator 100% of the time, and their congressman 100% of the time. And so I would be in a room like this, and I would ask, are any of you married? Like, I love my wife more than anybody in the world. If we have 10 conversations in one day and we agree on 7 of them, we crack a bottle of wine and celebrate how great our marriage is. You know, so if the person you love the most, you don't agree 10 out of 10, why would you think that your parliamentarian or your prime minister or your president or your chancellor, you're going to agree with them 100%? That doesn't even make any sense. So let's step back, let's reconnect, let's figure out ways to disagree, and then start tackling some of these really big problems.
Brilliant. Well, please join me in saying a big thank you to our fantastic panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was excellent. Thank you. Maria.
Okay. That was a great session, not only on
socioeconomic transformations, but also some marriage counseling. Thank you very much. Great. Yeah, but I'm back on the stage, what means that, guess what? We are heading towards a coffee break. It is a short break, 15 minutes. We will meet again at 5:45. And I'll give you heads up what's coming. This will be the last block of sessions, breakout session here at the main stage. Freedom, Power, and Capitalism, Enhancing Material Security. This is a session co-hosted with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. In the forum on the right, Green European Journal launch. So that's a green event. And in the boardroom, that's a session which is by invitation only, and it's the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the progressive governance. So make sure you know where to go, and be there at 5:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
So, welcome back. Welcome back to the last block of breakout sessions. Just a quick reminder, in the forum, a Green European Journal is being launched as I speak. And in the boardroom, there is by invitation only, a celebration of the 25th anniversary of the progressive governance. If you are here, then you are here with me and Jen Hassam, who is an executive director of the Broadband Institute in Canada. And she will come to the stage, and she will be hosting and moderating, actually, the Freedom, Power, and Capitalism session, Enhancing Material Security. I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Maria. And thank you, everybody, for deciding to join us today. This is my first time in Berlin, first time engaging with European thinkers, and it's just been such a delight. And thank you for your patience, as I don't know German. So everyone's been really helpful. And yes, that's the question that we're going to be discussing today. And material security is in peril. And we know this from the cost of living crisis, from the housing prices, and social security, and the identities that have been fragmented, people feeling lost and not knowing their place in society. I'm reminded by the thinking of Ellen Mixon Woods, who is the late partner of Ed Broadbent, the institute that I'm from. And she said that freedom and democracy are egalitarian projects and values that are constantly at odds with the unequal outcomes of capitalism. And that is what this head-to-head today will discuss. Thanks for joining us, and I'm going to welcome now to the stage Philippa Siegel-Glückner, who is the director of the German think tank Desernot Zukunft. See, thank you for your patience already. It's the Institute for Macro Finance. And also Grace Blakeney, the journalist, author of Vulture Capitalism, Stolen, How to Save the World from Financialization. So please come welcome. Hi, this is going to be such a special panel head-to-head because we have two really brilliant economists. And so we're just going to open up with the theme of the whole conference. And so the first question will go to you, Philippa, which is progressive security. Can we redefine and reclaim as progressives the concept of security while also promoting long-term positive freedoms like economic security and social justice?
I really hope that we never lost the concept because it's pretty key to the whole project. No, I mean, if we are serious about every human being flourishing, about having equal chances in life, then people need security. They need to know that tomorrow is going to be okay, that their economic woes are not going to keep them from, doing what they want to do in life. So we need a pretty firm concept of security that spans all dimensions of life.
Right, and so Grace, how are you going to be engaging with the concept of progressive security?
I think we have a bit of a warped understanding of what security actually is, because when this concept is used and brought up, it tends to be used in the context of, okay, so insecurity is when people we don't like do bad things. So we ignore the atrocities perpetrated by our allies, we ignore the material insecurity experienced by our own populations, and we ignore the mass insecurity that's going to be created by climate breakdown. I mean, just take climate breakdown, for example. That is the single greatest threat threat to humanity, the single greatest security threat that we face. You don't have to take it from me. This is something that militaries around the world, from in the US to the Department of Defense in the UK, have written reports about, saying climate breakdown is going to be the biggest military, not just security threat that the world faces in the coming years. We recently had a poll of climate scientists, IPCC scientists. 80% anticipated that the world would fail to meet even the 2-degree warming target, which creates a planet, a basically kind of unlivable planet for many, many people. It creates this kind of hothouse Earth scenario that they described as leading to a kind of semi-dystopian future. At the same time, we know that by 2050, even in optimistic scenarios, we're going to have about 1 billion, maybe over 1 billion climate refugees. And at the same time, those threats to the climate are creating food insecurity, they're leading to resource wars, creating conflicts in areas that are both creating refugees and becoming uninhabitable for many people. So the idea that this isn't the biggest threat to our global security, and this isn't the thing that governments are focusing on, and are instead directing resources to funding arms companies and purchasing tons of weapons, and saying we don't have any money left to pay for a green transition. It kind of it really undermines this idea that we do care about security. This focus should be on, decarbonization as much as it should be on the kind of hard security that politicians love talking about, and that kind of security which also just so happens to benefit fossil fuel companies and arms companies.
So we in the room and a lot of the discussion, has talked about some of the narratives of right-wing extremists, authoritarians, and that it's purpose-built to exploit people's inner insecurities, their fears, their fear of their future, their children's futures. And so some dismissals have happened around, well, but if you look at the economic numbers, we're doing well. Look at our strong employment rate. Look at our strong GDP, even some of our programs that we are rolling out. So a question to you, Grace, is, one thing that was interesting in a clip I saw from Mick Lynch, who's a trade unionist in the UK, who pointed out that working class anxieties can also be very material, like things that they see in everyday life, whether it's their schools that are crumbling, lineups and inadequate care at the NHS. There is state failures and this kind of erosion of state power. And so how can we, have a authentic left narrative that isn't just trying to sweep things under the rug?
Yeah, totally. So I think this comes down to two things. And the first is, as you said, that kind of erosion in people's living standards. So, our government, for example, in the UK says we have the highest employment rates in a very long time. We also have the highest rates of child poverty that we've seen in many years. We've had the first government in modern history that's actually presided over a fall in people's living standards. Something like a quarter of children in the UK live in absolute poverty. And you might think, oh, in Europe, we are better protected. But actually, we've seen that throughout the cost of living crisis, wages have not kept up with rising prices. And in Germany, you've had a severe contraction in economic growth. You've had a stagnation in real wages that is only just starting to catch up, even though it's a much better unionized economy. And you've had this long-term decline in investment that has kind of eroded the public sphere, undermined infrastructure, and kind of denigrated the commons. It's kind of degraded, the commons, the things that we all rely upon. And that's definitely, I think, had an impact. But I think the bigger challenge is much broader. And it comes down to this issue that we saw, actually, I think, in the most recent European elections, which is that people are very angry. And they are angry in part about, the erosion of their living standards, but they're also very angry because they feel powerless. If you speak to people who are kind of mobilized by the far right, they will talk about kind of abstract elites kind of taking over the world. There's all this stuff about the World Economic Forum kind of dominating everything. There's this vague sense that there are people out there that are making decisions on everyone else's behalf, and that the promise of democracy hasn't been fulfilled. This was not just the case in the recent elections. It was the case in the Brexit referendum. It's the case in the US with Donald Trump. And there is some legitimacy to that view. You know, you talked about Ellen Meeskins-Wood, who's a brilliant Marxist and theorist of democracy. And she very clearly saw the fact that capitalism is associated with the erosion, not just the erosion of democracy, but the corruption of democracy. You know, you said the state has shrunk and that has created problems. The state hasn't shrunk for everyone. It's very big for corporations that need bailouts. It was very big during the pandemic when you needed kind of mass support for financial markets. It's very big when workers go on strike. It's very small if you need to use health services or welfare. So it's not just the fact that we have a small state that isn't doing anything for anyone. It's the fact that many of our social, political, and economic institutions have effectively been corrupted. They've been taken over by vested interests. And even when the state does expand and you see an increase in state spending, like you saw over the course of the pandemic, that spending is directed to protecting those very same vested interests. It's the same reason we haven't had any action on climate breakdown, because most governments are more interested in protecting those vested interests than they are in actually doing anything about climate breakdown. So we need a third force. We need to really, and you know, the promise of democracy was what Meeskins-Wood wrote about so much. It was like, she said actually
I'm so happy that you're really engaging with it. She's
one of my favorite Marxist theorists.
Shout her out.
I quote her a lot in my book. And she says at this point, democracy is synonymous with socialism.
Yeah, I think what's interesting with your perspective is I think it's quite shaped by the Anglophone world. I mean, when I lived in the UK and the US, I think, you know, it looked pretty similar, and you can really see this elite story. And also, I mean, just as a matter of fact, there's a lot of money in politics, right? I mean, in the US, it's really kind of a revolving door. And then I came back to Europe, and I mean, you know, you have that template in your head, and you think, okay, well, this is the same template that I'm going to fit onto Germany. And when you look at the situation a bit closer, you're really not that sure anymore that this is the case. German politics is a little bit different. I mean, you know, wouldn't want to get into the, is it structurally at the very high level? I think you have a point that, you know, state corporations have a lot of power, can express it well. That there's a common theme here, but I think what stands in the way today is not that politics is so removed and in bed with money that they don't see normal people, and this is the primary problem. We have a lot stupider problems. Like, people are not even annoyed by just politicians being up there and being fancy. They're annoyed by the roads being broken down, the schools not functioning, the train. I think anybody who came here by train has probably experienced the state of our train system, by all these really basic public infrastructure issues. And people can't understand why that is, especially when you're a very, very rich country like Germany. It's very, very hard to explain. So I actually think it's interesting because we have a slightly different kind of problem. The state or politics has managed to somehow give away agency and people don't believe that they have it anymore to solve the problem, to address them. But that's not because they've given it away to the capitalists. It's because they've somehow tied their hands, and it's very hard to see and understand why that is.
Can I very quickly respond? Because I think it's a really interesting point. The last time I was here in Germany, I was told by a very reliable source that in Germany we don't have capitalism, we have the social market economy, which is something entirely different. And I didn't go and lecture them about the basis of Marxist theory, but I thought that was a very interesting point. Because, you know, I think obviously politics everywhere is different, and in Germany things are certainly different than they are in the UK. You know, in the UK and the US and Canada as well, we have this highly developed model of competitive individualism, and we've seen the kind of complete destruction of many of our collective movements in a way that isn't, I think, familiar in European politics. But I know that some of the problems are similar, because if you speak to people and you look at some of the issues that are driving the rise of the far right, for example, this backlash against the green agenda is super interesting, right? Because people are, you know, saying in many parts of the country, I'm getting poorer, and it's because we're fighting a war in Ukraine and because the Greens have taken over control, right? And it's piecing together all these issues from all these different sides of the political spectrum in a way that looks really confusing and nonsensical. You're pro-Russia, anti-green, but you want more investment, and, you know, all these issues don't really fit together. And when you actually look at those issues, they are all driven by this sense of anger at elites, which I think is true across Europe and across the UK and the US. And in a way, this sense of powerlessness. And I do agree with you that, the big problems in Germany have to do with the fact that you have just decided point blank not to invest anything in the public sector's just decided we're not going to do any investment because Schwarz are null, and that's really important for some reason that nobody actually seems to understand. But there's a reason for that, and it's embedded within both German politics and also the structure of the European Union, which is about making sure that the state doesn't direct so much support to working people to try and solve these issues, and instead supports the interests of capital.
So just a brief side note, I think some of the positions, especially on the war in Ukraine, have to do with an East-West split, which also, goes a bit beyond the specific topic. But on that one, because I've also written a book which isn't out yet, and I went in with a slightly similar hypothesis that it makes perfect sense. We don't only in Germany have the debt brake and the Schwarze Null, so limiting how much debt you can go into every year, but we also have this 60% debt to GDP maximum in Europe, and it's the perfect fit for institutionalizing the ordoliberal state and saying it cannot be bigger. So I was always convinced that it was the German government who went to Europe, or the technocrats, who went to Europe under the radar when no one was looking because they were talking about reunification and whatnot, and imposed this on Europe and then told Germany, because this is what one always does, we've got this rule from Europe, so we have to implement it. It fits so well, and it works perfectly with ordoliberalism. Finally, the absolute truth. The problem is the story isn't true. Germany really didn't care about the 60. No one in Europe thought that the 60 was important. It was basically an arbitrary decision by a minor negotiation group, like on the side. It was even the deputies of the people who were supposed to negotiate, who didn't want to come up with a number, who didn't think that debt to GDP makes sense, but they were told they can't hand in a white piece of paper and they have to put something on it. They were told it was preliminary, it wouldn't be a set in stone rule, and that's the only reason why they said, okay, we're going to say 60 isn't the stupidest number in the world because it seems to be the average debt to GDP number that people have right now. So
and yet it's become like the foundational element of German politics, right? Because it wasn't just the 60, right? It was after 2008, you had obviously the debt brake that was introduced, and then this really rigid commitment to fiscal austerity, which you can understand in a number of different ways. Obviously, you can say this is just the decisions that were made by technocrats for particular reasons. But we had austerity in the UK after the financial crisis as well. And austerity in the UK was very overtly just class war. It was basically stripping away services that were relied on by working people and then pumping tons of money into, basically corporate welfare. I think it's less explicit across Europe, but there has been that tinge to it as well. It has been a set of policies that have undermined the labor movement, undermined people's capacity for collective action, undermined investment in public infrastructure, exacerbated the massive gaping regional divides in the bloc, and really worked to kind of discipline people. Austerity is about disciplining people. And in that sense, it does kind of contribute to this shift in the balance of power.
It contributes, it enshrines it, because we have a structural lack of demand in Germany, so we have a large low-wage sector. But again, when you look at the development of fiscal rules, and you're completely right that there are a couple of rules, and they've been building up over time, and the debt brake really is the coronation. Putting it into the constitution and saying you need to have structural unemployment in your economy. How crazy is that?
And then taking the EU to court for kind of failing, for potentially breaking this debt.
So you have all these rules, but again, I looked at the dynamics, and I was expecting, well, obviously it must have been, the export-driven companies that want a small state that lobby for it. But the moments you get these additional fiscal rules and they kind of pile up, it's not the export-driven economy coming to the finance ministry saying we need this. It's finance ministers who can't stick to the old promise and who want to look austere and who just implement a new rule. And I've spoken to some of them, and I've asked them, because they then keep failing because they can never stick to their rules. So why did you do this? And didn't you run some simulations? And they were like, no, because surely, if we are prudent, then we can make it. how can you know that you're going to make 60% debt to GDP when you have reunification and when you have bankrupt companies from the East? You don't even know what their balance sheets look like.
Not to mention the global economy. The economy is global, and we can't necessarily predict what crises are going to come.
But prudence goes over that. No, but I find this interesting because it's, I think, at the kind of the very structural level, yes, there's something to it because it fits so well with our economic model. And so there are people at the abstract level who, I think, keep promoting it. But the way that we got into these rules that are now, you know, really creating all the damage, and it's going to be really, really bad what we're doing right now, to me, it seems even more tragic. It's not even capitalist interest. It's an accident, and no one is getting over it.
It's really interesting because it's kind of like that idea of fiscal responsibility and prudence just became the common sense. You know, you were saying finance ministers just decided this is what we were going to do because they couldn't imagine anything else. Why? Because they'd all done the same programs at the same universities, run by the same economists, who'd been influenced by the same economists.
They were all
who were then
lawyers.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, the auto-liberals especially, yeah. And that, I think, has been a really interesting shift that, you're right, has taken place over a long period of time and isn't necessarily tied explicitly to, you know, overt corruption or lobbying, but which has been part of a much broader ideological shift associated with, you know, neoliberalism. But I think what's really interesting about neoliberalism, and you see this everywhere, is the lie that underpins it. And it's the, you know, in the 80s, we were promised free markets and democracy. You know, here, in a very real way, the promise was freedom and democracy. And yet we haven't ended up with freedom and democracy. We've ended up with monopoly and oligarchy. And, you know, that's true in the US in a very obvious way, but it's also true in Europe. You know, you've seen a massive increase in market power, and that's often been something that's been encouraged by European institutions. And I think that the breaking of that promise of prosperity, of democracy and freedom that capitalism was supposed to create, I think that's created anger and disillusionment everywhere. But it must have created a huge amount of anger and disillusionment here. And there's obviously still big divides between different parts of the country for people saying, we were promised capitalism, we were promised freedom, we were promised prosperity, and instead we have this technocratic, oligarchic system where governments change and yet everything in my life remains exactly the same.
Yeah, on that point, I agree. And I mean, I'm only born in 1990 and in Munich, so I really don't think I have a good understanding of what it feels like to have grown up in the East and to have witnessed reunification. But if you just look at the economic facts, it's pretty amazing that we don't talk about this more today. I mean, we all now say, oh, lots of investment is going to the East, so why is everybody so angry? What's the problem? There was one stat that really stood out during my research for the book. It was that 80% of people were temporarily or for a longer period of time unemployed. 80%. And this was like very well-educated people who were engineers and the like, and, you know, had high social standing, had a good job. And suddenly it's like, sorry, your skills are not needed anymore. And to have these kind of experiences, then you have a big promise, exactly what you say. Blühende Landschaften is what they said. And that's not really what you see. And then I don't think that 2 or 3 years of more investment can turn that round.
So what kinds of long-term investments can be made in terms of when we're thinking of progressive policy to foster social cohesion and create more economic security?
Well, I mean, there's two things. What do you do every day in politics, and how do you behave or understand? What's your self-understanding as a politician? And I think it's really taking agency back, so not pretending that the state is constantly basically broke and it can only make promises for 6 months. I mean, this is back in, I think, December, when the government thought about capping transmission fees for big companies, and they said they would do it for 6 months because they don't know what the budgetary situation is after that. I mean, come on. Germany is one of the biggest economies in the world. German bonds are, for some odd historical reasons, like the second most demanded asset in the world. And we say, sorry, we don't know beyond 6 months, but you companies, please invest for 20 years. And you people just don't worry about the transition because it's going to be fine. Only that industry changes. So I think this is, you know, getting that back and also saying that you can do it, not pushing away responsibility. I know there's a bit of a balance because you can't fix everything, but it's one of the things that I think I learned in my prior job in the administration is that you are quite good at saying, oh, sorry, we can't do this. We can't be held responsible for this because we really don't know and we can't guarantee you these investments. And obviously the government can. So making these statements, telling people it will be fine, we will do the investments and we will look after the jobs, and decarbonization will be okay. Otherwise, you can't also ask people to, go on that journey with you. I think that's the prerequisite for everything.
So are there examples in the UK of people being able to push for, advocate for, or make these kinds of changes and demand them of their institutions?
I think there was some hope in some quarters that we would be heading for a Labour government that, if not created a kind of significant break with, New Labour, at least tried to introduce some sort of vague conception of social democracy in the tradition of Labour governments in the past. This is a case where I think the ambition, what could have been the ambition of this government, has actually actively been undermined by vested interests and corporate lobbying and all the sorts of things that we often say only happen in American politics, but are increasingly happening over here. I don't have a great deal of hope that we'll see any significant shifts in terms of public investment from Keir Starmer, because he's trying to make himself into the British Schultz. He has said that the UK is going to create its own set of fiscal rules. And alongside creating fiscal rules, which you can say whatever you like about, you can make more or less flexible fiscal rules. You can make fiscal rules that fit with some level of redistribution. But Starmer has said we are rigidly sticking to these fiscal rules. We are going to create institutions that will mark us on these fiscal rules, and we're not raising any taxes. So effectively, there's a think tank in the UK that said that the Labour Party is effectively lying to people about the promises that it's going to be making. It's saying, we're going to fix the NHS, we're going to fix public services, we're going to boost public investment, we're going to decarbonise, and we're going to do that all without spending any money. How? Economic growth and efficiency savings, and marshalling private investment to kind of deepen the privatization of the NHS that's actually increased costs and created significant inefficiencies. So, I'm not that optimistic about what a Starmer government will do in power. But what I am optimistic about is the capacity of people within the movement, the Labour movement, civil society, to organise and try and hold them to account. I think the more I've kind of seen of politics and engaging in politics and political change, the less hopeful I've become that clever debates about policy and brilliant ideas that are come up with by clever academics will actually shift things. And I've become much more focused on questions of power. Now, I was actually talking to the leader of the Social Democratic group in Finland earlier, and she was saying how when the far right got into coalition and had some power, the first thing they did was crush the unions, crush protest, and try and push back civil society. You've seen exactly the same thing with the Conservatives in the UK. There has been, from an allegedly liberal party, rules that effectively criminalise protest, attack on the Labour unions. And the Labour Party, which was founded by the Labour movement, has not committed to reversing any of this. So for me, when I'm asked what is going to be happening over the course of the next 5 years and where the optimism comes from, I just say it's up to progressives, it's up to the left to make trouble, to build power and to try and hold those in politics to account, because that is what democracy is about. It is about creating accountability. And at the moment, we have too few avenues to be able to actually do that.
And Philippa, what are the prospects in Germany of overcoming this narrative around like a ceiling on your fiscal capacity?
We really have to. I mean, otherwise, I'm not sure how much will be left of the country. I mean, speaking to Grace's point, I mean, I think that we need to go in a similar direction. I mean, obviously you need voters engaged with this, and I think the worst thing that can happen is that economics is basically taken out. I mean, this is kind of rings bells of really, really dark ages in Germany, when it was like there's no alternative, the only thing we can do is austerity, really bad living conditions, and then one guy came in and said, fantastic living conditions, hope, but only for Germans. No, it's really, I mean, that's why I think the Social Democrats have such a crucial role in occupying that ground in politics, because if they don't do it, there's a real risk that some really nasty people will take it. Now, you asked me what do I think is the prospect. I think we need people coming together with some people from kind of more of the inside who help. And to give you a very practical example, so in Germany we have this infamous debt brake in the constitution. Now, the really strange thing about it is that everybody thinks, including very lefty groups, that it puts a quantitative limit on borrowing. And it's simply not true. The big feat is not that someone managed to get this thing into the constitution, that they managed to tell everybody that it is a quantitative limit on borrowing, and there's nothing in there. Basically, the Constitution says you're allowed to borrow 0.35% of GDP every year, plus and minus for if the economy is doing less or is doing poorly or is running strong. That's all the Constitution says. And very clever people have managed to tell the country, this is a fixed limit, and when the limit is at 11.5 billion, it couldn't be any different. There's no way that this constitutional obligation could be fulfilled with 11.7. This is nuts. So I think that's where we need people who work a little bit more on a technical level, even if they don't provide the solution or, the structural power change, but to provide the opening. And that's, why I do the job I do, because I think we need to point this out so that, people can actually come in and see where this whole thing has loose ends.
Yeah, you're right. Like every social democratic shift in history has been based on this alliance between intellectuals and policymakers and then social movements. If you think about, the social democratic shift in the UK, that was Keynesian intellectuals working with the labour movement and, social movements to create this profound shift in British society. And that's really, I think, the only hope that we have, because there are powerful alliances of vested interests in favour of maintaining the status quo, and we need an equal amount of power from below.
And can I just add one real worry? So I'm quite positive that in Germany, we'll get to something because, there are voters in the street who can think. But what about Europe? Because we don't really have a European constituency. We had European elections, but anybody who's ever campaigned in European elections or tried to explain to people on the street why it's important to vote and that these people you vote for in the parliament will actually change something, it's incredibly hard. So there, the democratic mechanism is really much harder to establish, and the technocracy is, so much more complicated in behind three big walls. Very, very hard to cut through to. So this is my real big worry, and it's very, very abstract things that are decided there, but that have huge structural impact. But to get to that is a whole different ballgame, and I don't know whether we can get there fast enough.
So even if there wasn't these kinds of fiscal limits, as Grace pointed out earlier, the state will find ways to find funding for military spending, for international security and foreign policy objectives. And so how would even if there wasn't these kinds of spending limits, would you suggest that social programs can be funded at the same time as these kinds of investments? And what would your response be to critics who say you can't do both? You can't walk and chew gum at the same time, and you also can't invest in foreign policy and social programs?
At the moment, we do a little bit of neither. To be fair, we have a big defense fund set up, but it's supposed to run out pretty soon, and then it's not clear what comes after that. So Germany is really capable of doing neither, which is even more ironic because I think we are in a situation where we could do both. Our economy is not running at full capacity. It will also, we probably won't buy the stuff from Germany, or not all of it. So it's not like we're using up the entire labor force to produce tanks, and hence we can't afford to have childcarers. Quite the opposite. We have a structural lack of demand, and with the world becoming a nastier place and trade becoming nastier, we need more domestic demand. So more spending is straight up good, as long as it goes into any, semi-sensible, towards any sensible purpose. So I think we in Germany can literally do both. We can have basically, we can have guns and butter, and it's not the trade-off, which may be a lot more difficult in other countries.
Yeah, and similar question to you, Grace. So sometimes when political parties put together their manifestos, they're trying to create a balance sheet, and the kind of investments that are needed in order to build a green economy are huge. There's just no question. And so should that come at the expense of social programs?
I think, the worry I have at the moment is thinking about this changing world that we're seeing. We're seeing this debate in Europe between the kind of, hardcore free marketeers. The Danes and Holland and people who say we need to enforce free markets, and that means really thoroughly enforcing competition, kind of breaking up the monopolies, really being very rigid about state spending. And then there are those who I think are going to win out, who are saying we need to be a bit more, relaxed about this. Perhaps we need to allow the emergence of more monopolies so that they can compete with the ones emerging from China. Maybe we actually need more corporate welfare for the biggest corporations, so that the fossil fuel companies can continue to provide us with cheap electricity. And what I am increasingly seeing, I think, being the shift in Europe is actually towards this kind of corporatist model that you do actually see in the US, which is a big state, right? It's a big state and monopolistic markets where you have this fusion of public and private power in service of vested interests and a kind of fossil fuel military industrial complex. There's a really great example of this happening right now in the US, which is the example of Boeing. This is a massive multinational corporation convicted of defrauding the US government that was also the biggest recipient of corporate welfare in the years that the 737 MAX disasters took place. And then during the pandemic, even after it had been convicted, it received a massive government bailout, tons and tons of money pumped into this organization, which has basically been convicted of kind of institutionalized corruption, and which in an economy where corporate manslaughter actually existed, which it doesn't in US law, should have been convicted of that. And yet, because it's so central to the US's military-industrial complex, because it has such close links with other government agencies, with the fossil fuel companies, it is seen as imperative to the interests of the US government that this institution is protected. So actually what I think we're seeing is, the use of the resources that we do have to prop up the interests of corporations that are seen as critical to national security, even when those organizations actively undermine security when it comes to, the material security of people in that country, and also the security of the climate over the longer term. There's, again, such hypocrisy around this as well when we think about the allies that we choose and the relationship between those alliances and energy policy. The West has spent years making friends with incredibly corrupt dictators all around the world in exchange for fossil fuels. The UK, for example, has this alliance with Saudi Arabia that is basically mediated by BAE Systems, the massive multinational arms company. The Saudis send oil, and in return, they get weapons from BAE. And this was actually the source of one of the largest and most corrupt arms deals in history, which was supported and facilitated by Mark Thatcher, the son of Margaret Thatcher. So there is this kind of institutionalized corruption at the top of the economy that knits together the interests of security, the fossil fuel industry, and certain sectors of the state. And if the far right comes to power, it will feed into that. There will be cuts to social welfare and big increases in corporate welfare to the fossil fuel companies, which, by the way, are some of the biggest recipients of corporate welfare in the world. So my concern is less about undermining this narrative of fiscal responsibility. That is a big concern because it is used as a weapon to beat up the left. But it's more about exposing the way that state power is used. And it is consistently used to prop up the interests of those at the top. And the only counter to that, it can't just be the state needs to spend more money. It has to be the state has to be accountable to its citizens. And actually, the only way that we're going to win that is if citizens demand it. And to do that, we have to get organized.
Maybe to make a short plug for your book, I think it's really interesting on that aspect. No, I mean, Grace writes about markets and planning, capitalism planning not being opposite, or planning not meaning that we don't have capitalism. They can go together very, very well, and can even feed into each other. And I think this is a really, really interesting point, and one that's extremely relevant for today. Especially for those who think that active industrial policy is important. And I count myself amongst those, but we have to deal with this problem. I mean, you named the case of Boeing, but in Germany we have a big car industry that produces, very large, very expensive cars, still likes combustion engines a lot. A lot of money going into that. The reason why we have that industry in that way, I think, is because we subsidize corporate cars a lot, which, I mean, distributionally, from a climate perspective, it's all pretty problematic. But we do it because it provides good jobs. And we've had that industrial policy for a while, and it's not necessarily been the most forward-looking. So I think this is really one of the examples that we all have to grapple with and explain why future industrial policy would be different from, preserving business models that will have quite a big problem in the future. So it's not even securing jobs for the future. Still, no politician can afford to or dares to, do something about this, because even an unskilled worker in the car industry gets about 21 euros an hour, which is an excellent wage. So we really have to answer that question. But that's also where, then I do have questions when it comes to your book, because your answer is essentially democracy, right? And more power from bottom up, and that's how you guard against vested interests. But how does industrial policy work when you have that, especially when, I get that you don't like big companies and big conglomerates, but we are facing the US and we are facing China. I would love it if we'd managed to make service sector and especially social service sector jobs good jobs, but we haven't. The really good jobs are in industry, they are in these big companies. So how will we do industrial policy in a bottom-up democratic way?
Well, it's not actually true that I don't like all big companies. I'm very happy with big companies if they're worker-owned and democratically run. And the opposite example to Boeing, and the one I use in the book, is Lucas Aerospace in the UK. This was an example in the 70s of a bunch of workers that basically came together and tried to take over their company because it was declining in competitiveness respective to the rest of the world. They wanted a bailout. The state said we couldn't give it to them. So instead, they tried this radical alternative, which was the workers tried to take over the company. And instead of producing weapons, decided we don't want to produce weapons. We want to produce socially useful technologies. So developed this plan to say we're going to produce wind turbines and kidney dialysis machines and all of these exciting things. Now, unsurprisingly, despite the fact that this was, this is like the epitome of freedom in many ways. Like, if you are really a liberal, this is something that you should, think very seriously about. It's like cooperative movements, employee ownership, all these sorts of things, because they make real the promise of freedom. But Thatcher came in and crushed that attempt. And instead, Lucas Aerospace was broken up. And part of what was once Lucas Aerospace became part of United Technologies in the US, which manufactured the faulty sensors in the Boeing 737 MAX that ultimately led to it crashing and killing nearly 350 people. And I feel like that is the kind of the divide that we face, right? It's not between like big government and small government or big companies and small companies. It is literally a question of democratic accountability across the board. So if we do industrial policy, how can that be a process that engages all of civil society and through which, people are able to actually feed into that and say, not just industrial policy from the top down, but industrial policy for my place, for my region. There's something going on in the UK called the Community Wealth Building Movement, which is about how local authorities use their purchasing power to support local cooperatives, to support businesses with kind of ethical standards, and keep work and jobs in the local area. That is just as much industrial policy, I would argue, as do we give money to Siemens or whoever else at the level of the EU.
So I think there's going to be time to go for some questions. So if you have any questions, put up your hand, and we have great people with microphones who will come. And if not, I have some questions. Oh, we have one right here.
Thank you. It's mainly directed to Grace, but obviously, Philippa, I'm also interested in your point of view. It seems like you're quite, let's say, critical towards the Schwarze Null, and I'd be interested why that is the case and what you would want instead.
Why do I not like the Schwarze Null? I certainly don't. There's lots of reasons for that. I'm going to give you the economist's reason, and then I'm going to give you the socialist's reason. So the economist's reason is that it makes absolutely zero sense to try and limit primary deficits over a short period of time. What you really should be aiming to do if you're thinking about creating a kind of productive economy that has sustainable public finances over the long term is trying to, use fiscal and monetary policy to like minimize the output gap. So to make sure that society's resources are being used in the most effective way, in a way that isn't leading to inflation, and in a way that is laying the foundations for future economic growth. So if that means there's a recession, then you need to invest in, new rail networks that are going to create opportunities for businesses tomorrow, then you do that because it also creates employment today, reduces the deficit, and kind of make sure that you're operating closer, with a smaller output gap. And we've seen this in the UK, the fact that you've had constant austerity. Even when interest rates were really low, you had cuts to loads of areas of state spending. It's devastated our competitiveness as an economy, along with Brexit. It means that we have, poor, not just physical, but also social infrastructure. It means that our public services aren't working properly, that a record number of people are now sick, off work, and unable to work because of mental or physical health issues. It means that our public services are falling apart in lots of different ways. And it's undermined the productive foundations of the economy, as well as giving us low wages, low productivity, low growth for a very long time. So even on a very kind of basic economics-y technical level, I don't think it works. You need to have much more flexibility, as I'm sure Philippa will be able to argue. But my personal issue with it has less to do with that and more to do with the fact that it is an ideology that is used to, as I've said, basically wage class war. It's not really, this idea of fiscal austerity is always used as a means of denying working people the basic services that they need to survive. There's always enough money when you have to pay for a war or a bailout for a big business or a tax break for the rich, right? The state is very big for some people and it's very small for other people. And I think the whole idea of fiscal responsibility, Thatcher said, it's because the economy of the nation is like the economy of a household budget. And you have to make sure that your spending is maintained at certain levels. So does the government. It was a very powerful ideological tool that encouraged people to think that, Thatcher and the Conservatives and anyone who adopted this mantle of fiscal austerity would behave responsibly. But actually, they haven't. This hasn't neoliberalism hasn't shrunk the state in most places. It's just shifted who gets to benefit from state spending. And I actually think that that's what it's done pretty much everywhere. Philippa.
No, not much to add. I think it tells you something that the Black Zero was never something that came out of even a technocratic process. It was in Germany, it was the final celebration of an ideology because one had already put the strictest possible rule into the constitution, so there's not much more you can do after that to prove how austere you are. So then you need to put Black Zero in a Twitter image and send it to the world and officially claim it's your fetish. Very little to do with economics, and maybe just briefly because you touched on fiscal responsibility, and I think sometimes the left makes the mistake of saying, well, fiscal responsibility doesn't matter. No, the question is, what is fiscal responsibility? So when we talk about the government and having its money in order, what does that mean, and what are the preconditions for that? And the most important thing is that your economy is in order and that people earn good money. Because if people earn good money, they will pay taxes and they won't have to be subsidized by the state. And since as a state, the general assumption is that you live for quite a while, it's quite good to not only make sure that people have a good job today, but to also lay the foundations that the next generation has a good education so they can have a job and there are companies around. So when you start to think about it in those terms, balancing the budget every year, which is probably not even how a Späti would run its business, is maybe not an excellent idea.
All right, let's take another question. There was hands up over here.
Thank you. Thank you for the great discussion. This might be a large question. It's definitely on this summit. Why is the left losing as much popular ground as it is lately when we're experiencing an increase in inequality, ever richer and smaller elites? We're not experiencing a major cultural shock like 2015 was. Why is the left no longer the anti-elitist party of the small man?
That's the question. Who would like to take it first?
I'm not sure that electoral success for at least Social Democrats necessarily goes with being anti-elite. I think in Germany that would cost us 2/3 of our votes, which may or may not be a good thing. But to answer your first question of, how come we're in trouble and not benefiting from this general pretty broad skepticism, and I mean, I think we're probably a similar age. I studied in 2008 to 2011, so financial crisis was in the middle of it, and this is probably the reason of why I have the thoughts that I have. Before that, I was quite convinced that markets were excellent and freedom optimizing, and after that, I had second thoughts. And so, how come the left can't capitalize on that when we've seen that markets are so faulty? I think we haven't managed to explain to people, and maybe we are not yet. All of us convinced ourselves that there is actually agency to change something. But this is what you credibly need to explain, right? You need to say why the world could be different and how it could be different. There was an earlier panel here where it was a lot about, specific small policies that you could change and you could make the world better, but you couldn't really see how the big picture was changing, how power could structurally shift. And I think this is, the big question everybody's asking themselves: how can we shift power? So we need a good explanation of how we can get agency back. This, I think, we too also have a slightly different view. I think that politicians need to take it back. When you are a finance minister or a chancellor, you have a lot of power. So change these rules, spend the money, run the economy at full steam, make sure you have good wages, nothing standing in the way. I think you think it needs a more bottom-up movement, but that's why I think we need to credibly explain this to the public, and that first prerequisite is that we ourselves are convinced that this is the way.
I'm going to take your question and make it even broader and say, if you look at kind of polling in most societies, actually, crazily enough now, even the US, most people say that they don't support capitalism. They say that they don't think that the current economic model is working. So why does capitalism continue? This is a question that I'm looking at in my next book, actually. And the three major reasons at a global level are violence, apartheid, and individualism. If you look at the world economy, we've been told now that, like in the West, we don't have capitalism anymore because we don't have a working class, because everyone's middle class now, and the rest of the world is eventually going to catch up and everyone's going to be middle class. That's not what happened. Obviously, it's that production is now centered in very poor countries. That's where the global working class lives. In rich countries, we've created a professional managerial class whose job it is to manage a globalized production process in accounting, finance, marketing, whatever, and a service sector that caters to their needs. So the ownership and management of resources is centered in the global north, and production is centered in the global south. That system is maintained through violence and apartheid. If you are a working class person in the global south and you try and go on strike, you'll probably be shot at. And why do we not have class conflict in the UK, say, in the same way that we did in the 1850s? Well, it's because in the 1850s, capitalists and workers both lived in the UK and literally fought each other in the factories, whereas now they are separated through this international division of labor. So those are all global things. But when we look at our own societies, I think the biggest thing is individualism. We used to live in a world where the example I like to give, the cost of living crisis 50 years ago, if you realized that you couldn't pay your rent and you couldn't put food on the table, you would have turned up to work, asked your co-workers if they were also experiencing the same issue, and then said, right, we need to organize to demand a higher wage from our boss, and if he doesn't give it to us, we'll go on strike. Today, if you can't afford to put food on the table, you will blame yourself, feel like a loser, maybe take out a payday loan, and force yourself into debt and feel like that problem is singularly yours. It's your individual responsibility, and there's no way you could imagine cooperating with other people to try and change that. That ideological shift is, I think, why the left hasn't been able to take advantage of the decline in living standards that we've seen, and it's why the far right has been able to take advantage of that, because the far right response to it is highly individualistic. It's, you are angry, the elites have screwed you over, so we are going to make you feel powerful by crushing migrants, crushing benefit scroungers, crushing the left, crushing anyone who threatens your position in society. And that's the response to that issue. Whereas the response of the left has always been, we have to organize and work together to push back against this this system that is harming your interests in so many ways. And the thing that stands in the way of that now is just the sense that we are all isolated, atomized individuals who couldn't possibly come together and change things, and instead have to rely entirely on our own selves. And that is, I think, something that has become even worse in the age of TikTok and social media and the entrepreneurship of the self. So that, I think, ideological shift is really where we need to begin. We need to give people a taste of collective action. Because when you get that and you experience the sense of belonging that comes from organizing with people to try and make the world a better place, it is a very addictive thing. And I think that is the foundation of the change we need to see.
All right, some more hands.
Thank you both, first of all, for this very exciting discussion that you're already having. Thank you also for the perspective. But this question is more related also to the other talks that we were seeing today. And I was wondering about, the largest group is maybe missing on the table. Still the trade unions are the largest organization in Germany, larger than all the other parties, larger than all the parties together. But still, and maybe there are people in the audience which are related to the trade unions. Please talk to me later. I would be really happy about that. But I don't, they're not very prominent on this summit, for example, but also maybe not so much in this debate. So maybe you can elaborate or discuss maybe a little bit on your perspectives on why that is and how this might be changed.
I do think that the trade unions have been quite prominent in Germany actually recently, and we got those strikes. Everybody again is using Deutsche Bahn noise. They were quite intense strikes. I mean, I think that unions in Germany are facing the same difficulties as in other countries. They were not as strong as they used to be, and this is where we do actually get to structural problems. German unions for some time were at least quite good at also practicing wage restraint or enforcing that, because you want to make sure that production stays here, but then you become less attractive. What do? It's incredibly hard in a globalized system with globalized capital that can move very, very quickly. So there, I think there's a structural issue, but the unions have been present. But I think the much bigger issue for the unions right now, and I think this will determine a lot of their role in going forward, is will they manage to keep the struggle for good working conditions, good pay, and decarbonization together. And this is what's really, really tough in Germany, and where we can also see some slight differences.
Yeah, I mean, labor unions in many parts of the world have been facing a kind of existential threat in recent years, particularly in places like the UK, where union membership was just on a constantly downwards trajectory until a few years ago. If I think about the biggest challenges facing unions, aside from the big structural ones that we've already talked about, and aside from the kind of ideological ones as well, because part of the reason people don't join unions is because of this individualism that's like, I want a wage increase, I need to work harder rather than I need to demand one from my boss. But the other ones are, similar things we've been talking about for ages. How do you unionize in the services sector? How do you create a model of union organizing that is kind of dynamic and responsive to the needs of workers that aren't all together in one factory, which has been a problem for unionists for a long time. But I am kind of encouraged by some of the stuff that is coming out in terms of organizing in the new economy. So like gig economy workers, for example, have been making efforts for quite a long time in the UK to organize delivery drivers, etc. And in doing so, they are not only kind of pioneering new models of organizing. It's actually a fascinating book written about this, about how because so many workers in Deliveroo in London came from Brazil, they imported kind of Brazilian models of trade union organizing into the UK, which supported the organizing efforts there, which was really fascinating. But also thinking about kind of structural changes to the economy. So there's a big movement around workers in the gig economy towards like cooperative worker-owned apps. You don't need an Uber. Uber is, it controls you. You don't need Deliveroo or whatever. It controls you. It controls your labor. And actually, there are versions of these apps already that are worker-owned, owned by and run by unions, where they all kind of feed into knowing how the algorithm works, and they all profit from it. So kind of those like new models of organizing, I think, are particularly exciting. And the other big challenge is literally what you just said. How are we going to square unions who legitimately have to represent the interests of their members, many of whom work in polluting industries, with the need to decarbonize. And that is, I think, an issue that has as yet not been solved. And it will only, I think, be solved when the interests of those workers are kind of listened to in the same way as the interests of the fossil fuel companies. Because if that was the case, then we would have a plan for decarbonization that also facilitated full employment at the same time. And yeah, we don't.
There's some more hands. Yeah. Oh, we'll take the one in the back first, and then you can be second. All right, no, you're in the right spot. Yes, sorry.
I'm the one in the back. Great, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and thank you all for the panel. Grace, thank you for your research in 2019, 2020. I used it for my thesis on neoliberalism and uncertainty.
Cool.
So very much appreciated. And Philippa and Jen, hope to encounter yours soon. Yeah, I guess this is about uncertainty and neoliberalism. And I think we haven't really talked about championing change in times of uncertainty. We've talked about the progressive a lot today. I'd like to hear a bit more about uncertainty in terms of narrative, because I think a lot of what you talked about, Grace and Philippa, is like the narrative of this is an idea about the 60% or the Schwarze Null, right? That is taken to be certain and is taken to be concrete and is taken to be something that makes sense, but that's actually just BS, right? And what are we trying to see as a bit more honest approach to encountering uncertainty now, when we realize the stuff that we thought was certain and taken for granted isn't necessarily so. So, to you.
I mean, I think there's one thing that the state can, or politicians can really do if they want to generally reduce uncertainty. I mean, where's the big uncertainty coming from? I agree, it's climate, and it's this extremely fast speed at which we have to transform our economies, which is really kind of breathtaking if you think about how much has to change in how short a time. And now I think governments are the only ones who can actually, generally take out uncertainty, because they can tell you what, the transformation path for the energy system, for instance, is. I mean, there's some things we really don't know, but quite a lot of things that are knowable by the actor who does the thing. And transmission lines, for instance, I mean, they are planned by the state in collaboration with 3 companies. They can know what happens in the next 20 years. So if the state took a bit more of a leading role there, also told people what the market would look like in 10, 15 years, it would be a lot easier for companies to make their investments. So I think that's one that you can really do. And then the second one, I mean, thinking more about people, I think uncertainty is a lot easier to deal with when it doesn't affect the things that you really need to survive. Now, we are in a very, very fortunate position. We're a very wealthy country. We can actually make sure that everybody has enough to get by. I spent some time in Liberia and West Africa, where you don't have basic healthcare services, all of that. You generally, as government, you can't make that promise. It's pretty crappy to stand in front of people and admit that. Here, we don't need to. We can. So I think being really firm on that, and also not when the economy has a slight blip, say, sorry, we don't know whether we can afford social security. No, we can. And we will absolutely make sure this happens. And these are kind of the conditions under which I think the economy is transforming. If the government could already, in a convincing way, say that, we would be in a slightly different place.
Yeah, I don't have a huge amount to add. I think we know that capitalist economies, market economies in general, aren't very good at dealing with uncertainty, and you see this in the green transition in particular. We have this whole idea of the Keynesian theory of the two-price theory. So when you're thinking about business investment, you as an investor in whatever, you're not. When you're making that investment decision, you are basing it on the costs of things today and a prediction about the profits that you'll have tomorrow. And mainstream theory kind of strips out this point about prediction and uncertainty, which is made based on emotion, Keynes says, but also, what are the other ways that businesses use to kind of deal with and remove uncertainty? They, make sure that they're lobbying governments and they have the ear of governments. They make often kind of covert alliances with other competitors in the area. They buy up their competitors. They have strong alliances with financial institutions that can support them through periods of uncertainty. This problem of uncertainty in investment tends to, create a drive towards security for a business, and it does that in a lot of different political as well as economic ways. This also kind of is very obvious in the divides that you see between the future strategy of fossil fuel companies, say, and the future strategy of renewable companies. Brett Christophers has done some really interesting work looking at why it's so hard to decarbonize the energy system, the electricity system in particular, when costs have been falling. And the issue is that there's not as much profit to be made in renewables. At the same time, government is basically guaranteeing the profits of big fossil fuel companies by saying, oh, if you need to decommission a bunch of oil platforms in the North Sea, we'll basically let you completely write it off against tax, or literally giving them subsidies in a lot of other places. So, how do we shift that balance? It does, as you've said, have to come down to the role of, big institutions that can coordinate that spending. And that is, I think, where the state, needs to play a role.
So I think we have one more question. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. There has been a lot of talk lately among European governments about the so-called war economy. And we actually had a panel earlier in which it would actually seem that there's a consensus, even among progressive political elites, that we actually need to do that. However, it is quite obvious that structuring European economies towards this kind of model would ultimately shift money from welfare, from social security, from education, health, towards other areas of spending, which would also create a structural long-term orientation of our European economies. How do you see this war economy discussion?
I think we have kind of gotten so wrapped up in a technocratic construct, which is awful for many reasons, but that we also won't be able to do this. I mean, how is Europe going to do any big spending on anything and have any big structural shifts in the next coming years? Europe has just agreed to lower debt to GDP ratios in the coming years. I mean, this is the fiscal rule that stands for everybody. We have rising costs of aging. We have rising financing costs. So basically, everybody needs to cut everything. So I don't really see how governments can lead any structural change, also not in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I also think, if we're thinking about long-term security, then they're fighting the wrong wars. There needs to be a war economy in the war against climate breakdown. And that doesn't exist and is not going to exist because climate breakdown isn't seen as a security threat in the same way that very, near-term security threats are. And that is a real problem, not just because, climate breakdown is this big security threat for us, but also because we're basically kind of tiptoeing into a world of climate apartheid, where we build up walls around Europe and the West and watch as, large swathes of the planet become uninhabitable and millions of people are displaced and bump up against these walls and are, drowned in the Mediterranean or whatever. One statistic that I thought was amazing was that the European Union has constructed 1,800 kilometers of border walls and fences, which is the equivalent of about 11 Berlin walls in the period since the fall of the Berlin Wall. This is what the freedom of capitalism has brought us. It is this world that is divided between people who are potentially going to be somewhat protected from the effects of climate breakdown and everyone else. So that is the war, if you want to call it that, and it's going to create potentially a lot of wars. So, yeah, we need to be spending money on decarbonization. I don't know how much clearer that is, but obviously it's not going to happen unless we really start to demand it from our governments. So that's what I'm going to be doing with the Labour Party for the next 4 years, is just making lots of trouble to try and force them to realize that this is important.
And the final word is, how can we as the audience stay in contact with your work and read your writings, especially over the troublemaking 4 years?
You can find me on all good social media platforms at Grace Blakely. And if you would like to, you can also purchase my book, which will be out in German with Tropenverlag in September. Apologies for my terrible German. And which you can also buy in English in any good bookstore now.
And Philippa?
All right, book is out end of September. It's called Gutes Geld, Good Money. And it's supposed to be really accessible. You all can tell me then that that is not true. But there are also some funny drawings in there. So hopefully, we get to laugh a little bit about the debt break. Not saying any more than that. And other than that, Dezernatzukunft.org is our German think tank. And then the European Macro Policy Network for everybody who looks beyond Germany and wants Europe to actually get some agency back.
Well, thank you. And let's give a nice round of applause. This was a great panel.
Great. All right. Thank you to our great panel, all-female panel. It was a wonderful conversation to listen to you. And it's 7 p.m., what means that we have arrived at the end, at the final station of the day program. But the event continues. And I would like to cordially welcome you to the PGS 2024 Midsummer Reception. Right now we will have a 30 minutes break and we will continue in a bigger community, in a bigger circles at 7:30. I'll just let you know what's coming up. So from now on we will be only meeting here at the main stage, and at 7:30 the Midsummer Reception kicks off with some welcoming words and a transatlantic talk. Then we will talk a lot about football and politics, because it's impossible to ignore that there's also another international event taking place today in Berlin. Just saying. And then at 8:15 dinner will be served, and here an important announcement. You would have to purchase bar tokens for food and drinks. They are available on 2 stations in foyer to have some snacks and drinks. And then at 9, we all invite you to watch the France-Netherlands game, which is taking place now. Right now, Poland and Austria is playing 1-1, if anybody was interested. All right, so see you again here at the main stage at 7:30. Thank you very much.
Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
It was a very short film. A bit of a surprise, I guess. Well, dear Mr. Gaspar, dear Mr. Schmidt, lieber Wolfgang, dear guests of the Progressive Governance Summit 2024, it's really a great pleasure for me that the representation of Baden-Württemberg is hosting this year's Progressive Governance Summit. We are glad to have you here as our guests, and I hope you're doing well, you're feeling well, the food is good, and the discussions as well. So let's go on. Allow me to present some thoughts on the guiding question of this conference, namely how to shape progressive security policies when times are most uncertain wie these times. At first glance, progressive is certainly not the most obvious word to pair with the term of security, especially when it comes to hard security policies and German progressives. After the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, for most progressive forces in Germany, being secure of military threats was just sort of not of a given. At the same time, many who thought of themselves as progressive perceived military as a relic from the past. Even more, there was a deep mistrust in the democratic foundation of military personnel, stemming from German history. Up until just a few years ago, public parades of the German Federal Army just next door at the back of me, in the Benteler block where the German Ministry of Defense is located, were the place of sometimes violent protests by leftist groups, and yes, I have to admit more than a few progressives then stood by silently or even supported these protests. My party, the Green Party, was rooted in the peace movement of the 1980s, the early 1980s, mainly protesting against US missiles to be deployed in West Germany. I was part of this movement, just as Chancellor Scholz as well, and many, many others, I guess, in this audience as well. And it was for all of us, I guess, a long political journey to understand and to embrace the need for military force as a means not only to protect ourselves, but as well the others. The decision to endorse the NATO operation against Serbia to prevent a genocide in Kosovo by the government led by the Social Democrats and the Greens was a strong breaking point. The Russian war on Ukraine has been, of course, a further central turning point, confirming that our ideas of progression, of the world order based on the respect of global treaties, multilateralism and trade are widely challenged. Without doubt, making sure that Germany and Europe can protect themselves militarily is absolutely essential to securing peace. But the context of today's and yesterday's debate goes beyond hard security policies. It also looks at climate security, at social security, and with regard to security in this broader sense, let me share a thought I think it's important. In the aftermath of the European collection, we have to realize that progressive ideas and concepts did not convince a very large number of citizens. There certainly is something we might call a growing fatigue of change, and the dominant question for progressive forces, therefore, is how to develop concepts of change that more people can get behind. Part of the answer might be to reevaluate how to provide a sense of security in fast-changing world and how much change we can inflict on citizens. We cannot give up on our basis that new ideas and innovation are bringing forward our society. Even if circumstances are challenging, holding on to the status quo is no option. But at times, sustainable progression means changing the status quo in a measured way. And I think that my country, Baden-Württemberg, might serve as a good example in this regard. I think we have proven to be quite effective in designing innovative and profitable solutions without overwhelming stakeholders who are further developing and implementing this change. Most certainly, it also means that we have to think hard about the way and the means we communicate with when presenting our policies to citizens. I'm convinced we can only bring innovation to the broader society by involving citizens, by giving them a voice and taking them aboard. Well, I look forward now to a fruitful discussion on the transatlantic relations, and finally, and just as important, tonight after the conference, you will be able to watch the Euro football match of France against the Netherlands, my country of birth. So let the best team win, as long as it wears orange jerseys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rüdi, and a very warm welcome also from us, Dominik Schwickert, Executive Director of das Progressive Zentrum, and me, Paulina, his deputy. It's been a long and rich conference day, full of ideas and also controversy. And before we have just another conference day like this tomorrow, we want to come together for a couple of things that don't seem to belong together at the first glance. Drinks and security, football and progress. But yes, at PGS they go together well. Marina Weisband is a Ukrainian and German publisher, and she is also an activist for digital democratic participation in schools. And she was on the radio shortly after the European elections and spoke about populists when she said, "They speak factual lies, but emotional truth." That sentence just can't get out of my head. We, as in politics, need to connect with voters on an emotional level. And it's not the first time that this is being said today in this room. But we have to be honest that we progressives are not good enough yet in doing this. I think we need to convince people in order to win progressive majorities. And we won't just convince them with a list of a 10-point policy plan. The future must feel right. And it just doesn't right now.
Yeah, that's why at this conference we want to ask deep questions, both about the context of our times and also about the fundamentals of progressive politics. And what the most recent EU election results showed to us, politics is all about the people's concerns about the daily life issues, such as the cost of living. Progressives like us have to openly address those concerns, those feelings of insecurity. We have to prove that we can actually deliver on issues of security in a material and also, as you put it, in an emotional way. And at this conference, we try to introduce a concept of progressive security. We think progressives should be tough on insecurity, but especially tough on the causes of insecurity. Someone who has been an observer of international progressive politics for many years is Polly Toynbee. She's a writer for The Guardian, actually a columnist. She's a great human being, got to know her last night and today. And she's also a fortune teller in the sense that she is about to publish a book on the political change in Britain. And the book is titled "The Only Way is Up: How to Take Britain from Austerity to Prosperity." And indeed, I got very inspired by you that there is a lot of hope in the UK, and maybe you can share it in a minute with this audience as well. So Polly is chairing our transatlantic talk about security and progress, featuring Patrick Gaspar. Patrick is president of the Center of American Progress, which is a close partner of us, and you made all the long way from the US to Berlin. Thank you very much for that. And we are also featuring Wolfgang Schmidt, who is head of the Federal Chancellery here in Germany, and one can say one of the most influential politicians in Berlin, at least for the social democratic side, let's put it like this. And he's a friend of the Progressive Governance series for many, many years. So thank you very much for joining us, and over to you, Polly and Patrick and Wolfgang. The floor is yours.
Maybe you sent them. No, you're the guest.
You get the hot seat.
Thank you very much indeed. You suggest that I should start off by saying something about Britain, which I will. We are 13 days away from an almost certain Labour government, first time for 14 years. Most of my life has been lived under Conservative governments in Britain. So these moments when Labour suddenly breaks through are rare moments of wonder, and this time exceptional, I think, in that we have lived through 14 years of by far the worst government within living memory in Britain, a disgrace in every kind of way, starting with its economic response to the financial crash, which was a sort of anti-Keynesianism in its extreme of austerity that left us slowest and last to come and worst to come out of the effect of that. And then, of course, we had, after that, we had Brexit, a calamity. We had Boris Johnson, another calamity. And then we had COVID, and his appalling behavior during COVID when people couldn't see their dying mothers because they obeyed the rules that he put out on television every night while he was having parties in Number 10. And that cut really deep. In terms of distrust of all politics and everybody at the top, it was truly, truly damaging. And followed, of course, you wouldn't think you could get worse, by Liz Truss, who crashed the economy all on her own in just 45 days. So now we are on the verge of transformation, and we feel really good. And we always seem to be out of sync with the rest of Europe in one way or another. So we arrive in a state of enormous optimism and enthusiasm. We usually arrive as the drag anchor destroyers and wreckers of Europe in every way we can. This time we find ourselves in a very different mood and national attitude. But Labour will inherit a terrible legacy, and I'm particularly pleased to be talking to both of you today as people from two progressive governments who might be able to give words of advice and wisdom and maybe some warnings as to what a new progressive government, probably with a large majority, should do and not do. We have Keir Starmer, who has produced something of a miracle in that nobody thought it was possible to come from the worst crash in Labour's fortunes just in 2019 to this position now. It's been quite remarkable, and it has been absolutely ruthless determination to focus on winning, 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 and nothing else get in the way, because there's no point in being right and virtuous if you then lose and can't actually implement anything. We have Rachel Reeves, this will be our first woman Chancellor of the Exchequer, who very much in the theme of this conference talks about securonomics, which is a good word, because it is about the things we've been talking about here, which is both security and domestic policy, social security, security in housing and jobs, and street life and community, as well as the great global threats, global warming, and climate change, the war in Ukraine, and the many other threats that face us around in the Middle East. So I want to ask you both, first of all, to give us some advice. Patrick, I mean, there you were very close to Obama, and now very close to Joe Biden. Tell us how, I mean, there seems to be a bit of a warning that both of them did real good. Look at what Obama did to healthcare. You look at what Joe Biden has done to the economy, remarkable what he's pulled off and managed to get it through Congress and all of that, yet doesn't seem to reap the rewards he deserves for it. So what is the warning there? What should you be careful of? What is it that progressives can get wrong? And it was certainly true of the Blair and Brown era, that they could do a lot of good and never really get the credit for it.
Well, Polly, let me just first thank you for starting us off on a note of radical optimism that is in short supply in too many parts of the world, particularly in progressive spaces. It really matters. I am somebody who is, clearly of the left. If you look at my CV, but I've always been worried about my family. There's a lyric from Billie Holiday that I really love and really defines the politics that I come out of, where Billie Holiday said, "I've been down so long that down don't worry me." And sometimes I fear that too many of my friends are too comfortable being down, and we're always kind of like saluting that and not seizing every opportunity in front of us. So brag a little bit about what you all have achieved and what you're on the cusp of. It's a big freaking deal, and we should all, it's commendable, and we've all got to like celebrate with you. Now, on the warning front, there are so many things I can say, Polly. First thing I'll say is, if you come into politics and you go into government with the expectation that you're going to receive credit for the sun shining tomorrow, you're in the wrong business, right? As Bill Clinton once famously said, government and by extension campaigns are always about tomorrow and never about yesterday, never ever about yesterday. So on day one, you have to recognize that you're already drawing down on the currency that's been given to you, and you have to make a decision about how you want to continue to deplete your reserves. You're going to walk in with a tremendous amount of popularity, and the biggest mistake that you can make on day one is to try to hold on to that popularity. You have to say, all right, we know that there are going to be consequences for every decision that we make, but let's make sure that as we draw into that reserve, it's for things that are going to create durability into the future, durability for society, but also durability for the kind of majorities that we want to create. I'll never forget, Polly and Wolfgang, the night that we got the healthcare bill, Obamacare, through Congress. The president threw a reception for the senior staff in his private quarters, and he ran around just toasting everybody, thanking them for their hard work. And when he came to me, he clicks the glass with me and he says, "You know we're going to get our butts kicked for this now in the midterms." And I thought, wow, thank you, sir. But he was right, but there was an understanding that he had that this is how we're going to draw down on this currency, and this is what it's going to mean well into the future, and it's worth it to take the immediate hit. If you're fearful of that, you will never, ever get big things done at all. So that's the first thing I'd say on advice, having clarity on how you're drawing down on that reserve. The other thing I'd say is not about policy, but is about the attitude that you have to adjust yourself to for the moment that we're in now. You mentioned folks not getting credit in the past. No one will ever, ever get any credit into the future because of the fractured communications ecosystem that we're in now. And as progressives, instead of just whining and complaining about those fractures, we've got to figure out how we own those spaces and recognize that we no longer live in the age of institutions, but rather in the age of individuals. So there's a way that we have to create amplification around our North Star goals that's driven through individual profiles that have a set of values that the core voters who elected us and brought us to the dance care deeply about. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Wolfgang, what is the new narrative that Olaf Scholz needs to win the election next year? Does there need to be, not necessarily a new narrative, but maybe a new way of talking about what progressives are for, why they're so necessary? Are they always doomed to be outshouted by the trumpets of the far right and by the moral purity of the Greens and the left, which may be unpragmatic but somehow attractive?
I'm confident that we can apply, if you want, a populism of the middle. And by that, you can actually reconnect with many of what some nowadays call normal people. Most of the people in Germany and across the world are not college or university educated, middle or upper classes, as all of us here and all the journalists and all the politicians in Berlin. So to understand what drives people and what concerns them, I think that's the main issue. The problem that you have outside election campaigns, how to get that message through to people, because if you're not very masterful in using social media and get directly to citizens, you are dependent on that filter that is the journalists that sometimes are more interested in what Scholz would call politics of politics, whom against whom, who's winning, what does it do to the party, where are they standing in the polls, rather than what are you actually doing for people. And election times is when you have this great conversation with the electorate, with people. Most of them don't really think too much whom they want to vote for. That's happening in the few weeks or months before the election. And that's when you can start this kind of conversation. And I think it is very important not to disappoint people. So those who voted for you should feel that this was the right decision. And that obviously is a bit complicated when then Russia wages a war against another innocent country that has a deep impact also on our economies. Now, and we see that basically all over Europe, and even we see the impact in the US, and high inflation, no real wage growth have an impact on people. So what we promised with also increasing the minimum wage and respecting everybody, people did not feel that. And I'm confident that we will get there in time when the elections are due in hopefully September 2025.
I rather liked it when earlier today Olaf Scholz was here in conversation, and he was challenged, I thought, a bit aggressively from the left on saying, you know, progressives have just become too technocratic to inspire people and to inspire votes. And he said, I thought rather wittily, let me answer as a technocratic manager. And then answered rather well about how it's about specifics, step by step. Things you actually do when you're in power, the practical, physical things that people might actually notice, as opposed to the lofty vision. But can you win elections without the lofty vision?
No, you need them. But I think the problem, and I see that we had too many of these, what you could call headline politicians that have great stories but don't deliver. And then people get upset because they rightly understand that something is wrong. The problem is we need to kind of reverse engineer that a little bit and changing stuff and getting things done and come up with kind of an overall explanation of what we're doing, because people don't see actually what is behind that. And that, for us now, is the task at hand, to make out of what Olaf Scholz described a good story. In the last election, I think we were able to nail it, because we said basically two things. One is that phrase of respect, and that everybody, regardless of his or her occupation, deserves respect. The counter-narrative to that basket of deplorables that we heard from another candidate in another election. And the second one was to make this transformation that we are all in, to become net zero in 2045, that's like tomorrow, that it should work for the workers, and so that it is about good jobs, and that Then we had the typical social democratic 10-point or 20-point list of concrete policy measures, but we limited also to a few that everybody could remember. And I think that is the task at hand for the next election then. But as we all know, a week is a long time in politics, and at the moment we are trying to fix things. And my hope is that even though elections are not won on what you achieved in the past, people will hopefully then, looking back, have a feeling, or this government was actually better than at the moment we think it is.
Can I say something to that, Polly? Is that right? And by the way, Wolfgang, it's always a good sign when you say something out of form and the columnist starts writing notes. So that populism of the middle, I think, is going to get quoted. So on this notion that we have of the next election, I heard that phrase from you, Wolfgang, and I want to just snatch it for a second, because I respectfully want to say that for me, I feel as if we're still operating with a 20th century mindset about things like that. There's no such thing anymore as the next election. The day after you win, as you all will discover in the UK, the next election has already started, right? We live in constant and incessant news cycles, and it's all a beauty contest every single day, every day of the week. And if we don't have that mindset in the first instance, we're going to be challenged. Now, here's why that's important for me. Everything that you just said about policy prescriptions is dead on. I sympathize with the chancellor as a technocrat on the nitty-gritty details. We used to have this saying in American politics that came from Mario Cuomo, that we campaign in poetry, but we govern in prose. But there's a way that we have to maintain that poetry throughout all of our policy achievements. And for me, it is a poetry of contestation. For example, for Joe Biden in America right now, one of the challenges is that he wants to spike the ball and talk about his achievements. People can't hear that. They can hear that if you set your accomplishments in the context of ongoing fights and struggles. For instance, you bring down the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. In the next breath, or in the first breath, you have to help the voters understand. Right now, today, there are 12 lawsuits that are ongoing from all the major pharmaceutical companies who are trying to stop us. And guess who's supporting them? The MAGA Republican extremists and Donald Trump are supporting the big pharma and those lawsuits. We rolled back the fees in banks. The banks are trying to stop us right now, today. Who's supporting the big banks? MAGA and Trump. You can go down the line and talk about the things that you've done, but you have to introduce immediately the ongoing fight and struggle that then forces a choice on the listener about the trajectory into the future.
That's very good, very good. Just win it for us, will you? The whole progressive world is holding their breath for you to win it. I want to pick up what you said about respect, because I think that's really important in America and across Europe, and the rise of the right. How do you restore esteem to people who feel that they are not esteemed, who feel they don't count? And it's not just about their pay, it's about their status. How do you restore a society where, and particularly since the weakness of unions, you can give back some sense of status to people who don't have degrees? I mean, in Britain now, the pollsters say the most important divide is nothing to do with income, because some graduates have low incomes. It's entirely about education. Between those who have crossed that line, are graduates or thereabouts, and those who haven't. And those who haven't are feeling worse and worse in a society where education matters more and more all the time. And we, particularly as social democrats, as progressives, are treated as the educated elite, fighting against ignorance, lies, conspiracy theories, dishonesty, untruths. Where does it come from, that respect and esteem that we need to be giving back to people?
Well, first of all, the way we talk about other people. And I think back in the day, in the 70s, when we all talked about climbing up the social ladder, it was a promise. And now if you talk to people about this, they feel that you are not respecting their life choices. It's okay to be a plumber. Yeah, and it's not, you don't need to be an academic to have a wonderful life. What we need to make sure that you actually can have a wonderful life economically as a plumber or as a nurse, so that you don't feel threatened by economic insecurity. So it's about good jobs, and it's about fair wages. So that is why, for example, the respect thing was broke down to raising the minimum wage to 12 euro an hour. Actually an idea that Olaf Scholz got at Policy Network and from Tony Blair and this low wage commission, and what was his name? Lord Late? No, the first head of the low pay commission. And I remember visiting him with Olaf Scholz, and we discussed that. And a few years later, the SPD started campaigning on a minimum wage, and it took us 15 years until we got it done, but finally we got it. And I think that was a wage increase, like in the case of Germany, for 6 million people, and the biggest wage increase in ages. So that makes a difference. And that is one bit of where I think this respect can be transferred into concrete action and where people understand what we mean. And then this horrible word of compensation. Know that, yeah, transformation will bring change, but we will then compensate the losers of it. People don't want to be compensated. They want to work, and they want to have the dignity of work, and they want to be respected for their work. And I think that's why the Labour Party is called Labour Party. In the Netherlands, it's called Partij van de Arbeid, and it's not Partij van de Compensation or social welfare.
How much of this is the spirit behind Trump's success?
Oh, it's got everything to do with Trump's success, right? Donald Trump is a real savant. He's a savant of the way we communicate now. He understood that the 20th century ended at around 2012 or 2013. The rest of us, it took us a few years to appreciate that. But he's also a savant of the mood that we are living in. Donald Trump understands that we're no longer in the age of aspiration, but that we're instead in the age of anxiety. I always liken it, Polly, to the Charles Schultz character in the Peanuts, the character of Linus, who walks around with his little blanket, and Linus is terrified that you're going to come and snatch the blanket away. Donald Trump appreciates that the voters that he's talking to, the voters that we need to be talking to, believe that both Democrats and Republicans are going to come and snatch that blanket away, right? That they're fearful of all. And for them, being middle class is no longer an aspirational thing. It's like an anxiety thing. I'm barely holding on. Right now, in November of last year, 61% of all Americans reported that they were living from paycheck to paycheck. 46% of all Americans report that they can't afford a $400 emergency in their life without selling something or borrowing money from someone. It's pretty astonishing for the richest country in the history of humanity. He understands that. He knows that we came through the Great Recession, where folks felt that they were made to pay the price for decisions that were made by corporate America, by the big banks, big auto, the hedge funds, et cetera, and that none of them were held accountable for those decisions. We had an exceedingly slow recovery, and if I'm going to pick on my own administration for a second, folks woke up and they were concerned that not only is there no accountability, we get that there's a challenge on healthcare, but we have housing foreclosures all over the country, and the government does not seem to be addressing that. Fast forward to the moment we're in, coming out of the great exposure of the pandemic, and folks are feeling cost of living increases, they're feeling inflation. For too long, too many people were gaslighting them and telling them it was transitory and it was not something to be concerned about, where they were feeling it at the pump, feeling it at the register. And Trump is just really good and entertaining with his negative charisma in the way he metastasizes all of these challenges. I would take it to the demographic existential challenge that so many folks are feeling in my society, in your society, certainly in yours as well, around this question of immigration and migration, which get conflated with questions of personal safety and economic competition of the working class. So he kind of gets that, and despite the fact that this is a man with a gold loo, and somebody who inherited $400 million from his father. He has convinced them that he is of them and that he is their great and greatest and only champion in this moment. So all of that is really important. And I'd say it's really important to understand one other thing, Polly. This is true in the US, and I suspect it's true if you look at right-wing movements around the world. In the US, the Republican Party used to have as its centering tentpole this notion of freedom. So it was always about freedom. If you listen to any speech from Ronald Reagan, freedom is a noun, a verb, and an adjective. They've given away the tentpole of freedom, and they've replaced it with a centering tentpole of security instead. It's personal security, it's economic security, and it's cultural security. And on all of those fronts, they catch us in a reactive mode instead of a forward-looking affirmative role that says to people, we hear you, we recognize the reality of your experience and your challenge, and therefore.
Cultural security. Now that's part of the same idea, that it's, there is an elite culture, there is the educated culture, and then there's the ordinary people's culture, which is disrespected. Is it really, in the end, just come down to money? Is it just because of the disaster of what's happened in middle to bottom wages being held down for so long, the cost of living crisis being so serious? Is that what disrespect is really made of, that people just can't make ends meet? And that if only they felt reasonably comfortable, had decent living standards?
No. Money matters. But money is not everything, as the old folk used to tell me all the time. Look, I come up in the U.S. from the ranks of organized labor, right? I was an organizer. I was the youngest elected executive vice president of the Service Employees International Union in America. My local union had 350,000 members in it, overwhelmingly women of color, who were raising children, raising grandchildren on their own. They didn't have the wages that they deserved. Like my mother, who was a home health aide, they didn't have the benefits they deserved, even though they were giving frontline care to others. So as an organizer, it was my responsibility to figure out how I could give expression to their aspirations and fight like hell to give them the dignity that they needed in work. But I understood always, as I was fighting for them at the collective bargaining table, I understood that there was a distinction between wages and benefits and their sense of social identity. So as a movement, we were always concerned about questions of equity and justice that went well beyond the terms that we were negotiating at the table, that went into community and their notion of how that community was held together. If it was true of those women that I had the privilege of representing, it's true of like all of these other folk who are living in this age where we don't have the same associations that we used to, the same clubs that we used to. It's a period of acute isolation and loneliness and remoteness in the world where folks are seeking a thing to hold on to. It's true for my mother's generation of those women I represented. It's true now for people who are living in rural America, in the suburbs as well. They're looking for that social identity. And I would say to you that beyond wages and benefits, there is a question, I'm going to just be really direct about this. There is a question of demographic existentialism that folks are feeling. It is real. We may not align with it, but it is a very real thing that needs addressing. Quickest example I could give you of this, if you look in middle America and our old factory towns, you have aging populations who send their children off to university in LA, New York, Miami. Those children never come back. Or if they come back, they're introducing them to somebody who looks like Patrick Gaspard. And it's sometimes discomforting. You got to be real about this stuff. So take the state of Iowa that used to be a presidential battleground state. It no longer is. We have aging white populations in Iowa. Iowa's 86% white? But the majority of children in the public school system in the largest city in Iowa right now, Des Moines, children of color, majority, children of color. So you have these things happening. In 2040, the US is going to be majority minority, but it's also going to be the same time that for the first time in our history, Wolfgang, there will be more people over the age of 64 than under the age of 18. So you have these demographic realities swirling in the politics, racing at each other, and it's present today in, I don't know, places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. If you know anything about American politics, you understand why those states are really, really consequential. That's playing out. So there is the question of inflation and wages. There's all kinds of social fights that we're having. But don't lose track of the importance of that social identity within what some people are experiencing as a demographic existentialism that they don't even have a name for, but that Donald Trump gives a shape to.
Do you think perhaps progressives have a tendency, because we are realists, because we look at the evidence, because we're interested in social research, to be lacking in optimism? That we see the problems, we analyze the problems, we're good at those, and we're right about them, the ones that you've just been describing. But I was interviewing the wonderful late Daniel Kahneman shortly before he died, and he talked about social research that I thought was very interesting. He looked at the research and said, the thing is, Democrats are depressed. They're always depressed. Republicans are really quite happy. There is a big happiness difference. Are we all miserabilists? And is that something that maybe puts people off? Should we be more hopeful, more optimistic? So I'm going to end here because it's your session to talk about football next. I'm absolutely
on this optimism thing. I think that is what is needed. People don't feel, and some rightly so, that there is a better future for them, that there is reason for hope. And I think if we start, and we could all do that endlessly about what is not going well in this country or in our societies, we have enough parties that are doing that. So we need to have this idea that the tomorrow still is better, and that is what we are working for. So I'm a member of this shrinking working group of optimists in politics, and I invite you all to join me because we need that, definitely.
I saw the most optimistic thing this afternoon when I was walking between meetings in Berlin. I was near the Brandenburg Gate, and I saw hundreds of let's just say, well-fueled and energetic folks from Poland who were breaking into all kinds of song. And it was hundreds of them who are completely taken over. And I was standing there, I'm looking at them, and I'm thinking, wow, 1939, Germany invades Poland and launches World War II. Poland's devastated. We all know what the consequences were, what the counts were. Can you imagine being somebody 1939, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955 even, and looking ahead and saying there's going to be a moment where like hundreds and thousands of Poles are going to be descending into Berlin for festivities? Like, I was sitting there looking at that and thinking about that. That's... well, there's that. There is that. But I mean, that's an extraordinary thing. Every single day, if we just pause and look around us, there are reasons to be really hopeful and to appreciate that we do build from strength to strength. We do move from progress to progress. It's never easy. It's not linear, and that we have to impose our will on the arc of it all, but it is possible. And every day, even though Wolfgang does not get to set the agenda in the newspapers, there are like 2 or 3 things that he gets to work on every single day. From that building, with a spectacular view, by the way. I got to check this thing out. But from his desk, he gets to work on these things every day and to figure out how to tell the story about them. And he knows that eventually it's going to accrue to the benefit of the politics that he's trying to organize. But more importantly and more proximately, it's going to accrue to the benefit of the folks that you were just describing who feel disconnected from the story that we're telling about social change, but who at some point are going to feel that material benefit. That's an extraordinary thing to be like really up about and optimistic.
Right, there we are. Optimism. No more miserableness.
That's the role of the American in the room.
We're gonna talk real thing now. We're gonna talk about football and politics. Good evening, Wolfgang.
Good evening.
Should I brief you what's just happened when you were sitting here in the panel?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Austria beat Poland
3-1.
Wow, Austria, Robert.
Congratulations, Austria. I guess those fans that you saw are not that
Not happy.
cheerful anymore. But, oh well, congratulations. I'm Polish, so, you know. But it was a good game. Yes.
So you watched it like that?
Sort of, yeah. I
Yeah.
checked what was going on. And paradoxically, when Lewandowski entered the game at all, just went completely wrong. So I don't know. Yeah, but there is a good reason to speak about football and politics because, as you know, there is this European Football Championship now in Berlin. And when we talk football, we mean soccer here in Europe, right? And so this is the one thing. And the other thing that they copied from us, that there's also more than 20 country representations. Just like at the Progressive Governance Summit, we have more than 20 people from more than 20 countries. So there are many common denominators and similarities. But the Progressive Governance Conference, this is not your first time, is it?
Not really. So,
Which
yeah.
time?
We were just thinking about it. I think it was 2002. That was still called the Policy Network. And then we had these meetings in UK, and Peter Mendelsohn would do these sessions, and he would then call upon people and bring them to the stage. Give us like 3 minutes. What is going on in Germany? What is going on in Poland? And you were like shell-shocked.
Like volunteers.
Forced volunteers.
Yes.
So that was back in the day, but remembering these days, we had Tony Blair in the UK, we had Bill Clinton in the US, and we had Gerhard Schröder in Germany, so 3 progressive leaders. And what we heard, obviously, from Polly about what is going to happen in the UK, we will have, again, 3 progressive leaders in these 3 countries. So that's great.
Yeah. Yeah. And are there any, were there any aha moments that you've had during those conferences for the last 22 years? Or is there any? I assume
Thousands.
not every, yeah, maybe not every conference you've attended, but the question is, what have you? Is there any lesson learned that you really took from one of the meetings that really changed or influenced your political decisions?
Many, I would say, and that is what this is all about. So to learn from each other, also on campaigning techniques, what works, what kind of issues are other colleagues dealing with, and that is what these conferences are all about, and then the exchange between academia, media, and politics, and the think tanking community is something that always at least inspired me, and I have the feeling that this is true for many that attend these kind of conferences.
Okay, so now the $1,000,000 question, or euros, like you choose the currency. What has football to do with politics?
Lots, I think. I'm a big supporter of a former second league club in Germany, FC St. Pauli. And I always thought that in Hamburg, that St. Pauli and ESPD are kind of similar when it goes up and down. And now we ascended to the first league. So I leave the rest to you.
That's great. And do you have any favorite players in this championship beyond German representation or in German representation?
In Germany, obviously, I love the team, and I think there's a lot of similarities to the actual government. So
we're coming. First, who's your favorite?
Difficult to say. I like the younger generation now. So when you look at the German team, Musiala is just great, and what he's doing with the ball is really is stunning. We have not seen that from a German player for quite a while. But then also the older, more experienced hands like Toni Kroos, where with one pass he can just open up everything. And then obviously I like what Mbappé did for the French team, and being so vocal about the Republicans, or Le Pen, sorry. So this idea of that, yes, a football star has also a political responsibility and that they're not shying away from that, but he's articulating that. And so that kind of like quality on the field, on the pitch, and the quality in the public discourse, that's what I like.
All right, so to still remain in this field of politics overlapping with football. So the German representation is a team of big personalities with different talents, and they should pursue one goal. And then it's similar to the Ampelkoalition, isn't it? It's similar to the traffic light government. Yeah. So what can the government learn from the Nationalmannschaft, from the German national team? Like if you would be like, hey, this is actually something.
Maybe under-promise and over-deliver.
Okay, I take it. Wolfgang, thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's enjoy the match. Thanks.
Exactly. So that's enough of talking at this stage. However, it's not the end of the evening. Please stay with us for drinks, dinner, and catch-ups, new contacts, all contacts. Please remember to purchase those bar tokens if you would like to eat or drink something. And important thing, France, Netherlands starts at 9, so are more than welcome to stay here and watch together and have fun together. I would like to thank you very much for today. Thank you to all of you who came to the representation of Baden-Württemberg. Thank very much also those who joined us via live stream. It's not the end of the Progressive Governance Summit. We meet tomorrow, same place, same time. Doors open at 9, so don't be too crazy tonight, okay? And yeah, let's enjoy the evening now. Thank you so much.